The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the reverberating chants of the priests, echoing off the elaborately carved walls. Visitors mingled around the temple grounds, their whispers mingling with the breeze as they marveled at the architectural grandeur of this sacred site. It was a place of devotion and history, a repository of stories that spanned centuries. I had come to Thiruvananthapuram with a singular purpose, driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession. For years, I had read about the mysterious vaults said to house untold treasures beneath the temple floors. Their existence was part of the temple's rich tapestry of legends, whispered about in hushed tones by the residents and visitors alike. Yet, these vaults were sealed, their secrets guarded by myth and mystery. As an anthropologist, my interest was more than mere curiosity. It was a desire to understand the cultural and historical significance of what lay beneath. The tales spoke of immense wealth, of gold and jewels amassed over centuries. But more intriguing than the treasures were the stories of a curse, of an ancient sentinel that protected the vaults from those who dared to disturb them. Many dismissed these as mere folklore, but there was something in these legends that resonated with a deeper truth, something that compelled me to uncover what lay hidden. The first few days of my visit were spent in the company of historians and priests. They were generous with their time, eager to share the official history of the temple. Yet, when the conversation turned to the vaults, their demeanor changed. I sensed a reluctance, a palpable tension that hinted at more than just reverence. It was as if they feared the very mention of what lay beneath, as if speaking of it might awaken something they preferred to remain dormant. Determined to learn more, I sought out locals who might be more candid. In a small tea stall not far from the temple, I met Rajan, an elderly man with eyes that had witnessed a lifetime of stories. He spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone, his voice barely above a whisper. They say the vaults are protected by the serpent god, Ananta, he told me, his eyes darting around as if expecting to see prying ears. Anyone who tries to open them will be met with his wrath. I pressed him for more, but he merely shook his head, his expression somber. Some doors are not meant to be opened, he said. Despite the warnings, my resolve only strengthened. I had come too far to turn back, and the allure of the unknown was too great. It was a compulsion that I could not ignore, a pull that seemed almost supernatural in its intensity. One evening, as the temple began to empty and the tourists dwindled, I found myself drawn to the area where the vaults were rumored to be located. The air was cooler now, and a certain stillness had settled over the temple. As I walked through the shadowed corridors, the silence was punctuated only by the distant chants of the priests, a haunting melody that seemed to reverberate through the very stones. I reached a section of the temple that was less frequented by visitors, a place where the shadows seemed deeper and the air felt heavier. The walls here were adorned with carvings of serpents and deities, their eyes watching silently over the passage of time. It was here that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tingling sensation that crept down my spine. I paused, my heart thrumming against my rib cage. It would have been easy to dismiss it as mere nerves, a trick of the mind in a place so steeped in legend. But there was something tangible, something real about the feeling. It was as if the very air around me was alive, aware of my presence. The disturbance was subtle at first, a whisper of movement, a shadow flitting at the edge of my vision. I turned, expecting to find another visitor or a priest, but the corridor was empty. I was alone, or so I thought. As I stood there, peering into the gloom, I felt a shift. It was as if the shadows themselves were thickening, coalescing into something more substantial. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the darkness seemed to writhe, a mass of shadow and light that defied comprehension. And then I saw it. A serpentine form, massive and coiling, its eyes glinting like molten gold. It moved with a fluid grace, weaving through the air as if it were swimming through water. The sight was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a creature born of myth, yet standing before me in undeniable reality. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee from something so wholly unnatural. But my feet remained rooted to the spot, an invisible force holding me in place. The serpent's gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. In that stillness, I felt a presence, an intelligence that reached out and brushed against my mind. It was not hostile, but neither was it welcoming. It was ancient and powerful, a consciousness that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. You seek what is not yours. A voice echoed in my mind, deep and resonant, filled with the weight of ages. These vaults are not for the eyes of the living. My throat tightened, words failing me in the face of such overwhelming power. I could do nothing but stand there, my mind a maelstrom of fear and awe. You must leave, the voice continued, softer now, almost sad. There are things that should remain hidden, secrets that are better left undisturbed. The serpent's form began to dissolve, the shadows dispersing like mist in the morning sun. As it vanished, the weight that had held me in place lifted, and I stumbled back, gasping for breath. I left the temple grounds in a daze, the encounter playing over and over in my mind. It was a vision, I told myself, a hallucination, brought on by the stories and the atmosphere of the place. Yet deep down, I knew it was more. The presence of the serpent had been real as the stone beneath my feet and the air in my lungs. In the days that followed, I tried to push the experience aside, to rationalize it as an overactive imagination. But the memory refused to fade, lingering at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow that refused to be banished. The people of Thiruvananthapuram noticed a change in me. I became withdrawn, quiet, my thoughts consumed by what I had seen. Friends and colleagues expressed concern, urging me to return home, to leave the temple and its mysteries behind. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. It was as if the temple had claimed a part of me, binding me to its secrets with invisible chains. As the days turned into weeks, I made frequent visits to the temple, drawn to it like a moth to flame. I never ventured near the vaults again, but I found solace in the temple's presence. in the echoes of its history and the whispers of its legends. And yet, the serpent's warning stayed with me, a constant reminder of the boundaries I had dared to cross. It was a cautionary tale, a lesson in humility and respect for the ancient powers that lay beyond human understanding. The vaults remained sealed, their secrets intact, guarded by the spirit of a serpent god that had seen the passage of time. And I, a mere mortal, was left to ponder the mysteries of a world where myth and reality intertwined, where the forbidden held an allure that was both terrifying and irresistible. Even now, as I sit far from the temple, the memories linger, vivid and undiminished by time. The serpent's gaze haunts my dreams, a reminder of the encounter that changed my life, that opened my eyes to the wonders and dangers of the unseen. I have learned to live with the shadows, to accept that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, some doors not meant to be opened. The temple and its secrets remain, an eternal enigma shrouded in legend, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring mysteries of the human soul. I had never imagined that my fascination with history would lead me to a place where the past and the present blurred in such an eerie fashion. As a researcher of ancient architecture and a historian by passion, my journey to the Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Thiruvananthapuram was meant to be a matter of academic curiosity. Little did I know that it would become a deeply unsettling chapter in my life. The temple, known for its grandeur and the intricate carvings that adorned its walls, had long been a subject of intrigue. Among its many mysteries, the most alluring was the tale of its secret vaults, particularly the enigmatic Vault B. While other vaults had been opened, revealing unimaginable treasures that had lain undisturbed for centuries, Vault B remained resolutely sealed. Legends whispered of a curse that lay in wait behind its doors, a curse that promised doom to those who dared to disturb its slumber. My arrival at Thiruvananthapuram was marked by the humid embrace of the coastal city. The air was thick, carrying the scent of the sea and the bustle of life in equal measure. The temple stood as a silent sentinel, its ancient walls echoing with the prayers of the devout and the footfalls of countless pilgrims. Initially, my days were spent in the pursuit of knowledge, poring over manuscripts and speaking with scholars who had dedicated their lives to unraveling the temple's mysteries. The local lore was rich, wrapped in layers of myth and history, making it hard to distinguish fact from fiction. Yet, it was the tales of Vault B that drew me deeper, like a moth to a flame. It was during one of my study sessions that I first encountered the anomaly. As I sat in the temple library, a musty room filled with the scent of old paper and incense, I noticed a peculiar pattern. In every account of Vault B, there was a period of silence, a gap in the narrative that spanned generations. It was as if knowledge of the vault had been deliberately obscured, or perhaps forgotten. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to delve deeper. I spoke to the temple attendants, old men with skin like parchment and eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. They were reluctant to discuss Vault B, their reticence becoming unnerving. When pressed, they would merely shake their heads, muttering prayers under their breath, as if the very mention of the vault could invoke its wrath. The first disturbance in my otherwise orderly investigation came one night as I wandered the temple grounds, lost in thought. The temple was quiet, the usual crowd of devotees having thinned out as the hour grew late. The air was still, the only sound the distant hum of the city. As I turned a corner, I saw a shadow flit across the stone walls. It was quick, barely more than a flicker at the edge of my vision, but enough to pause my steps. My heart quickened, a cold finger of fear tracing along my spine. I stood there, straining to hear, to see anything that might explain the anomaly. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence of the temple. Dismissing it as a trick of the mind, I returned to my quarters, only to find an old scroll left on the steps outside my door. It was unlike anything I had seen before, the script unfamiliar, the parchment rough to the touch. As I unfurled it, my eyes widened in disbelief. The scroll detailed a ritual, a series of incantations that were meant to ward off evil. At the bottom, a single line stood out. He who seeks the vault seeks his own end. The next few days were marked by an escalation of unease. My dreams, once peaceful, became restless. I found myself standing before the sealed doors of Vault B, the air around me heavy with an unseen presence. In the dream, I could hear the faint whisper of voices, a language long forgotten, echoing from within the vault. Each time I reached out to touch the door, to push it open, I would awaken, my heart pounding in my chest, my skin clammy with sweat. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to the stress of my research. But the dreams persisted, each more vivid than the last. The temple, once a place of solace, now felt oppressive, its age-old stones seeming to watch my every move. Desperation drove me to seek answers. I reached out to an old colleague, a scholar of ancient languages, who had spent years studying the esoteric practices of the region. We met in a small cafe on the outskirts of the city, a place removed from the temple's shadow. Over cups of strong coffee, I recounted my experiences, the dreams, the scroll, the inexplicable sense of dread. He listened intently, his expression grave. When I finished, he leaned back, his eyes fixed on a point beyond me. "There are things," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "that are not meant to be understood. Vault B is one of them. It's said that the vault holds more than just treasures. There are forces, remnants of a past, that should never be disturbed." Despite his warnings, my resolve hardened. I couldn't simply walk away, not when I was so close to unraveling the mystery that had consumed me. That night, I made my way to the temple, the sky a canopy of stars above. The moon cast an ethereal glow on the temple walls, lending an otherworldly beauty to the scene. The temple was deserted, an unusual quiet descending upon it. With each step, the weight of the air seemed to increase, pressing down on me, urging me to turn back. But I was driven by a compulsion I couldn't quite explain, a need to know. As I approached Vault B, a shiver ran through me. The door loomed large and ominous, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the moonlight. I hesitated, the warnings echoing in my mind. Then, steeling myself, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. In that moment, the air shifted. A low hum began to emanate from the vault, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. The sound grew, a chorus of voices rising and falling, their cadence hypnotic and terrifying. My heart raced as I stumbled back, the hum reaching a crescendo before abruptly ceasing, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Terrified, I fled, the oppressive stillness of the temple closing in around me. As I retreated to my quarters, the events of the night replayed in my mind, each moment seared into my memory. I knew then that my actions had set something in motion, something that could not be easily undone. In the days that followed, the temple seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Shadows flitted at the edge of my vision, whispers filled the air, and a sense of foreboding lingered in every corner. The locals, once warm and welcoming, now regarded me with suspicion, their eyes filled with an unspoken accusation. The climax came one night when the dreams took on a new intensity. I found myself once again before the doors of Vault B, but this time they were slightly ajar. Cold air poured from the opening, carrying with it the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. The voices, now clearer than ever, beckoned me forward. As I stepped toward the vault, a figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and indistinct. It raised a hand, a silent command that rooted me to the spot. In that moment, I understood. The vault was not merely a repository of treasures, but a prison, holding within it forces that defied comprehension. The curse was real, a sentinel against the folly of man, and I had dared to challenge it. When I awoke, I knew I had to leave. My research had become an obsession, one that threatened to consume me whole. I packed my belongings, my departure marked by a haunting sense of unfinished business. The temple would continue to stand, a monument to the mysteries of the past, and Vault B would remain sealed, its secrets intact. But even now, thousands of miles away, the memories linger. The smell of incense, the feel of the cold metal beneath my fingers, the whisper of voices in the night, they are etched into my mind, a reminder of the line between curiosity and madness. I find myself wondering if one day someone else will stand where I once did, driven by the same insatiable need to know. I shudder at the thought, hoping they will heed the warnings that I so foolishly ignored. The vault, with its dark promises and ancient curse, remains a testament to the dangers of seeking that which is best left undisturbed. The lingering fear stays with me, a shadow that refuses to dissipate, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. As I write these words, I feel the weight of the temple's secrets pressing down on my soul, a testament to the timeless power of the past. The secrets of the Padmanabhaswamy temple, I realize, will continue to haunt those who dare to seek them, forever bound in a web of history, myth, and the unknown. The sun was setting over the ancient city of Thiruvananthapuram, casting a warm golden glow over the intricate spires of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. I had always found a peculiar comfort in this temple, with its grand corridors and the enigmatic aura that seemed to whisper secrets from times long past. As an archaeologist with a fascination for South Indian temples, I had come here under the guise of conducting research for a scholarly article. The temple, however, held deeper mysteries that had called to me for reasons I could not fully articulate. I was particularly drawn to the legend of the temple's secret vaults. There were 6 vaults, 5 of which had been opened over the years to reveal unimaginable treasures. The 6th vault, however, remained sealed, protected by rumors of curses and divine retribution against those who dared to disturb its sanctity. Locals spoke of it with hushed reverence, calling it Vault B, and claimed that it was guarded by supernatural entities. My curiosity had long been piqued, and the archaeologist in me struggled with the tension between scientific inquiry and the respect for cultural beliefs. During my initial days at the temple, I adhered strictly to my research schedule, studying the temple's architecture, its historical significance, and the stories enshrined within its aged walls. Each day, I would lose myself in these pursuits, the soft chants of the temple priests providing a background score to my explorations. There was an undeniable peace in these routines, a reassuring normalcy that cocooned me from the world outside. One evening, after a particularly engaging discussion with one of the temple historians about the significance of the serpents depicted in the temple carvings, I decided to take a solitary walk along the temple's perimeter. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the distant hum of evening prayers. It was then that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though the temple itself had taken a deep breath. I paused, looking around, but saw nothing amiss. Yet, a sense of being watched settled over me, an unsettling tingle that traced its fingers down my spine. Brushing off the feeling as the product of an overactive imagination, I continued my walk, but the sensation clung to me like a shadow. I had heard tales of the temple's patron deity, Vishnu, manifesting to protect the sanctity of the grounds, but I was not a superstitious man. I believed in what could be seen and studied, yet I could not shake the feeling of unseen eyes following my every move. The following days were filled with similar disturbances, objects slightly out of place, drafts of cold air where there should be none, whispers at the edge of my hearing. The logical part of my mind sought explanations. Perhaps I was simply exhausted, or perhaps the stories I had heard were playing on my psyche. Nevertheless, the rationalizations did little to quell the growing unease. It was during one of these unsettling moments that I met Rajan, an elderly temple caretaker who had worked at the temple for over 50 years. His eyes, deep set and wise, seemed to hold the temple's secrets. We spoke of many things, of history, of devotion, and eventually of Vault B. Rajan, with a knowing smile, told me that the vault was protected by more than just its physical locks. He spoke of guardians, not the kind that could be seen, but those that existed beyond human perception. In the days that followed, my resolve to understand the mysteries of Vault B grew stronger. It was no longer just academic curiosity. It had become a need, a compulsion that gnawed at me. I delved deeper into the temple records, seeking any mention of the vault and its contents. My nights were consumed with dreams that were vivid and strange, filled with shadows that moved with purpose, and voices that spoke in languages forgotten by time. The temple, once a place of comfort, now seemed a living entity, watchful and enigmatic. The disturbances became more pronounced, and I found myself questioning my own sanity. Was it possible that something ancient and powerful was indeed watching over the vault, as Rajan had suggested? I wrestled with these thoughts as I continued my work, drawn ever closer to the forbidden vault. One night, unable to sleep, I wandered the temple grounds, the cool air a balm for my troubled mind. The moonlight cast eerie shadows on the temple walls, and I felt a pull toward the eastern corridor, the path that led to Vault B. Before I realized it, I was standing before the massive doors that had remained sealed for centuries. The air here was different, thicker, charged with a palpable energy that seemed to hum beneath the surface. As I stood there, I heard a sound, a deep rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. It was as though the temple itself was speaking, urging me to listen. Against my better judgment, I pressed my ear to the cold stone, and the sound grew louder, more insistent. It was not a voice, not exactly, but a presence, an awareness that seeped into my consciousness. A sudden flash of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a shadow detach itself from the wall, coalescing into a form that defied description. It was as if the darkness itself had taken shape, an entity that flickered at the edges of my vision. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took a step back, unsure whether to flee or remain. The shadow moved, its form shifting with each step it took toward me. I should have been terrified, yet there was a strange calm that settled over me, as if I had been expecting this encounter all along. The entity paused a few feet away, its presence enveloping me in a cocoon of silence. "You seek what is forbidden," a voice echoed within my mind, resonant and ancient. It was neither threatening nor welcoming, merely a statement of fact. I nodded, unsure of how to respond. The entity seemed to understand my hesitation, its form wavering like smoke caught in a breeze. "Knowledge comes at a price," it continued, and I felt a weight settle upon my shoulders, a sense of inevitability that I could not shake. "You must be prepared to accept what you find." With that, the entity dissolved into the shadows once more, leaving me alone with the silence and the unyielding doors of Vault B. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the words echoing in my mind. It was a warning, I realized, but also an invitation, a challenge to uncover the truth that lay beyond the doors. The following days were a blur. My work at the temple continued, but my mind was consumed by the encounter. I kept my distance from the vault, yet I felt its presence, a constant whisper at the edge of my thoughts. The disturbances that had plagued me subsided, replaced by an uneasy peace that was somehow more unsettling. Rajan noticed the change in me, and one evening, as we sat together beneath the banyan tree, he spoke of the temple's history, of the kings and priests who had devoted their lives to its protection. He told me of the vaults and their guardians, and of the balance that must be maintained between the seen and unseen. "You have been chosen," he said, his words both comforting and ominous. "What you seek is not just treasure, but understanding. The temple knows its own, and it has called to you." His words lingered with me long after our conversation ended. I understood then that my quest was not just about opening a vault, but about confronting the mysteries that lay within my own soul. The entity's warning echoed in my mind, a reminder of the price of knowledge. It was only a week later that I found myself once again standing before the doors of Vault B. This time, there was no hesitation, only a quiet resolve. I had prepared myself for this moment, accepting the risks and the uncertainties. The temple was silent, its shadows lengthening in the fading light. As I reached for the lock, a tremor ran through the stone, and I felt the presence of the entity once more. This time, it was not a shadow, but a force that surrounded me, a warmth that seeped into my bones. The doors opened with a sound like the sigh of 1,000 winds, revealing a darkness that seemed to stretch into infinity. I stepped forward, drawn into the void by an unseen hand. The air was cool and still, and as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. The guardians, beings of light and shadow, their forms shifting in the half-light. They watched me with an intensity that was both unnerving and comforting, their voices a symphony of whispers. "You have come," they said in unison, their words resonating within me. "The knowledge you seek is yours, but remember, with understanding comes responsibility." As the words faded, the vault transformed around me, revealing a space not filled with gold or jewels, but with visions of the past, the present, and what could be. It was a library of time itself, a repository of the universe's secrets, and I was its newest custodian. I stood there, awed and humbled, as the guardians faded into the ether, leaving me with the weight of their charge. I understood now that the true treasure of Vault B was not material, but the power to see beyond the veil of reality, to glimpse the threads that wove the fabric of existence. I emerged from the vault as the first light of dawn touched the temple spires, a new understanding etched into my soul. The temple, once a place of mystery, had become a part of me, its secrets intertwined with my own. Yet, as I resumed my work and returned to the routines that had once defined my days, I could not shake the lingering fear that accompanied my newfound knowledge. The world seemed different, its shadows darker, its light more fleeting. I had seen beyond the veil, and while it had gifted me with insight, it had also left me with a burden, a responsibility to guard the knowledge and to ensure that it was used wisely. Each day, as I walked the temple grounds, the presence of the guardians a constant reminder of my pact, I knew that I was not alone. The unseen entities watched over me, guiding and protecting, as they had done for centuries. The temple had chosen me, and in return, I had become its custodian, a keeper of secrets that transcended time and space. The fear remained, a quiet whisper that shadowed my steps, but it was a fear tempered by purpose. For in the heart of that ancient temple, amidst the echoes of its past, and the promise of its future. I had found my place, a part of a story that would continue long after I was gone. And so, I remained, a guardian of the secrets that lay within the Padmanabhaswamy temple, forever intertwined with its mysteries, and forever watchful of the unseen beings that dwelled in its sacred halls. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon when I first cast my eyes upon the ancient tower. It stood solemn and silent, a sentinel from a forgotten era, its silhouette a stark contrast against the dusky sky. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting nervously whenever the subject arose. To them, the tower was a relic, a cursed relic, best left undisturbed. But to me, a historian with an insatiable curiosity, it represented a puzzle that begged to be solved. My arrival in the village had been met with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I rented a modest room in a quaint inn, and each evening, as I sipped tea by the fireplace, I would listen to the whispers, the legends of the tower, tales of disappearances, and the occasional ghost sighting. The more I heard, the more determined I became to explore. It wasn't long before I found myself at the base of the tower. The entrance was not barred, no rusted chains or weathered boards to deter the curious. Instead, it seemed that the tower relied on its own aura of foreboding to keep people at bay. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of those warnings pressing upon me, but my resolve held firm. With a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The air within the tower was cool and stale, carrying with it a faint, earthy scent. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light that filtered through narrow, slit-like windows. The interior was, as I had expected, ancient stone walls, a spiral staircase winding upward, and multiple dark chambers whose contents were obscured by shadows. It was in one of these chambers that I first sensed the disturbance. At first, it was just a whisper, barely there, a soft susurrus that seemed to slither through the air. I paused, straining to catch the words, but they were indistinct, a language lost to time. Shaking off a shiver, I continued my exploration, chalking it up to the wind, or perhaps my mind playing tricks in this eerie setting. As the days turned into weeks, I made the tower my project. Each day brought new discoveries, ancient markings etched into the stone, strange artifacts that defied explanation, and those whispers, persistent and growing ever clearer. I began to feel a connection to the place, as if it were speaking directly to me, revealing secrets meant only for my ears. But as the days wore on, the whispers became more insistent, and with them came dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams. I found myself wandering the tower in my sleep, guided by unseen hands, drawn to parts of the structure I had not yet explored. The waking hours became a blur, my mind consumed by thoughts of the tower, its history, its mysteries. It was during one of these restless nights that the dream took a darker turn. I found myself in a chamber I had never seen before, the air thick with a palpable dread. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small black stone. It pulsed with an unnatural light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I reached out, compelled by an urge I could not resist, and as my fingers closed around the stone, I felt a jolt, like a bolt of lightning shooting through my veins. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The stone was gone, but its presence lingered, an indelible mark on my consciousness. I knew I had to find that chamber, to see if it existed outside my dreams, to prove to myself that I was not losing my mind. The next morning, I ascended the tower with renewed vigor, my steps echoing in the silence. I scoured each chamber, searching for any hint of the room from my dreams. It was then, as I stumbled into yet another nondescript chamber, that I found it. The very pedestal, now empty, surrounded by the same oppressive aura I had felt in my sleep. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. The tower was no longer just a relic. It was alive, a sentient entity with its own intentions, and I had become its chosen interlocutor. With each passing day, my obsession deepened. The whispers, now more like voices, guided me, showing me hidden passageways and secret rooms filled with artifacts that defied explanation. I documented everything, filling my notebook with sketches and notes, a frantic attempt to make sense of the unfolding enigma. But as the tower revealed more of its secrets, a darker presence began to make itself known. At first, it manifested as a feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Then came shadows that moved when they should not, flickering at the edge of my vision. I tried to convince myself it was just the play of light, but deep down, I knew better. The villagers noticed the change in me. They spoke of my increasingly haggard appearance, the dark circles under my eyes, the way I mumbled to myself, as if holding a conversation with unseen entities. Their concern was palpable, and yet none dared approach the tower, fearing the consequences of its wrath. One evening, as I pored over my notes, a sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging me into darkness. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of voices clamoring for attention. And then, from the shadows, emerged a figure, indistinct and yet terrifyingly real. It moved with a fluid grace, its form shifting and changing, as if it were composed of the very shadows that filled the room. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, trapped in a nightmare made flesh. The figure spoke, its voice a low, resonant hum that reverberated through my bones. It spoke of the tower's history, of the ancient rites and sacrifices that had been performed within its walls, of the power it held and the price it demanded. And as it spoke, I understood that I had crossed a threshold, that I was no longer merely a visitor, but a participant in the tower's dark narrative. It had chosen me, as it had chosen others before me, to be its recorder, its storyteller, bound to it by the knowledge I had gained. The vision faded, leaving me alone once more, the whispers receding to a soft murmur. I sat in the darkness, my mind a turbulent sea of fear and fascination. I knew I should leave, abandon my research, flee the village and never look back. But the tower's pull was stronger than ever. an irresistible force that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. The following days were a blur, a whirlwind of exploration and discovery. I delved deeper into the tower's secrets, uncovering rooms filled with relics of the past, each one a testament to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. The whispers became my constant companions, guiding me, taunting me, driving me to the brink of madness. It was during one such exploration, deep within the bowels of the tower, that I stumbled upon the final revelation, a hidden chamber, untouched by time, its walls lined with shelves of dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. In the center of the room stood an altar, upon which rested a single glowing stone, the very stone from my dreams. I approached with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest, the voices urging me on. As I reached out, the room seemed to warp, the walls closing in, the air growing thick with an oppressive energy. And then, as my fingers brushed the stone, everything changed. The chamber dissolved around me, replaced by a vision of the past, a scene of ancient rites, of hooded figures chanting in a language long forgotten, of the stone's dark power unleashed upon the world. I saw the tower as it once was, a place of worship and sacrifice, a conduit for force beyond comprehension. The vision faded, leaving me breathless and trembling, the weight of the revelation settling upon me. I understood now the true nature of the tower, its purpose, its insatiable hunger for knowledge and power, and I understood my place within it, the role I had been chosen to play. I returned to the village, my mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. The villagers avoided me now, their fear palpable, their whispers following me wherever I went. They spoke of the tower's curse, of my descent into madness, of the darkness that had claimed me. But I knew the truth, knew that I had been granted a rare gift, a glimpse into the mysteries of the ancient world. The tower had chosen me, and in doing so, had changed me forever. I spent my remaining days in feverish activity, transcribing my notes, compiling my research, ensuring that the tower's story would not be lost to time. But as the deadline for my departure approached, an unease settled over me, a gnawing fear that I could not shake. The night before I was to leave, I returned to the tower one final time. The whispers welcomed me, their tone almost mournful, as if bidding farewell. I climbed to the highest point, gazing out over the landscape, the village nestled below, the horizon stretching into infinity. As I stood there, the wind whispered through the stones, carrying with it the echoes of the past, the voices of those who had come before, each one a part of the tower's legacy. And I, too, had become a part of that legacy, my story woven into the tapestry of its history. I left the village the next day, my heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge I carried. But the tower's call remained, a constant presence in my mind, a reminder of the secrets I had uncovered, the truths I had unearthed. And though I tried to forget, to move on, the tower haunted my dreams, its whispers growing ever louder, a siren song that beckoned me back. I knew deep down that I would return, drawn once more to the ancient tower, to its dark chambers, and the chilling discovery that awaited within. I had always been fascinated by the ancient tower that loomed at the edge of town, its silhouette cutting sharply against the sky like a dagger through a veil of clouds. Locals spoke of it in hushed whispers, their voices tinged with both reverence and fear. It was a place wrapped in layers of time and mystery, a relic of an era lost to history, its origins obscured by the passage of centuries. To me, it was not merely a structure of stone and wood. It was an enigma waiting to be unraveled. I first saw the tower when I was a child, peeking through the back seat window of my parents' car as we drove past it on our way to the countryside. Even then, its darkened spire seemed to beckon, promising secrets within its walls. As I grew older, my curiosity deepened into an obsession, drawing me closer each year until the day I finally stood at its base, my heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and dread. The entrance was unassuming, a simple wooden door, weathered and warped by time. It groaned on rusted hinges as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the hollow chamber like a reluctant sigh. Inside, the tower was dimly lit, the only illumination seeping in through narrow slits in the stone walls, casting slender beams of light that danced with the dusk. It smelled of aged wood and earth, a scent that seemed to hold the breath of ages. For the first few levels, the tower was devoid of any remarkable features. The rooms were empty, save for the occasional piece of broken furniture or a cobweb-laden tapestry clinging stubbornly to the walls. My footsteps were a lonely symphony in the silence, each creak and groan of the floorboards a reminder that I was alone in a place that had not welcomed visitors for many years. It was on the 4th level that the first disturbance occurred. As I entered the room, I felt a sudden chill, as if the air had thickened with an unseen presence. At first, I dismissed it as a draft, or perhaps the overactive imagination of someone who had read too many ghost stories. But then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from the walls. It was a soft sound, almost like a heartbeat, yet unmistakably deliberate. I stood frozen, straining to locate the source. The tapping continued, growing more insistent, as if it were calling to me. I followed it to the far side of the room where an old tapestry hung, a scene of a stormy sea with waves crashing against jagged rocks. As I reached out to touch it, the tapping ceased, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Beneath the tapestry, I discovered a narrow opening, just wide enough to slip through. Beyond lay a staircase spiraling upwards, its steps carved from stone, each worn smooth by countless feet that had tread upon them long before mine. I hesitated only briefly before beginning my ascent, each step taking me further into the tower's depths. With each floor, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. Shadows clung to every corner, shifting and twisting with a life of their own. I could feel a presence lurking within them, watching me with eyes unseen. It was an unnerving sensation that set my heart racing, yet I was compelled to continue. It was on the 7th floor that I encountered the mysterious guide, an old man with a stooped back and a face etched with time. He appeared without warning, stepping from the shadows as if he had been waiting for me. "You seek the heart of the tower," he said, his voice a low rumble that resonated through the chamber. "But beware, for the path is fraught with peril." I nodded, too captivated to respond verbally. His eyes were like pools of ink, deep and unfathomable, drawing me in with their intensity. He gestured for me to follow and led me down a corridor I had not noticed before. As we walked, he spoke in cryptic phrases, his words weaving a narrative of the tower's history. It was a tale of power and ambition, of those who had attempted to harness the tower's secrets, only to be consumed by them. He warned of the supernatural entities that dwelt within, beings that twisted fate and bent time to their will. The corridor ended at a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. The old man paused, his expression grave. "Beyond this door lies the chamber that holds the tower's true secret," he said. "Once you enter, there is no turning back." With a nod of understanding, I steeled myself and pushed the door open. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in a haze of shadows. The walls were lined with shelves, each crammed with ancient tomes and peculiar artifacts, whose purposes defied explanation. At the center of the room was a large circular pool, its surface impossibly still, filled not with water, but with a crimson liquid that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. The air was thick with an oppressive energy that pressed against my skin, a palpable reminder that I had stepped into a realm that defied the natural order. I approached the pool cautiously, its surface reflecting my image back at me, distorted by ripples that should not have been there. It was then that I felt it, a whispering at the edge of my consciousness, a voice not my own, threading its way through my thoughts. It spoke in a language I did not understand, yet its meaning was clear. It offered me knowledge and power beyond my wildest dreams, the promise of secrets long forgotten. But as the voice grew louder, so too did a sense of foreboding. Images flashed before my eyes, those who had come before me, their eyes filled with terror as they realized too late the true cost of their desires. I could see them trapped within the pool, their souls bound to its depths, forever seeking an escape that would never come. I stumbled back, the vision fading as the old man placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. His presence was a tether, anchoring me to reality, reminding me of the choice that lay before me. "The tower tests all who seek its secrets," he said quietly. "It offers much, but takes more." I knew then that the choice was mine alone, to succumb to the lure of the tower's power, or to turn away, preserving my soul from eternal damnation. The weight of the decision bore down on me, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush my resolve. In that moment, I understood the nature of the tower's allure. It was not the power or knowledge it offered, but the temptation of the unknown, the seductive pull of secrets hidden just beyond reach. And with that understanding came clarity. I stepped back from the pool, shaking my head. The room felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from its ancient stones. The old man nodded, a faint smile creasing his weathered face. "You have chosen wisely," he said, his voice echoing with a strange mix of relief and admiration. "Few ever do." With that, he turned and began walking back towards the door, leaving me to follow. As we descended the spiral staircase, the oppressive atmosphere began to fade, replaced by the familiar scent of aged wood and earth. By the time we reached the ground floor, the tower felt almost ordinary, its mysteries hidden once more behind a veneer of normalcy. The old man paused at the entrance, looking back at me with an expression I could not quite decipher. "The tower will always be here," he said. "Should you ever seek its secrets again, it will welcome you home." I nodded, understanding that the tower's allure would never truly fade. It would remain a part of me, a whisper at the edge of my mind, tempting me to return. But for now, I had made my choice, and with that choice came peace. As I stepped out into the light of day, the sun warm on my skin, I felt a sense of liberation. The tower was behind me, its silhouette stark against the sky, a reminder of the path I had chosen not to take. But deep down, I knew the fear would linger, a shadow at the back of my mind, whispering of what might have been, of the secrets that remained hidden within the tower's ancient walls. The North Atlantic Ocean has always been a place of mystery and danger, an endless expanse of cold, turbulent waters that have swallowed countless ships and claimed the lives of their crews. It was on this vast and merciless sea that I found myself drawn toward an inexplicable destiny. For years, I had sailed these waters, chasing the stories of strange occurrences and hidden secrets that whispered through the fog. My name is Marcus Hill, a seasoned sailor turned investigator of the unknown, and it was on one particularly bleak voyage that I stumbled upon the enigma of the ancient tower. The journey began as any other, the rhythmic slapping of waves against the hull, the wind carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. My ship, the Solstice, a sturdy vessel that had weathered many storms, was my constant companion. The crew consisted of only 3, including myself, a lean but able trio with a taste for the unexplainable. My companions, James and Eleanor, shared in my fascination for the ocean's secrets, their eyes perpetually gleaming with the thrill of discovery. Our departure was uneventful, the sky a rolling gray as we left the harbor behind, destined for a region few dared to navigate. Rumors had reached us of a strange structure rising from the water, glimpsed only in the first light of dawn, before vanishing with the morning fog. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it a ghostly relic from a time before recorded history, a place best left undisturbed. These tales naturally piqued my curiosity and set the course for our fateful expedition. The journey into the heart of the North Atlantic was one of routine, our days filled with the monotony of nautical life, scanning the horizon for something out of the ordinary. I had not anticipated how quickly the monotony would shatter. It was early on the 3rd day when we saw it, a silhouette against the dim light of dawn, a tower, impossibly ancient, jutting from the sea like a defiant monolith. The structure was unlike anything we had ever seen, comprised of what appeared to be blackened stone, slick with algae and the passage of time. It rose straight from the depths, untouched by human hands, its sides carved with symbols that defied comprehension. From the deck of the Solstice, it looked both solid and spectral, as if it existed only in the boundaries of our perception. We approached with caution, each of us drawn by a compulsion that defied logic. James, whose skepticism usually anchored our more imaginative tendencies, was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the tower with a mixture of awe and dread. Eleanor, ever the fearless explorer, was already preparing the dinghy to take us closer. It was as if the tower had cast a spell over us, weaving an invisible web that pulled us inexorably toward its secrets. Once we had secured the Solstice, we set out in the small boat, the water eerily still around us. The closer we got, the more the tower loomed, its presence growing oppressive and vast. The air felt different here, charged with something indefinable, as if we had crossed into another realm. My heart pounded in my chest with an unfamiliar rhythm, a blend of anticipation and foreboding. Stepping onto the tower's base was like crossing a threshold into another world. The surface was surprisingly smooth, worn by ages of relentless waves. Those cryptic symbols lined the walls, undulating and twisting in patterns that made my head spin if I stared too long. They seemed to pulse with an internal light, a soft glow that was more felt than seen. We walked in silence, the only sounds the slap of water against stone and our own hesitant footsteps. With each step, I felt a growing certainty that we were not alone. A presence lingered here, unseen but palpable, watching our every move. It was this sense of being observed that first unsettled James, his initial fascination with the tower giving way to a mounting unease. As we explored, a chilling wind swept up from the depths, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to echo from the very stones beneath us. Eleanor paused, her head tilted as if listening to words only she could hear. "Can you feel it?" she asked, her voice a low murmur that barely rose above the whispering wind. James and I exchanged a glance, both aware that something was indeed calling out to us, an ancient voice that spoke in riddles. The tower was a labyrinth, its passages twisting and turning, leading us ever deeper into its heart. It was as if the structure itself was alive, shifting to confound our senses, making each turn a disorienting journey. The air grew colder the further we ventured, our breath visible in the dim glow of those accursed symbols. Then, the first real disturbance occurred. Eleanor, who had been leading, suddenly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. We followed her gaze to see a figure standing just ahead, a silhouette more shadow than form. It was featureless, yet there was an undeniable intelligence behind its presence. The figure made no move, simply observing us with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "What is it?" James whispered, though none of us had an answer. The figure remained, still as the stone itself, until we dared to take a step forward. With that, it vanished, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. Eleanor shook her head, trying to dispel the vision, but the encounter had left its mark, a seed of fear taking root in our minds. As we pressed on, the atmosphere grew heavier, an oppressive weight that fouled the air and made each breath a labor. The passage narrowed, forcing us to walk single file, the walls seeming to close in around us. The whispering had grown louder, a constant susurration that filled the space and wormed its way into our minds. It was as if the tower was speaking to us, its language a cacophony of despair and longing. James, ever the pragmatist, began to falter, his resolve crumbling under the relentless assault on his senses. "We need to leave," he insisted, his voice strained and raw. But there was nowhere to go. The path forward our only option. I too felt the crushing weight of the tower's influence, its call now a siren song that beckoned me onward. At last, we emerged into a vast chamber, the heart of the tower. It was here that the symbols converged, spiraling into a dizzying vortex at the center of the floor. The walls were alive with light, the glow pulsating in time with some unseen force. The chamber was both magnificent and terrifying, a place of power and revelation that defied comprehension. We stood transfixed, the weight of our journey culminating in this moment. The air thrummed with energy, a living current that connected us to the tower's ancient consciousness. It was in that instant that I understood. The tower was not merely a structure, but a sentinel, a guardian of secrets long forgotten by the world. The climax of our encounter came without warning. The whispering rose to a crescendo, a symphony of voices that filled the chamber with a deafening roar. Eleanor gasped, clutching her head as if to ward off the cacophony. James stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror, as the vortex at our feet began to spin, a maelstrom of light and shadow. In that moment, I felt the tower reach out to us, its intentions unfathomable. It was not malice that drove it, but a desperate need to be understood, to share its ancient wisdom. I reached out, compelled by a force greater than myself, and in doing so, touched the edge of that swirling vortex. The world exploded into light, a blinding brilliance that consumed everything. I was weightless, adrift in a sea of time and memory, images flashing before me with dizzying speed. I glimpsed civilizations rising and falling, their stories etched into the fabric of the universe. And then, just as abruptly, it was over, the light fading to reveal the chamber once more. We stood in silence, the echoes of that blinding vision lingering in our minds. The tower's whisper had faded, replaced by a profound stillness that settled over us like a shroud. It was Eleanor who spoke first, her voice barely above a whisper. "We should leave. I don't think we were meant to see this." With great reluctance, we retraced our steps, the oppressive weight lifting as we moved away from the tower's heart. The journey back to the solstice was a blur, our minds reeling from the experience. As we pushed off from the tower, I glanced back to see its silhouette against the rising sun, its mysteries hidden once more beneath the veil of fog. The voyage home was a somber one, the thrill of discovery overshadowed by the memories of what we had encountered. James remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, while Eleanor and I exchanged few words. each of us grappling with the implications of our journey. Though we returned to civilization, the tower's influence lingered, a shadow that followed me long after the voyage had ended. In quiet moments, I could still hear its whisper, a reminder of the secrets it held and the knowledge just beyond my grasp. The North Atlantic had claimed another piece of my soul, its mysteries woven into the very fabric of my being. I often wonder what might have been had we stayed longer, had we dared to delve deeper into the tower's enigma. But such thoughts are fleeting, quickly dispelled by the chill of reality. The ancient tower remains, its presence eternal and immutable, a guardian of secrets that will long outlast the fleeting curiosity of men. And so, the memory of that voyage haunts me still, a lingering fear that whispers in the dead of night, calling me back to the edge of the world where the sea and sky meet in a dance of eternal mystery. Yet I know in my heart that some secrets are meant to remain hidden, their truths too vast and terrible for the human mind to bear. And so, I let the tower rest, its ancient vigil unbroken, while I carry its shadow in the quiet recesses of my soul. I had always appreciated the quiet predictability of my life in our little Russian apartment complex. Nestled discreetly at the edge of town, it was the kind of place where the walls carried whispers of decades past, where creaky floors told stories of the lives that had trod upon their worn surfaces. My daily rituals, though monotonous to some, were comforting to me. Watching as the sun filtered through my small west-facing window, painting silent pictures on my kitchen floor, listening to the gentle hum of the world outside, and occasionally exchanging nods with neighbors who seemed as content with their routines as I was with mine. Yet, normalcy, as I later discovered, is fragile. It was a Tuesday when the first disturbance occurred. I had returned from my evening walk around the complex, my mind still replaying the rhythm of my steps on the gravel path, when I noticed the door to my apartment sticking in an unusual way. It was as if the wood had swelled considerably overnight, protesting when I pushed it open. I dismissed it as part of the building's quirks, its old bones settling further into the earth. Inside, the air held a strange tension, a taut expectancy that I could not quite place. My cat, Mishka, typically a reclusive creature himself, skirted around my legs, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by an unusual clinginess. He had taken to watching the entryway with unblinking eyes, a low, constant growl rumbling from his throat whenever there was movement from the hall beyond. I chalked it up to a cat's hypersensitivity to the mundane and settled into my evening routine, though the sense of unease lingered, like the aftertaste of a bitter meal. The following day, the situation escalated. I awoke to the sound of heavy objects being dragged across the floor above me, an echoing scrape that tugged me from a restless sleep. My upstairs neighbors, the Kovalenkos, were an elderly couple who rarely moved their furniture. Concerned, I trudged up the stairs, knocking gently on their door. There was no answer, only the faint sound of something being clawed or scratched. Returning to my apartment, I noticed something strange about the hallways. The usual ambient noises, the hum of conversations, the distant laughter of children, were conspicuously absent. An unnatural silence shrouded the building, each apartment door shut tight, as if the inhabitants were collectively holding their breath. I felt a shiver creep up my spine, the growing awareness that something was distinctly wrong. As days turned into a week, the atmosphere inside our complex began shifting palpably. At night, the noises grew stranger, more unnerving. Muffled thumps and a distant, unsettling scraping sound echoed through the walls. I found myself habitually checking the locks, ensuring my windows were tightly shut each evening as Mishka continued his vigil by the door, his growl now a familiar part of the nocturnal soundscape. The climax of this peculiar episode came one stormy night. I was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream that seemed to resonate from every corner of the building. It was raw, primal, filled with an indescribable terror. I leapt from bed, heart pounding, instinctively grabbing my phone. As I fumbled to dial for help, the lights flickered ominously before plunging into darkness, my apartment swallowed by the shadows of the storm. I stood frozen for what felt like hours, listening intently, my breath held as if releasing it would draw unwanted attention. The scream had subsided into a haunting silence, one that wrapped around me like an oppressive fog. I could hear Mishka hissing at the door, his fur bristled with fear. Mustering courage, I moved cautiously toward the window, peering out through the rain-streaked glass into the building's courtyard. The scene outside was surreal. Flickers of lightning illuminated fleeting glimpses of what seemed like a figure moving erratically in the shadows, its form indistinct, as if cloaked by the storm itself. The rain whipped sideways, reducing visibility to mere shapes and silhouettes. Yet I could sense its presence, something neither animal nor human, yet invoking an innate dread that twisted my insides. It was then that I understood. We were not locked inside with something dangerous. No, it was outside, lurking, prowling amidst the storm, its intentions as opaque as the darkness it inhabited. The building was our reluctant refuge, the thin walls our only shield against whatever unseen entity prowled beyond. When morning came, the storm had passed, leaving a tangible stillness in its wake. The complex was unnaturally hushed, a collective silence shared by neighbors who avoided each other's eyes as they hurried past in the hall. I ventured to speak with Yuri, our building's handyman, hoping to glean some insight or perhaps reassurance that my imagination had simply gotten the better of me. "I don't know what's going on," Yuri admitted, his face drawn with sleeplessness. His eyes darted nervously towards the windows, as if expecting to see something peering back. "Strange things have been happening. People say they've seen something out there, moving in the shadows." His words offered no comfort, only confirmation of what I feared. As dusk fell once more, the tension ratcheted up to an almost unbearable degree. Locking the door felt like an inadequate measure, a futile gesture against a threat that was palpably real, yet maddeningly intangible. Unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window again, Mishka by my side, his constant low growl a soundtrack to the night's silence. I watched, waiting for the first sign of movement, for whatever it was to reveal itself. Hours passed, the world outside obscured by the suffocating embrace of darkness. Then, As if on cue, the figure appeared once more. It moved with an erratic grace, slipping between the shadows with unsettling ease. It paused occasionally, as though sensing my gaze, turning its indistinct form toward my window. And though I could see no eyes, I felt its awareness. The connection was electric, a charge that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I should have felt safe behind my walls, locked away from the danger outside. Yet the knowledge of its presence was a whispering menace, creeping into the edges of my consciousness. I could not look away, trapped in a morbid fascination with whatever it was that held us captive within our own homes. We were prisoners of our own refuge, the unseen creature outside dictating our lives through fear and uncertainty. Each night became a vigil, a test of endurance as we waited for the thing to move on, to release us from its shadowed grip. But it lingered, a permanent stain on our once serene existence, an enigma that defied understanding. As the days wore on, the thought that it might never leave, that it might forever haunt the perimeter of our lives, settled heavily upon me. I found myself scanning the headlines, searching for any mention of our peculiar plight, but there was nothing. Whatever haunted us was our own secret, a silent nightmare we bore alone. And so, life continued under this oppressive veil. The world outside our complex carried on, unaware of the quiet terror that had taken root within our walls. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that we were forever changed, that the unseen creature with its inscrutable watch had left a mark upon us, an indelible scar that would never fade. Each night, as darkness fell and the shadows crept once more, I would sit beside the window, Mishka at my side, waiting with breathless anticipation for a resolution that never came. The lingering fear was our new normal, an unwelcome companion that clung to us like a shadow, whispering its presence in the stillness of the night. Please let me out, I found myself thinking, though I knew better than to voice the thought. For outside, something listened, something waited, something whose intentions remained shrouded in the enigma of its existence. The incident began quietly, almost imperceptibly, like the distant rattle of thunder on a clear day. Our apartment building stood like a stoic monolith on the outskirts of a city that thrived on chaos and constant movement. The residents lived their lives with a sense of detached camaraderie. We exchanged polite nods in the elevator, shared muffled greetings in the hallways. But mostly, we kept to ourselves, each apartment a sealed vault of personal history and routine. My apartment was on the 5th floor, overlooking a small park that the city planners had mercifully spared from development. I often sat by the window, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves to punctuate my evening solitude. Life within these walls was predictable, if not slightly mundane. I took comfort in the repetitive rhythms: early morning coffee, work, dinner, and an occasional book before bed. The building was old, perhaps too old, and it groaned with the wind, its walls whispering stories of past tenants. Then, without warning, the first disturbance occurred. It began with the elevators. One morning, as I prepared for work, I waited for the usual metallic clank announcing its arrival. But it never came. Instead, the lights above the doors flickered erratically, settling on a number that didn't exist. I opted for the stairs, descending past floors lined with dingy carpet and faded wallpaper. As I reached the lobby, our building manager, a kindly but frazzled woman named Mrs. Gibbons, stood by the maintenance room, her brow furrowed with concern. "Elevators out again?" I inquired, trying to keep my tone light. Mrs. Gibbons sighed deeply. "Yes, and there seems to be more to it. Some kind of electrical issue. I've called someone, but it might take a while." I nodded, the inconvenience only a mild perturbation in my day. But as I stepped into the world outside, I felt a strange pull to look back at the building. Its windows stared back, opaque and mysterious, like silent witnesses to unseen events. Days passed, and the elevator remained inoperative. Residents grumbled, but adapted, taking the stairs with mild irritation. It was during one of these climbs that I noticed something unusual. The fifth floor was different. The lighting was dimmer, and the air felt thicker, laden with a musty scent that wasn't there before. I dismissed it as an overactive imagination or poor ventilation, but a seed of unease had been planted. The building's quirks soon escalated. Late one evening, as I sat reading, the lights flickered, plunging my apartment into a brief and unsettling darkness. When illumination returned, the clock on the wall displayed a time that made no sense. I reset it, attributing the glitch to the electrical problems Mrs. Gibbons had mentioned. Yet, the sense of normalcy was slipping, like sand through a sieve. Neighborly chatter in the hallways grew hushed, and a pervasive tension settled over us, an unspoken acknowledgement that something was off. Mrs. Gibbons posted a notice in the lobby, advising residents to report any further anomalies. Her usual cheery demeanor was replaced by a guardedness that mirrored our own growing discomfort. As the days wore on, the disturbances became more pronounced. I awoke one night to a sound that defied description, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. It was as if the building was breathing, exhaling a slow, mournful sigh. I lay still, heart pounding in the oppressive silence that followed. The next morning, the rumors began. An elderly resident had gone missing, his apartment empty, his belongings untouched. Mrs. Gibbons assured us that it was likely a misunderstanding, but her voice lacked conviction. The police were called, their formal inquiries echoing through the corridors like a portentous refrain. It was then that the quarantine was imposed. We were instructed to remain in our apartments, a precautionary measure, they said, due to a potential health hazard. Confined within our walls, the building's atmosphere grew dense with unspoken fear. The normalcy of our lives had been irrevocably altered, boundaries imposed by an unseen menace. From my window, I watched the park, now fenced off and desolate, a stark contrast to the vibrancy it once held. We were isolated, cut off from the world beyond, our only connection. The sporadic updates from Mrs. Gibbons, delivered through slips of paper, slid beneath our doors. We were told to remain calm, to trust that the situation was being handled. But trust was a fragile thing, easily eroded by uncertainty. The building seemed to pulsate with an energy of its own, a malevolent awareness that kept us on edge. Neighbors we barely knew became specters, their presence a reminder of our shared predicament. Occasionally, we would hear footsteps in the hall, shadows passing beneath the threshold, and the inevitable creak of doors closing, each sound a reminder that we were not alone in our unease. Time lost its meaning. Days blurred into nights, and the rhythm of life within the building took on a surreal quality. I found myself drawn to the window, gazing at the park, yearning for the freedom it symbolized. But even as I longed for escape, I couldn't shake the feeling that the outside world was no longer the haven it once seemed. The climax came without warning. It was a night like any other, the oppressive stillness of the apartment, occasionally disrupted by the hum that now seemed to permeate every corner. I lay awake, my mind a turbulent sea of thoughts, when the silence was shattered by a cacophony of noise, shouts, the crash of glass, and a deep, resonant groan that reverberated through the building like a death knell. I leapt from my bed, heart hammering, and rushed to the door. The hallway was a tableau of chaos. A group of residents stood clustered, their faces masks of fear and confusion. From the end of the corridor, I could see Mrs. Gibbons, her hands raised in a futile attempt to restore order. Her voice, usually a beacon of reassurance, was lost amidst the clamor. "What's happening?" I called, my voice joining the discordant chorus. One of the residents, a young man from the floor below, turned, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "The walls," he said, his voice a choked whisper. "Something's in the walls." I felt a chill wash over me, a cold dread that settled in my bones. The building seemed alive, a living organism enveloping us in its dark embrace. The lights flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced mockingly across the walls. Suddenly, the groaning intensified, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air we breathed. I backed away, instinct driving me toward the safety of my apartment. As I retreated, I glanced back, seeing Mrs. Gibbons standing her ground, her expression unreadable, as if resigned to some inevitable fate. I shut the door behind me, the noise outside muffled but persistent. My heart raced, muscles taut with the instinct to flee, yet there was nowhere to run. The building held us captive, its walls a confining labyrinth. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening, straining to catch any hint of what lay beyond the concrete barrier. There was nothing but silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that seemed to mock our fear. As the night wore on, the noise gradually subsided, leaving in its wake a haunting stillness. I sat by the window, watching as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The park, bathed in the soft morning glow, seemed almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Eventually, the quarantine was lifted, the authorities declaring the incident resolved. But the resolution brought no solace, only more questions. Residents moved away, some seeking answers, others simply hoping to forget. The building, once a sanctuary, now felt like a mausoleum of memories, each apartment a sepulcher of lingering dread. I remained, unable to shake the feeling that the building held secrets, whispers of a truth just beyond my grasp. Days passed, yet the unease lingered, a persistent shadow that refused to be banished. The park, once a symbol of freedom, now seemed an eerie reminder of our confinement. In time, life resumed its semblance of normalcy, though the specter of the incident hung over us like a storm cloud. We spoke of it rarely, if at all, preferring to lose ourselves in the mundane rituals of daily life. But in moments of solitude, the memories resurfaced, echoing through the corridors of my mind. Even now, as I sit by the window, the rustle of leaves providing a familiar backdrop, I cannot escape the feeling that the building is watching, waiting. The walls, once silent sentinels, now seem to pulse with a life of their own. And as I gaze into the distance, I sense the unseen presence, an ever-watchful eye, a lingering fear that refuses to be forgotten. The night was encased in the kind of chill that only early winter could bring. I wrapped my coat tightly around myself as I made my way to the Parkers' home, a charming suburban house nestled in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. The leaves had long since fallen, leaving bare branches that scratched against the sky like skeletal fingers. I had been babysitting for the Parkers for a couple of months now, and each visit felt as routine as the last. They were a pleasant family. Mr. Parker, a soft-spoken accountant, and Mrs. Parker, an amiable homemaker with a warm smile. Their children, Lily and Tom, were a delight, polite, well-mannered, and obedient, traits that were increasingly rare these days. Upon my arrival, the house stood silent under the dim glow of the porch light. As I approached the door, I could see through the frosted glass panel a blur of warmth. Golden light spilling across the hallway, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. Mrs. Parker greeted me with her usual cheerfulness, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she pulled the door wide open. "Thank you for coming, Anna," she said, ushering me inside. "We shouldn't be too late tonight. There's dinner in the fridge if you get hungry, and the kids should be in bed by 9. "Of course, no problem at all," I replied, smiling at her before looking around for the kids. They were just at the foot of the stairs, peering at me with eager anticipation. "Hi, Anna," chimed Lily, a bright-eyed 7-year-old with an infectious energy that could light up the room. "Anna," echoed Tom, her 5-year-old brother, who always seemed to be in a world of his own, but with an innocence that was endearing. After a brief exchange with their parents, who departed with promises to return by midnight, I settled into the familiar routine. Dinner was uneventful, the children chattering about their day at school and the new games they'd invented on the playground. I listened, nodding and laughing in all the right places, feeling comfort in the rhythm of their voices. Bedtime arrived without fuss, and soon the house was enveloped in a quietude that was both peaceful and slightly unsettling. I found myself in the living room, curled up on the couch with a book in hand, the soft ticking of the clock, a gentle reminder of time's passage. It was around 10 o'clock when the first disturbance occurred. A faint but noticeable noise echoed from upstairs, like the creak of floorboards under a cautious step. My immediate thought was that one of the kids had gotten out of bed, perhaps to fetch a glass of water or to find a lost toy. I set the book aside and made my way up the stairs, each step deliberate and cautious. The hallway was dimly lit by the nightlight plugged into the socket, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. I peered into Tom's room first, noting how he lay undisturbed, his small form cocooned beneath the covers. Turning my attention to Lily's room, I found her similarly at peace, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her slumber. Perplexed, I retreated to the hallway, dismissing the noise as perhaps the house settling or the wind outside playing tricks on my ears. Returning to the living room, I resumed my place on the couch, though with a slight unease now sitting in the pit of my stomach. The next hour passed without incident, and I began to relax once more. However, as the clock edged towards midnight, an inexplicable stillness descended, as though the very air in the house had thickened. I felt an odd sensation, like being watched, though I was alone in the room. Brushing it off as paranoia, I was soon confronted by the sound again, soft, deliberate steps emanating from the upper floor, accompanied this time by a faint whispering that sent chills racing down my spine. Gathering my courage, I ascended the stairs once more, this time with a sense of urgency. The whispering continued, and as I reached the top, it seemed to morph into muted giggles, like a child's mischievous laugh. I followed the sound to the end of the hallway, where a door stood slightly ajar, leading into a room I had never entered before during any of my previous visits. Pushing the door open, I found myself in a small, sparsely furnished room. It was clearly a guest room, with an unremarkable bed, a dresser, and a window that overlooked the backyard. Yet, there was something distinctly off about it, a feeling that the very room was observing me. The whispering had ceased the moment I entered, leaving behind an oppressive silence. I lingered for a moment, scanning the room for any signs of the source, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As I turned to leave, a sudden draft swept through the room, chilling me to the bone. I hurriedly closed the door, retreating back to the relative safety of the hallway. Despite my attempts to return to a state of calm, I found myself on edge, every little noise magnified in the stillness of the night. At last, the Parkers returned home, dispelling the uneasy atmosphere with their presence. I exchanged pleasantries, shared the evening's uneventful highlights, and left with a polite farewell, though the feeling of unease lingered long after I had departed. In the following days, the memory of that night haunted me. The whispers, the footsteps, the inexplicable chill of the guest room. I found myself pondering over it repeatedly, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss in the Parker household. My curiosity, mingled with an irrational fear, compelled me to return the following week, eager to uncover whatever mystery lurked in the shadows. The next visit began as routinely as the last. The children were their usual lively selves, and the Parkers, as always, were gracious and welcoming. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous visit, and as the evening wore on, I found myself drawn to the guest room once more. After the children had settled into bed, I crept upstairs, each step a crescendo of anticipation and dread. The hallway was bathed in an eerie semi-darkness, the nightlight casting long, wavering shadows along the walls. Once again, I found the guest room door slightly ajar, as though inviting me to step inside. This time, as I entered, the room felt different. The air was heavy, charged with an inexplicable energy. I stood in the center, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest of sounds. Then it happened, an odd sensation, like a gentle pull, as though the very room was shifting around me. The walls seemed to close in, the ceiling pressing down with a suffocating weight. I stumbled back, dizzy, my sense of scale suddenly distorted. In that moment, the whispers resumed, weaving through the air like a sinister lullaby. I spun around, searching for the source, but there was nothing, only empty air and shadows that seemed to ripple with laughter. Panic surged through me, and I staggered out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against it, my heart pounding in my chest, struggling to regain composure. The laughter had ceased, but the sensation lingered, an uncanny feeling, as though I had been reduced, diminished somehow. I rushed to the safety of the living room, where I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hyper-awareness, the slightest creak of the house sending shivers down my spine. When the Parkers returned, I feigned normalcy, though a persistent fear gnawed at the edges of my mind. Over the following weeks, I became consumed by a need to understand what was happening within that room. Each visit was marked by a growing tension, a dance with the unknown, as I grappled with the invisible forces at play. I began to notice subtle changes in the house, objects slightly out of place, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and the sensation of being watched, an ever-present specter in my periphery. The Parkers, blissfully unaware, continued with their lives, their children carefree and innocent. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that their home harbored a secret, one that grew more sinister with each visit. The guest room, with its oppressive atmosphere, became a focal point of my obsession, a place I simultaneously feared and felt drawn to, like a moth to a flame. In one particularly vivid moment of clarity, I decided to confront the enigma head-on. Armed with resolve and a sense of purpose, I entered the guest room once more, determined to uncover the truth. As I stepped inside, the familiar sensation of vertigo washed over me, the room distorting and shifting like a living entity. For a fleeting instant, I glimpsed something, a shadowy figure, flickering at the edges of my vision, its form indistinct and ephemeral. It was as though the room itself was alive, a sentient presence that watched and waited, its intentions inscrutable. In that moment, I understood. This was a place of power, a nexus where reality frayed at the seams, and I was but a pawn in its game. The room, with its whispers and laughter, held dominion over space and time, bending the very fabric of reality to its will. I fled, my heart a frantic tattoo in my chest, the shadows seeming to mock my terror. Back in the safety of the living room, I pondered the implications of what I had seen. The shrinking curse, as I now believed it to be, was a manifestation of the room's malevolent intent, a means to draw in the curious and ensnare them in its web. Despite the fear, a part of me was exhilarated, caught in the thrall of the unknown. Each visit became a test of courage, a dance with the shadows, as I sought to understand the forces at play. The house, with its suburban charm, concealed a darkness that only I could perceive, a secret that bound me to its walls. The Parkers never suspected, their lives untouched by the sinister undercurrent that flowed beneath the surface. And so, I continued to watch over their children, my presence in their home, a testament to the strange pact I had unwittingly formed with the entity that dwelled in the guest room. Yet, as time wore on, the boundaries of reality blurred further, the whispers growing louder, the room's influence seeping into the very fabric of my being. I found solace in the paradox of my plight, a lingering fear that thrilled and terrified me in equal measure. In the end, the house remained a mystery, its secrets locked away in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the next unwary soul who dared to venture too close. And I, forever marked by my encounters, bore the weight of its legacy, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked within. Living in an unnamed town that appeared so ordinary, with its rows of quaint houses and quiet streets, one could easily be lulled into a sense of security. I was no different, having moved here for a fresh start after years of restless wandering. The town welcomed me with open arms, its inhabitants friendly, its environment serene. It seemed like the perfect place to finally settle down. My new home was a modest two-story house at the end of Maple Street. It had a charming, slightly outdated feel, with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that had seen better days. I found comfort in its imperfection, the kind only an older house could provide. As the days turned into weeks, I fell into a soothing routine, often spending my evenings by the fire with a good book, or taking leisurely walks through the town's picturesque parks. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset gave way to the deep blues of twilight, I was curled up in my favorite armchair when my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number appeared on the screen, reading simply, "Hello." I dismissed it as a wrong number and returned to my reading, thinking nothing more of it. The messages continued over the next few days, each one more cryptic than the last. They came at different times, morning, noon, and night, always from the same unknown number. They varied in length, sometimes just a single word like stop or listen, other times longer, more puzzling phrases. "The walls hear you," or "voices in the silence." Despite their oddness, I didn't feel threatened, only mildly annoyed at the persistent intrusion into my otherwise peaceful life. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon, with rain tapping gently against the window panes, that the tone of the messages shifted. "Inside your walls," it said. My eyes darted around the room, tracing the old wallpaper and the shadows it cast. Then another message arrived. "In the house with you." A chill ran down my spine. The notion that someone might be watching me from within my own home was absurd, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. For the first time, I considered contacting the authorities. But what would I tell them? That I was receiving strange text messages? I could imagine their skepticism. Determined to dismiss my rising paranoia, I conducted a thorough search of the house. Room by room, I checked every nook and cranny, even crawling into the attic and the cramped basement. There was nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there except for me. The messages continued, each one more insistent. "They can hear you," one read. Another, beneath the floorboards. My nights were now restless, filled with dreams that left a lingering sense of dread upon waking. I would lie in bed, listening to the soft creaks of the house settling, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. One night, just as I was about to drift off, my phone buzzed again. This time, the message was a string of seemingly random numbers. My curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I copied the numbers onto a piece of paper and spent the next few hours trying to decipher them. After several failed attempts, I realized they were coordinates. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I entered the coordinates into an online map. They pointed to my location, my house. A sense of urgency gripped me. I could no longer ignore the possibility that something was amiss. Delving into local history, I discovered that my house had once belonged to a reclusive inventor named Elias Gage, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances nearly a century ago. Rumors of strange experiments and unexplained phenomena swirled around him, but official records were scarce. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to explore my house once more, this time with a focus on the areas that might have been altered or hidden by Gage. My search led me to a small closet on the second floor, its back wall covered by weathered wooden planks. It seemed out of place, and my instincts urged me to investigate further. With some effort, I pried the planks loose, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. A tingling sensation coursed through me, part fear, part anticipation. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and stepped inside. The passage was cramped and dusty, the air thick with the scent of decay. As I descended, the light from my phone flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a small hidden room. In the center stood an old, dust-covered desk. On it lay a collection of papers, notes scrawled in a hurried hand, and a peculiar device that resembled a radio. As I sifted through the papers, a pattern began to emerge. They spoke of experiments with sound waves and energy fields, attempts to communicate with entities beyond our realm. My heart raced as I realized the implications. What if Elias Gage had succeeded? What if his experiments had opened a doorway to another dimension? My thoughts were interrupted by a low hum. The peculiar device on the desk had sprung to life, its dials glowing faintly. Transfixed, I watched as the hum grew into a cacophony of whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I staggered back, my mind reeling. In that moment, the world seemed to tilt, and I was caught in a whirlwind of sound and light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if pleading for release. I could feel their desperation, their longing to be heard. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me. The messages were not a threat, but a warning. The voices were trapped, unable to find peace, and they were reaching out to me, the current inhabitant of this house, to set them free. Driven by a newfound resolve, I returned to the surface, emerging from the passage with a sense of purpose. I knew what I had to do. Over the next few days, I carefully dismantled the device, piece by piece, and buried it in the garden, along with Elias Gage's notes. As the weeks passed, The messages ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the house began to lift. I could feel the change, subtle yet profound, as if the house itself had released a long-held breath. Life returned to normal, the echoes of the past fading into memory. Yet, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of how thin the veil between our world and the unknown truly was. It was a fear tempered by understanding, a respect for the mysteries that lay beyond our comprehension. Though the house was now quiet, I often found myself listening to the silence, attuned to the subtle shifts and murmurs of the old walls. I had been given a glimpse into the beyond, a fleeting connection to a world both fascinating and terrifying. It was an experience I would carry with me always, a reminder of the inexplicable forces that move through our lives, unseen and often unacknowledged. In the end, the town remained unchanged, its charm undiminished. Yet, for me, it would forever hold an aura of the uncanny, a place where the past had momentarily brushed against the present, leaving a trace in the form of whispers in the walls. As the seasons turned and life went on, I remained in my modest home at the end of Maple Street, a witness to the strange and wondrous dance between reality and the unknown. Life in rural Nebraska has always been a quiet affair. My days begin with the soft glow of dawn, kissing the endless cornfields, stretching across the horizon like a golden sea. The only sounds are the gentle rustle of the corn stalks in the breeze, and the distant rumble of a tractor somewhere far away. This is the life I chose when I moved here from the bustling chaos of the city, seeking solitude and simplicity. Little did I know, the silence would soon be broken by something far more sinister than the noise I had left behind. It started with a package, an unassuming brown envelope, worn at the edges and sealed with a single strip of clear tape, found its way into my mailbox one crisp October morning. There was no return address, only my name, scrawled in dark ink, slightly smudged, as if by damp fingers. Curiosity overrode caution, and I took it inside, laying it on the kitchen table alongside the morning's coffee. Inside the package, wrapped in layers of old newspaper, was a videotape, a relic from the past, a black VHS cassette that felt oddly heavy in my hand. The handwriting on the label simply read, "Watch me." I couldn't recall the last time I had seen a VHS tape, let alone owned a player for one. It took some rummaging through the attic to find the dusty old VCR my grandmother had given me years ago, a relic I had kept more for sentiment than utility. The tape slid into the machine with a satisfying click, and I settled onto the couch, remote in hand. As the screen flickered to life, the room filled with a low, droning static before the image sharpened. Grainy footage of a house appeared, a typical Midwestern farmhouse not unlike my own. A wraparound porch, paint peeling in quaint neglect, a swing hanging slightly crooked from a single chain. It could have been any house, anywhere. But something about it felt unsettlingly familiar. The footage cut abruptly to the interior of the house, the camera panning slowly through dim rooms, as if someone were guiding it with cautious, deliberate steps. Shadows clung to the corners like living things, and an oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. Despite the poor quality of the tape, I could make out faint whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to ebb and flow with the movement of the camera. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the tape ended. The VCR clicked off, the screen went black, and the room was silent once more. But something lingered, an unease that settled into my bones and refused to leave. Days passed, and life carried on with its usual rhythm, but the image of that house haunted my thoughts. I would find myself staring out over the cornfields, expecting to see its shadow looming on the horizon. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to me, beckoning with a promise of answers, or perhaps questions I was not ready to ask. Driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand, I decided to find the house. I spent hours poring over maps, scouring online databases, and flipping through local records. My search yielded nothing until a chance remark at the local diner, the kind of place where news travels faster than the speed of sound, led me to the old Donovan place. An abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, shrouded in stories and suspicion. The drive out to the Donovan house felt longer than it should have. The sky hung low and gray, a storm threatening on the horizon, casting the landscape in a monochrome gloom. The road narrowed as I approached, twin dirt tracks that carved a path through the fields, leading me to the house that seemed to have emerged from the very soil itself. Standing before it, I felt an odd sense of déjà vu. It was the same house from the tape, down to the last detail. The crooked swing, the peeling paint, the aura of neglect. I stepped out of the car, gravel crunching underfoot, and made my way to the porch, the wood creaking ominously with each step. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and echoes of the past. My footsteps disturbed the silence, sending faint whispers spiraling through the shadows. I moved from room to room, each one a reflection of the last, until I reached a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. Pushing it open, I found a small room, empty save for a single chair and a television set, its screen dark and unyielding. On the floor beside the chair was a box of tapes, each labeled in the same smudged handwriting as the one I had received. My fingers hovered over them briefly before selecting one at random, sliding it into the player with a sense of inevitability. The screen flickered to life once more, and this time, the footage was different. The camera was stationary, fixed on a room I recognized as the one I stood in, but the house was alive with activity. People moved in and out of view, their faces blurred and indistinct, their movements stilted and strange. As I watched, one figure paused, turning directly towards the camera, and though the face was blurred, I felt the weight of their gaze settle on me, cold and knowing. A chill ran down my spine, and I turned away from the screen, instinctively reaching for the remote. But as I did, the whispers began again, louder now, a cacophony of voices that filled the room and my mind. They spoke over one another, an indecipherable tangle of words, until one voice rose above the rest, clear and commanding. "Leave," it said, and I felt the word vibrate through me, resonating with a truth I couldn't deny. I stumbled back, the room closing in around me. The whispers grew louder, the words repeating until they were an unbearable roar. I fled, my feet carrying me out of the house and into the dull afternoon light, my heart pounding in time with the thunder that rolled across the fields. Back home, I tried to put the experience behind me, to chalk it up to nerves and an overactive imagination. But the whispers followed me, haunting the corners of my mind, persistent as the autumn wind. I couldn't escape them, and as the days wore on, they grew stronger, their voices more distinct. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a psychic medium, a woman named Eleanor, who had a reputation for uncovering the hidden and the haunted. Her presence was a balm the moment she stepped into my home, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. We sat together in my living room, the air thick with the scent of sage and the promise of revelation. Eleanor closed her eyes, her hands resting lightly on the table between us, and the room seemed to hold its breath. "The house calls to you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a place caught between worlds, a conduit for the restless and the lost." I watched her, mesmerized, as she spoke of energies and echoes, of spirits tethered to the earth by unfinished tales. She described the Donovan house as a mirror, reflecting the fears and desires of those who entered, feeding on their uncertainty and doubt. "But why me? Why now?" I asked, the questions tumbling out before I could stop them. Eleanor opened her eyes, meeting mine with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the surface. "Because you listened," she said simply. "Most ignore the call, dismiss it as mere imagination, but you opened the door." Her words settled heavily in the room, and I felt a shift within myself, a dawning realization that what I had thought was a curse might, in fact, be an invitation, an opportunity to confront the shadows I had long avoided, to bring light to the darkness that clung to the edges of my life. With Eleanor's guidance, I returned to the house. This time, I felt a sense of purpose, a determination to face whatever lay within. The air was thick with anticipation as I stepped inside, the whispers rising to meet me. But this time, they were clearer, a chorus of voices that guided my steps. In the room with the tapes, I stood before the television, the tapes laid out around me like offerings. Eleanor began to speak, her voice weaving through the whispers, a gentle counterpoint to their urgency. She called to the spirits, inviting them to share their stories, to release their hold on the house and find peace. One by one, the voices rose, each telling a tale of sorrow and regret, of moments lost and choices unmade. The air shimmered with emotion, the room alive with the weight of their collective grief. And as they spoke, I felt my own burdens lighten, the shadows within me receding in the face of their truth. The climax came with a single resounding word, a name, spoken with such clarity and force that it seemed to echo through the very fabric of the house. "Elijah," the voice said, and with it came a rush of memories, a flood of images that filled my mind. I saw a boy, young and earnest, his face alight with dreams and possibilities. I saw him wander through the house, his steps confident and sure, unseen by the others who moved through the rooms, and I saw him reach out, his hand brushing against the lens of the camera, as if seeking connection, understanding. The tape ended, the screen fading to black, and the room fell silent. The whispers were gone, their presence replaced by a profound stillness, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me, a peace that had been absent for far too long. Eleanor smiled, her eyes warm with understanding. "You have given them what they needed," she said, her voice soft with satisfaction. "And in doing so, you have found what you were seeking." As I left the house that day, the sky had cleared, the storm passing to reveal a brilliant sunset that painted the fields in hues of gold and amber. The wind whispered through the corn, a gentle reminder of the voices that had once filled my mind, but were now silent. The experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us, the stories that linger in the spaces between. Though the whispers had ceased, their impact remained, a quiet testament to the power of listening, of acknowledging what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, life in rural Nebraska continued, the days unfolding with their typical rhythm. But now, I moved through them with a newfound awareness, attuned to the subtle currents that shaped the world around me. The haunted house on the outskirts of town stood as a silent witness, its secrets laid bare, its mysteries unraveled. And as for me, I had come to understand that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. But perhaps in that lies not fear, but an invitation to explore the depths of our own existence, to embrace the unknown with open arms and an open heart. The sun had begun its descent behind the endless cornfields of eastern Nebraska, casting long shadows across the farmhouse where I had lived all my life. The house, sturdy and timeless, had seen generations come and go, its wooden beams whispering the stories of the past to those who cared to listen. As the evening light bathed the land in a golden hue, I sat on the porch, nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee, reflecting on the uneventful days that made up the tapestry of my life. It was a life marked by routine and simplicity, where each day melded seamlessly into the next. Farming was my trade, and truth be told, it was all I had ever known. The soil was rich, and the harvests were plentiful, providing for me and my family as it had for those before us. The town, a small cluster of buildings a few miles down the road, was a quiet place, its people unassuming and content in their ways. Until recently, I had never imagined anything could disrupt the tranquility of our existence. The first sign of disturbance came in the form of an old VHS tape. It was a relic from the past, one that I stumbled upon while cleaning out the attic. Covered in dust, its label was faded and illegible. Curiosity piqued, I dug out the old player, and with a sense of nostalgia, I decided to see what this forgotten piece of history might reveal. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with a grainy black and white image of the farmhouse. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the familiar outline of the property. The footage was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the wind captured by the microphone. In the video, The house looked different, older, and more imposing against the backdrop of the endless fields. There was something unsettling about the way it stood solitary and unyielding under the gray sky. I watched as the camera panned slowly, capturing the creaky swing set, the gnarled oak tree, and finally, the barn, its doors slightly ajar. The scene cut abruptly, replaced by static, before resuming with footage of a woman standing in the kitchen. She was a stranger to me, her face shadowed and indistinct. She moved with an ethereal grace, her actions deliberate and meticulous as she performed mundane tasks. What struck me most, however, was the way she seemed to pause, as if sensing the presence of the camera, her eyes gazing directly into the lens, or perhaps through it, as if she knew someone would be watching. The tape continued, progressing through various scenes around the house, each more unsettling than the last. There was something ethereal, yet profoundly disconcerting about the way the footage was shot, as if it captured not just images, but the very essence of the place in that moment. I found myself drawn in, unable to look away despite the growing unease that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The disturbance escalated when the dreams began. They were vivid and unsettling, filled with fragmented images of the woman from the tape and the house as it appeared in the footage. I saw myself wandering through the rooms, shadows shifting around me like living entities. The air was thick with an indescribable tension, and I felt as though I were being watched, every step echoed by an unseen presence. In one particularly vivid dream, I found myself standing in the kitchen, the same room where the woman had stood. The air was cold, and as I turned, I saw her again, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. She spoke, her voice a haunting whisper that seemed to resonate within my very being, though I could not comprehend the words. I awoke with a start, my heart racing, and the lingering sense of her presence haunting me long after consciousness returned. It was during this time that I sought the help of a psychic medium. Her name was Evelyn, a woman whose reputation for connecting with the unseen had drawn both skeptics and believers to her door. I approached her with trepidation, unsure of what I hoped to find, yet desperate for answers to the unease that had settled over my life like a persistent fog. Evelyn arrived one afternoon, her demeanor calm and reassuring as she stepped into the house. There was an air of tranquility about her, a quiet confidence that seemed to fill the room. She moved through the spaces with an almost reverent awareness, pausing in certain areas as if listening to an unspoken dialogue. We began with the tape, which she watched in silence, her expression unreadable. When it ended, she turned to me, a hint of concern in her eyes as she spoke. "There's a presence here," she said softly, "one that is bound to this place by memory and emotion. The footage you found has awakened something long dormant." Her words, though expected, sent a shiver down my spine. We moved through the house together, Evelyn leading the way, her hand occasionally reaching out as if to touch the very air around her. In the kitchen, she paused, her breath catching as she closed her eyes, seemingly enveloped by the atmosphere of the room. "This is where she lingers," Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible. "She is searching, reaching across the veil for something lost to her." I found myself inexplicably drawn to the same spot, an invisible force beckoning me closer. As I stood there, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over me, a profound longing that seemed to resonate from somewhere deep within the fabric of the house itself. Evelyn suggested a seance, a means of communicating with the presence that had become intertwined with my life. That night, under the pale light of the moon, we gathered in the living room, the air heavy with anticipation and an undercurrent of fear. Evelyn lit a series of candles and placed them in a circle, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. We joined hands, Evelyn's voice guiding us as she called out to the spirit, inviting it to speak. The room grew cold, the temperature dropping sharply as a chill settled over us. I felt a pressure building in my chest, an inexplicable weight that bore down upon me as if the house itself were holding its breath. The candles flickered violently, their flames sputtering as a faint whisper filled the air. It was the woman's voice, fractured and distant, yet unmistakably the same as in my dreams. She spoke in tones of desperation, her words fragmented and elusive, slipping through our grasp like grains of sand. Evelyn's eyes remained closed, her brow furrowed in concentration. "She wants you to see," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "There is something she needs you to understand." In that moment, the air became charged with energy, a palpable force that seemed to pulse within the confines of the room. I felt an overwhelming urge to move, to follow an unseen path that unfolded before me. I rose, my movements guided by an unseen hand, and made my way to the attic, Evelyn trailing silently behind. The attic was dimly lit, the single bulb casting long, eerie shadows across the stacks of forgotten memories. I felt a pull towards the far corner, where an old trunk lay half-buried beneath a pile of dusty blankets. With trembling hands, I opened it, revealing a collection of photographs and letters, yellowed with age. As I sifted through them, a story began to unfold, one of love and loss, of a family torn apart by tragedy. The woman in the tape was there, her face now clear and familiar, captured in moments of joy and sorrow. Each photograph, each letter, seemed to pulse with the weight of her emotions, the lines between past and present blurring as I delved deeper into the narrative. It was then that I understood. The woman from the tape, the presence that had haunted my dreams, and the very walls of the house, was a part of this place. Her spirit bound by a need for closure, for recognition of a life once lived and a pain never reconciled. The séance concluded with a sense of peace, the oppressive atmosphere of the house lifting as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Evelyn left the next day, her work done, though she cautioned that the presence would remain a silent witness to the passage of time. Life returned to its quiet rhythm, the days passing in a gentle current of normalcy. Yet, a part of me was forever changed by the experience, an awareness of the unseen lingering like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. The tape remained in its place in the attic, a reminder of the past that had reached out across the years to touch my life. Even now, as I sit on the porch in the fading light of the day, I find myself reflecting on the events that unfolded in the quiet corners of my home. The farmhouse, with its storied past, had become a tapestry woven with the threads of the living and the dead, a place where the boundaries between worlds had briefly blurred. I often feel the presence of the woman, a comforting shadow that lingers in the periphery of my vision. She does not intrude upon my life, but her essence is a quiet reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the known. It is a presence that brings not fear, but a profound sense of connection, a reminder that we are all part of a larger tapestry, woven together by the threads of time and memory. And so, life goes on in this quiet corner of Nebraska, the land unchanged, yet forever marked by the ghostly echoes of the past. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, I find solace in the knowledge that the story of this place continues. The voices of the past whispering through the walls, an eternal part of the land I call home. The garden behind our home was not vast, but it had always felt like a world unto itself. Nestled between the old oak trees and the persistent hum of bees that flitted from blossom to blossom, it was a sanctuary of sorts. My mother had tended it with devotion, her hands nurturing life with a gentle touch. It was a place of sunlight and shadows, a mosaic of colors that shifted with the seasons. In spring, crocuses and daffodils announced the end of winter. In summer, roses flourished amidst the green. In this familiar embrace of nature, I spent countless hours as a child, dreaming up adventures and whispering secrets to the wind. Life continued its unhurried pace until the day I discovered an old book tucked away in the attic. It was bound in faded leather, its title illegible, but the illustrations inside captivated me. Each page portrayed a hidden world, fairies, tiny and delicate, inhabiting gardens much like ours. Their presence was said to bring prosperity and protection to the land they graced. Inspired by the book, I proposed to my mother that we create our very own fairy garden. She laughed softly, a melodic sound, and agreed, seeing it as another way to nurture my imagination. We began the project with enthusiasm, selecting a corner of the garden shielded by the oak's sprawling branches. It was a patch of earth that rarely drew attention, its soil fertile and dark, promising new beginnings. Together, we planted miniature flowers, laid out pebbles for pathways, and crafted tiny houses from twigs and bark. My mother even found small decorative lanterns, their glass panes colored and enchanting. As we worked, I felt a sense of purpose, a link to the whimsical world described in that forgotten book. The first sign of something amiss came with the chill of autumn, a season that draped the garden in russet and gold. I noticed it one afternoon while I sat reading by the fairy garden. A rustle that was not the wind, a movement at the edge of my vision. I looked up, expecting to see a bird or a squirrel, but there was nothing. The garden was still, the air heavy with the scent of fallen leaves. Dismissing it as my imagination, I returned to my book. But the disturbances persisted. At night, as I lay in bed, I heard sounds carried on the breeze. a whispering that seemed to rise from the shadows of the garden. It was a faint murmur, like voices carried over a great distance. I strained to hear, but the words were elusive, slipping away before I could grasp them. I told myself it was nothing, a quirk of the house settling or the wind playing tricks. Yet, doubt lingered, a shadow at the edge of reason. With each passing day, the garden grew quieter. The bees seemed to avoid the corner where the fairy garden lay, and even the birds that had once nested in the oak's branches kept their distance. I mentioned it to my mother, but she dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand, attributing it to the changing seasons. Her assurances did little to quell the unease that curled in my stomach like smoke. The escalation was subtle, creeping in like the fog that sometimes blanketed the garden at dawn. It was the small things at first, objects in the fairy garden rearranging themselves, as if the figures had come alive while we slept. A twig house that faced east one day pointed north the next. The tiny lanterns flickered with an internal luminescence, even when unlit. My mother saw these things too, her brow furrowing with confusion. She accused me of playing tricks, but I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window overlooking the garden. The moon hung low in the sky, its light pale and ethereal. As I peered into the gloom, I saw movement, a gentle swaying rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, but the movement persisted. Shapes, indistinct and wavering, danced among the shadows. Shapes that should not have been there. Driven by curiosity and a mounting sense of dread, I ventured outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The garden was still, the silence so profound it pressed against my ears. As I approached the fairy garden, I felt a peculiar shift in the air, a tingling that crawled across my skin. I hesitated, my breath visible in the moonlight, before crouching beside the twig houses. The world seemed to hold its breath, the moment suspended in an unnatural silence. And then I heard it, the whispering. No longer distant and indistinct, it was a chorus of voices, soft and melodic, yet filled with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. They spoke in a language I could not understand, yet their tone was pleading, imploring. I strained to listen, but the more I focused, the more elusive the words became, slipping through my grasp like water through fingers. I retreated to the house, my heart pounding in my chest. Sleep was elusive, haunted by dreams of eyes watching from the darkness, of hands reaching from the earth. For the first time, the garden felt like a stranger, its familiarity tainted by an undercurrent of menace. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling around the eaves and rain lashing against the windows. I lay awake, the house creaking and groaning with each gust. I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to check on the garden. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me through the corridors to the back door. I stepped into the garden, the rain soaking through my clothes, the wind tugging at my hair. The fairy garden was eerily luminescent in the storm, the lanterns casting a ghostly glow. I approached, drawn by the whispers that rose above the din of the storm. They were louder now, clearer, a cacophony of voices entwined in a mournful lament. As I reached the fairy garden, the ground seemed to shimmer, the soil shifting and undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. Panic flared in my chest, but I could not move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond my understanding. The lanterns flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced and writhed across the ground. And then the earth opened. It was not a violent rupture, but a quiet, deliberate parting, as if the garden itself was breathing. From the depths emerged figures, small and slender, their skin the color of moonlight. They moved with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying, their eyes reflecting the storm's fury. They surrounded the garden, their presence commanding and ancient. I stood frozen, the rain mingling with tears as they began to sing. It was a song of sorrow and longing, a melody that resonated with the very essence of the garden. In that moment, I understood. They were not the benevolent creatures of fairy tales, but guardians of something older, something bound to the earth and the elements. The song grew in intensity, the air vibrating with its power. I felt it resonate in my bones, a primal call that demanded acknowledgement. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The figures retreated into the earth, the soil closing above them with a finality that echoed in the silence that followed. The storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. I stood alone in the garden, my heart heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The fairy garden remained, unchanged, and yet irrevocably different, its innocence lost beneath the veil of night. In the days that followed, the garden returned to its tranquil state, the disturbances fading like the memory of a dream. My mother and I never spoke of the incident, an unspoken agreement to bury it as deeply as the secrets of the earth. Yet the experience lingered, a shadow that haunted the edges of my mind. Even now, as I wander through the garden, I feel their presence, the guardians of the fairy garden, watching from the shadows. Their whispers are gone, but their song remains, a haunting melody that plays in the stillness, a reminder of the forces that weave through the fabric of our world. I tread carefully, respectful of their domain, knowing that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets buried beneath the surface where they belong. The garden behind our family home was a place of unusual stillness. It lay nestled like a well-guarded secret at the end of our yard, where the chaos of the world seemed an echo from a distant realm. This was where my childhood and most of my waking thoughts converged, a place where ordinary days unfurled with the predictability of familiar rituals. The early mornings were spent watching sunlight ripple through leaves like whispers in a forgotten language, while the afternoons stretched lazily beneath the shade of ancient oak trees that stood sentinel around the garden's periphery. My parents had long ago nurtured this corner of our home into a haven lush with peonies and foxgloves, their floral perfume mingling with the loamy scent of the earth. In the beginning, the garden was simply a backdrop to endless summers of discovery. It was where my younger sister, Lily, and I would play hide and seek, her laughter a bright thread woven into the fabric of the garden's quietude. We would wander through the wild tangles of ivy and ferns, concocting tales of woodland creatures and enchanted lands. It was during one such afternoon, infused with the golden haze of late June, that Lily conceived the idea of building a fairy garden. The notion was innocent enough, a patch of the garden dedicated to the fantastical beings we'd read about in storybooks. We gathered stones to mark out a tiny path, fashioned a circular ring of twigs to serve as a fairy ring, and planted miniature flowers that we thought might appeal to these whimsical visitors. Lily, with her innate creativity, spent hours crafting tiny benches from bark and leaves, while I, applying a more scientific approach, ensured that each element was balanced and aesthetically pleasing. The first disturbance came subtly, as things often do when they intend to unsettle without revealing their true nature. It started with the unmistakable sensation of being watched, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck whenever I was alone in the garden. The sensation was so fleeting and intangible that I dismissed it initially as the product of an overactive imagination. But it persisted, lurking at the edges of my consciousness like an unwanted shadow. Lily, perceptive as ever, noticed my discomfort. "The fairies are watching us," she declared one day, her words a peculiar blend of delight and seriousness. I laughed it off, attributing her remark to the playful fantasies of a child. Yet deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about our fairy garden was subtly amiss. The next few weeks unfolded with an uneasy escalation. Strange occurrences began to mar the tranquility of the garden. It started with the inexplicable movement of objects. The tiny benches would shift positions overnight, and the ring of twigs we'd carefully laid out seemed to rearrange itself without interference. I rationalized these oddities, perhaps the wind, perhaps nocturnal animals, but the garden had always been sheltered, and no tracks marred the soil. Then there were the sounds. At first, they were faint, a rustling among the leaves, the quiet tinkle of what could have been laughter carried on the breeze. But as the days wore on, they grew more distinct, more insistent, like a distant melody played just out of reach. At night, the whispers seemed to coalesce, forming an almost coherent chant that threaded through my dreams. I awoke each morning with fragments of those nocturnal lullabies clinging to my mind, dissolving into obscurity with the dawn. Lily, however, seemed unfazed by these happenings. She embraced them with the unshakable conviction of a true believer. "The fairies are happy," she insisted, her eyes gleaming with a fervor that bordered on unsettling. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and despite my growing unease, part of me wanted to believe in her world, a world where magic was real, and the garden was a gateway to something larger than ourselves. The climax arrived on a night heavy with anticipation, the air electric with an intensity that seemed to emanate from the garden itself. I found myself drawn to it, unable to resist the pull of the whispers that had become a nightly accompaniment. Lily was already there, standing in the center of the fairy ring, her silhouette a delicate shadow against the moonlit backdrop. "Come see," she beckoned, her voice carrying an edge of urgency that pierced through my apprehension. As I approached, the garden seemed to shift. the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurring under the silvery light. The whispers rose to a crescendo, swirling around us in an ethereal dance. It was then that I saw them. Tiny figures, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. They shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, their forms flickering like candle flames in the breeze. For a moment, awe and terror coalesced within me, a visceral understanding that we had crossed a threshold into a realm both wondrous and perilous. "Lily," I breathed, torn between wonder and the instinct to flee. But she stood transfixed, her face alight with an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. The fairies, if indeed that was what they were, continued their dance, weaving patterns of light that ebbed and flowed with an unearthly grace. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the moment shattered. The figures dissolved into the night, leaving behind only the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Lily turned to me, her face radiant with an inner glow that seemed to linger in the air. "They're real," she whispered, and for the first time, I believed her, not just in the way a child believes in magic, but with a certainty that resonated deep within my soul. The garden never quite returned to normal after that night. Though the disturbances ceased, an inexplicable presence lingered in the air, a watchful awareness that I could feel but not see. It was as if the garden itself had absorbed the essence of that evening, transforming into a liminal space where the mundane and the mystical coexisted. Lily continued to visit the fairy garden, her faith unshaken, her laughter ringing out like a bell in the twilight. I, however, found myself avoiding it, haunted by the memory of what we had glimpsed. The garden had become a place of both enchantment and unease, a reminder of the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. Even now, years later, the garden remains, its secrets tucked away beneath the canopy of leaves that rustle with every whisper of the breeze. I visit occasionally, drawn by a nostalgia tinged with apprehension, always aware of the unseen eyes that watch from the shadows. I've come to accept that the garden is a place of mystery, a testament to the enduring power of belief and the enchanting allure of the unseen. The fairy garden serves as a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the world is filled with wonders and horrors, coiled like a serpent beneath the leaves, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the ordinary. As I stand on the threshold of the garden, the sun dipping below the horizon, I hear once more the faint tinkle of laughter, the whispers that sing on the edge of hearing. And though I cannot see them, I feel their presence, a lingering fear entwined with a strange sense of wonder, a testament to the magic that, once glimpsed, can never be entirely forgotten. The first time I saw her, she was playing in the garden, her back to the sun-drenched house that we had moved into only a week prior. Lillian was my wife, my companion through thick and thin, but lately she had become something else. The move to this isolated suburban neighborhood was meant to be a fresh start, an opportunity to leave behind the chaos of city life and settle into a simpler rhythm. The house itself was charming, with its sprawling lawn and vine-covered trellis. It was the kind of place where you could imagine children playing pretend games, crafting entire worlds out of imagination and whispers. Lillian had taken to the garden immediately. She spent hours kneeling in the dirt, her hands stained with soil, planting flowers I couldn't name. She said it was therapeutic, a way to connect with the earth, to let go of the stress that had been clawing at her insides for years. As I watched her from the kitchen window, I couldn't help but smile. She seemed so at peace, so content in her own little world. But then, things began to change. At first, it was subtle, so subtle that I almost didn't notice. Lillian started talking to herself as she worked in the garden. Not just the occasional mutter or hum, but full conversations. I dismissed it as nothing more than a simple eccentricity, a harmless quirk. After all, wasn't this what she had been yearning for? A chance to let her mind wander freely? Yet, as the days passed, her behavior grew more concerning. She'd wake in the middle of the night, her eyes wide and unseeing, mumbling about voices in the garden. During the day, she seemed distracted, her gaze often drifting toward the windows, as if drawn by an invisible force. At night, she would slip out of bed and stand at the window, staring into the darkness, listening. It was during one of these nocturnal vigils that I first heard it, a soft, almost musical chime that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the garden. It was a sound both alien and alluring, a melody that lingered in the air long after it had ceased. Lillian had heard it too. Her eyes took on a distant look, her lips curving into a secretive smile. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, her voice laced with wonder and fear. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was the wind, or perhaps a distant wind chime swaying in the breeze. But deep down, I knew there was something unnatural about it. The unease that had begun to coil inside me tightened its grip. Over time, Lillian became more and more absorbed by the garden. She would spend entire afternoons crouched among the flowers, her hands moving with a delicate precision that was almost reverent. I would stand at the window, watching her, a part of me wanting to join her, but another part holding me back, tethered by an inexplicable dread. One evening, as I walked into the garden to call her in for dinner, I stopped short. The garden had transformed. The flowers were unnaturally vibrant, their colors almost too vivid to be real. They seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting strange shadows that danced across the ground. Lillian was sitting among them, her face serene, her eyes closed as she swayed gently to a rhythm only she could hear. "Lillian," I called softly, but she didn't respond. She simply sat there, a statue amidst the surreal beauty of the garden. I reached out to touch her shoulder, but the moment my fingers brushed against her skin, she gasped, eyes snapping open with a start. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice sharp and accusing. You seemed lost," I replied, taken aback by the hostility in her tone. "I'm not lost," she said, standing up abruptly. "I'm exactly where I need to be." Her words lingered in my mind long after we had returned to the house. That night, as we lay in bed, she turned to me, her eyes wide and earnest. "You have to let me go," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper. "Go where?" I asked, confused. Into the garden, she replied. There's something there, something wonderful waiting for me. Despite the heaviness in my chest, I nodded, hoping that in the light of day, things would return to normal. But the garden had other plans. It began to exert a pull on Lillian, one that I couldn't understand. She spent more and more time outside, sometimes disappearing for hours on end, leaving me alone in the house with my thoughts and fears. One afternoon, while she was out in the garden, I decided to explore the area she frequented the most. The flowers seemed to part for me as I walked through them, their vibrant colors a blur in my peripheral vision. At the center of the garden, I found a small clearing, its edges lined with stones that seemed to hum softly under my touch. In the center of the clearing, there was a mound of earth, freshly disturbed. I hesitated, a chill running down my spine as I knelt to inspect it. As my fingers sifted through the soil, I uncovered something small and cold, a piece of metal, intricately carved, glinting in the sunlight. It was an amulet, unlike anything I had seen before, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. The moment my fingers closed around the amulet, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. I dropped it with a gasp, stumbling back as a strange voice echoed in my mind, a whisper that was both familiar and foreign. Join us, it sang softly, the melody curling around me like a tendril of smoke. I left the garden in a daze, my heart pounding in my chest. That night, as Lillian lay sleeping beside me, I dreamed of a place that was both beautiful and terrifying, a realm of eternal twilight where shadows danced and whispered secrets. The days that followed were a blur of confusion and fear. Lillian was changing, becoming more and more enmeshed with the garden. Her skin took on a luminescent quality. Her eyes sparkled with an unnatural light. She moved with a grace that was almost otherworldly, her steps light and purposeful. I tried to talk to her about my fears, about the amulet and the strange voice, but she brushed me off with a smile, her expression serene and unfathomable. It's all part of the transformation, she said cryptically, leaving me no closer to understanding. And then, one night, it happened. I awoke to find the house eerily silent, my heart pounding with a sense of impending doom. I knew, without a doubt, that Lillian was in the garden. I hurried outside, my breath visible in the cool night air, the moon casting long, eerie shadows. I found her standing in the clearing, the amulet around her neck, glowing softly in the darkness. Her arms were raised to the sky, her face radiant with an ethereal light. The garden was alive with movement, the flowers swaying in unison, their colors shifting and blending in a hypnotic dance. "Lillian," I shouted, but the wind snatched my voice away, carrying it into the night. I reached out, desperate to pull her back, to save her from whatever terrible fate awaited her. But as I stepped into the clearing, the ground seemed to ripple beneath me, and I felt myself falling, spiraling down into an abyss of light and sound. I reached for Lillian, but she was already beyond my grasp, her form dissolving into the shimmering air. The world around me shifted, the garden fading away as new shapes and colors rushed in to fill the void. I found myself standing in the same twilight realm from my dreams, the air thick with the scent of flowers, and something else, something ancient and powerful. The shadows moved, coalescing into forms that were both beautiful and grotesque. They sang softly, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound that was both haunting and alluring. I felt drawn to them, my mind teetering on the edge of comprehension. And there was Lillian, her face calm and serene, her eyes filled with a light that was not her own. She held out her hand to me, her expression one of welcome and promise. "Come with me," she urged, her voice a soft, insistent murmur in my mind. I hesitated, the weight of the world tugging at my soul. But there was something in her gaze, something that promised freedom from the fears and doubts that had haunted me for so long. I took a step forward, my heart racing. But then, from somewhere deep within me, a voice, my own voice, broke through the haze. "No," it said firmly, a single word that shattered the illusion and brought everything crashing down. The twilight realm dissolved, replaced by the familiar sight of the garden in the harsh light of morning. I was alone, the clearing empty save for the amulet, which lay in the grass. Its glow faded to nothing more than a dull glint. Lillian was gone, and with her, the strange enchantment that had held our lives in its grasp. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of it all, to piece together the fragments of what had happened, but the garden held its secrets close, and the amulet remained silent, its power spent. I sold the house and moved back to the city, hoping to leave behind the memories and the lingering sense of loss. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between wakefulness and sleep, I find myself thinking of Lillian, of the garden, and the strange beauty that had consumed us both. Even now, I can hear the faint echo of that eerie, haunting melody, a reminder of the world we had touched, but never truly understood. And I wonder if, somewhere out there, Lillian dances still, lost in a realm of dreams and whispers. The hum of normalcy was a comforting background noise in our lives. Life in the suburbs had settled into a predictable rhythm after all these years. Our home, a modest two-story house with ivy creeping over its red bricks, sat on a quiet cul-de-sac where the most exciting event was the weekly garbage collection. The house had seen better days, perhaps, but it was ours, a testament to the years spent together, raising our daughter, Emily, who had recently left for college. It was just me now, and the silence that filled the spaces between the walls. My days were spent tending to the garden or fixing whatever odd job needed my attention. It was in these activities that I found peace, a meditative escape from the memories that sometimes threatened to surface. Sarah, my wife, had left 5 years ago. Her departure was abrupt, a sudden fracture in the otherwise undisturbed fabric of our lives. She had walked out one evening, leaving only a terse note on the kitchen table. Not a word since then. The house, once filled with her presence, now felt like a hollow shell, echoing with the absence of her laughter and warmth. My evenings were quieter still. I would sit by the window, nursing a cup of tea and watching the neighborhood settle into night. The street lamp outside flickered occasionally, casting long shadows across the pavement, a metronome for the nocturnal creatures that stirred beyond its light. It was one such evening, as I sat enveloped in the glow of the dying sun, that I noticed something out of the ordinary. A silhouette stood at the end of the street, scarcely visible in the encroaching dusk. It was a woman, her form obscured by the twilight, but there was something familiar in her stance, a peculiar tilt of the head that sent a shiver down my spine. I rose, my heart inexplicably racing, and moved closer to the window. The figure remained unmoved, standing in silent vigil like a sentinel marking the boundary between light and shadow. There was an uncanny stillness to her presence, as if she were waiting for something or someone. I wanted to look away, to dismiss it as a trick of the failing light, but my gaze was fixed, drawn inexorably to the woman at the end of the street. The next morning, the figure was gone, but a single white lily lay on the sidewalk where she had stood, its petals glistening with dew in the morning light. A chill crept up my spine as I stooped to pick it up. The flower was fresh, too fresh, untouched by the dirt and grime of the street. I brought it inside, placing it in a vase on the kitchen table, a ghostly reminder of the previous night's encounter. Days passed, yet the image of the woman lingered in my mind like an unsolved puzzle. Who was she, and why did she feel so hauntingly familiar? I went about my routine, trying to shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a shroud. Each evening, I found myself glancing towards the end of the street, half expecting her to return. Then, one night, as I was locking up, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart stuttered in my chest, a discordant beat against the rhythm of the clock ticking on the mantel. I hesitated, the familiar dread prickling at the edge of my awareness. Slowly, I made my way to the door, half hoping, half dreading what I might find. I opened it to find Sarah standing there, her face illuminated by the dim porch light. She looked older than I remembered, wearier, but there was no mistaking those eyes, the same deep-set eyes that had once been my world. Her clothes hung loose on her frame, as though she had shrunk into herself, her skin pale and almost translucent under the light. "Sarah," I breathed, a mix of disbelief and the sudden, overwhelming rush of old emotions. She looked at me with an intensity that seemed to pierce through to my very soul. Before I could speak again, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold with a familiarity that was both comforting and unsettling. "I'm back," she said simply, her voice a ghostly whisper of its former vibrancy. Her return was like a stone dropped into still waters, sending ripples through the stagnant calm of my life. I wanted to ask where she had been, why she had left, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I led her to the kitchen, offering her the seat across from mine, the seat that had remained empty for far too long. We sat in silence, the air between us thick with words unspoken. Her gaze drifted to the flower on the table, the white lily now slightly wilted, its petals curling inward like fingers in a silent plea. "Do you remember?" she asked, her voice breaking through the quiet. "Do you remember the lilies?" I nodded. Lilies had been her favorite. I recalled the time we had planted them together in the garden, how she had laughed as dirt streaked her cheeks, her hands covered in earth and life. But there was something different now, a weight to her question that I couldn't quite grasp. Her presence in the house changed everything. I found myself watching her constantly, as if afraid she might vanish if I looked away for too long. She moved through our home with a sense of yearning, touching objects and surfaces as though refamiliarizing herself with the life she had left behind. At night, I would lie awake, listening to the sound of her breathing, trying to reconcile this fragile version of Sarah with the woman I had once known. Her sleep was restless, punctuated by whispers and mumbled fragments of dreams that I couldn't decipher. As the days turned into weeks, I began to notice the changes. At first, they were subtle. A new pallor to her skin, a slight tremor in her hands. But gradually, they became more pronounced. Her hair, once a lustrous shade of chestnut, seemed to lose its color, fading into a dull, lifeless gray. Her eyes, too, took on a strange, otherworldly sheen, as if she were caught somewhere between this world and another. She spent more time in the garden, tending to the lilies with an almost obsessive devotion. I would watch her from the window, my heart heavy with a mixture of love and unease. She would kneel among the flowers, her fingers caressing their delicate petals with an almost reverent care. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I joined her in the garden. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and blooming flowers. She was sitting among the lilies, her eyes closed, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. She opened her eyes slowly, turning her gaze towards me. For a moment, I glimpsed something behind her eyes, a flicker of fear, or perhaps pain. But then it was gone, replaced by a serene calm that seemed almost unnatural. "I am where I need to be," she replied softly. Her words lingered in my mind long after the night had swallowed the day. I wanted to believe her, to accept her return without question, but a nagging doubt gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. There was something she wasn't telling me, some unspoken truth that cast a shadow over her presence. The house, too, seemed to change. Shadows lengthened in the corners, and the air felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were drawing closer. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that danced just beyond the edge of sight. The familiar creaks and groans of the house at night took on a new, sinister quality, like whispers in a language I couldn't understand. One night, I awoke to find Sarah standing by the window, her silhouette framed against the moonlit sky. Her posture was rigid, her gaze fixed on something beyond the glass. "Sarah," I called softly, moving to stand beside her. She didn't respond, her eyes locked on the garden below. The lilies swayed gently in the breeze, their white blooms luminous in the darkness. I followed her gaze, searching for what held her attention, but saw nothing unusual. When she finally turned to me, her expression was one of profound sadness. "It's calling," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "What's calling?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. She shook her head, as if trying to dispel a thought she couldn't quite grasp. "The cradle," she said, her voice a fragile thread of sound. I didn't understand, but her words sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that settled deep in my bones. I wanted to hold her, to protect her from whatever haunted her, but she slipped from my grasp, retreating into the shadows. As the days wore on, her condition worsened. Her skin took on an ashen hue, her body growing frail and insubstantial. Her dreams became more vivid, more chaotic, and she would wake in the night, gasping for breath, her eyes wild and unfocused. I grew desperate, consulting doctors and specialists, but they could find no explanation for her decline. Her vitals were normal, her tests inconclusive. It was as though her very essence was being drawn away, leaving behind only a hollow shell. One night, as I sat by her bedside, she took my hand, her grip surprisingly strong despite her weakened state. Her eyes met mine, filled with a quiet urgency. "You have to let me go," she whispered, her voice a mere breath of sound. "I can't," I replied, my voice breaking. "I lost you once. I can't lose you again." Tears glistened in her eyes as she shook her head. "You never lost me," she said. "I was always here. But now, it's time." I didn't understand, but deep down, I knew she was right. Her return had been a gift, a fleeting moment borrowed from eternity, but it couldn't last. Whatever force had brought her back was now reclaiming her, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The night she left, the house was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. I watched as she rose from the bed, her movements slow and deliberate. She looked at me one last time, a soft smile playing on her lips. "I'll always love you," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. Then she turned, walking towards the garden, her steps light and purposeful. I wanted to follow her, to hold her back, but something held me in place, a weight of inevitability that pressed down on my soul. I watched from the window as she knelt among the lilies, her hands brushing their petals one final time. The moon bathed her in silver light, and for a moment she seemed to shimmer, her form blurring at the edges as if she were becoming one with the night. And then she was gone, the lilies swaying gently in her wake. In the days that followed, the house felt emptier than it ever had before. But there was a peace to the silence, a sense of closure that had eluded me for so long. I tended to the garden, caring for the lilies with the same devotion she had shown, their blooms a living memory of the woman I had loved. But sometimes, late at night, I would hear a soft whisper on the wind, a familiar voice calling from the shadows. And I would smile, knowing that somewhere, beyond the veil of this world, she was waiting for me. Life had settled into a gentle routine after the storm. The chaos of the past year, the emotional wreckage of losing Sarah, my wife, had whittled away into a somber normalcy, a quiet acceptance that I wore like a second skin. Our home, the quaint little house on Sycamore Lane, was filled with echoes of memories that I had learned to live with. Each room whispered her name in soft breaths, while the garden she loved so dearly flourished with an unyielding vitality as if to spite her absence. I carried on, swept through the days by the relentless current of time until they blurred into a long streak of muted colors and indistinct shapes. It was a crisp autumn morning when the first disturbance shattered the fragile peace I had constructed. I was raking leaves in the backyard, a task that was once hers, when I noticed something peculiar. The garden, vibrant and lush, seemed to have changed overnight. The roses, which should have been wilting as the season turned, were in full bloom, their petals rich and red against the backdrop of fallen golden leaves. I paused, a shiver running down my spine, as if someone had walked over my grave. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps an oversight, something I hadn't really noticed before. But then, other things began to happen. Little things. The front gate, which I always locked, was sometimes found swinging gently on its hinges in the morning. The scent of Sarah's favorite perfume, a subtle fragrance of lavender and vanilla, lingered in the air of the sitting room, though I had packed away her belongings months ago. And then, there were the soft footfalls I sometimes heard at night, a familiar rhythm that matched the cadence of Sarah's steps. I tried to rationalize every event, attributing them to my mind's penchant for cruelty, a desperate longing manifesting in illusions. Yet, the garden remained the most tangible evidence of something unusual. Its unnatural bloom, untouched by the encroaching cold, seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling of leaves and the hum of bees. It was as if Sarah's presence had sunk deep into the soil, nurturing life with a lover's tender care. As days passed, my unease grew, curling around me like a second shadow. The disturbances were escalating. I would find the kitchen door ajar in the mornings, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Sometimes, I would wake to find the bed covers pulled up to my chin, snug the way Sarah used to tuck me in on cold nights. It was comforting and unnerving in equal measure. One evening, as I sat in the living room, the television casting its flickering light across the room, I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone watching me. It was an unshakable feeling, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I glanced towards the window and saw a silhouette standing just beyond the edge of the light, in the garden where shadows pooled like ink. I stood abruptly, my heart a drumbeat in my ears. My pulse quickened, a rush of adrenaline urging me towards the window to confront the intruder in my sanctuary. But as I approached, the figure dissipated into the night, as though it had never existed. I was left alone, staring out into the garden where the roses swayed gently, their blossoms luminous in the moonlight. It was then that the truth began to seep into my consciousness, insidious and undeniable. Sarah was here. Somehow, impossibly, she was here. An echo of the love we shared, an imprint left behind like a footprint in wet sand. The realization filled me with dread, a fear that seeped into my bones, and settled there, heavy as granite. The climax of my ordeal came one stormy night. The wind howled around the house, rattling windows and doors with a fury that matched the turmoil inside me. I was in bed, the sheets cool against my skin, when I felt the bed shift. The mattress dipped as if someone had climbed in beside me. My breath caught in my throat, terror constricting my chest as I lay motionless, unable to move. I felt a hand, soft and familiar, glide over mine. It was a caress, a touch so intimate and gentle that tears sprang to my eyes. "Sarah?" I whispered into the darkness, my voice barely a breath. There was no reply, only the relentless drone of the storm and the warmth of her touch, a bittersweet reminder of what I had lost. The sensation lingered for what felt like hours, until exhaustion took me into a dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the house was silent. The storm had passed, leaving only a quiet, suffused with the scent of wet earth and roses. The garden was still vibrant, the roses standing as sentinels, guardians of a love that defied the grave. In the days that followed, I found a peculiar solace in the knowledge that Sarah was near, that she watched over the home we had built together. But with that solace came a lingering fear, a question that gnawed at me with an insidious persistence. If Sarah was here, what did that mean for her soul? Was she at peace, or had she been trapped in a liminal space, tethered to me by bonds neither of us could sever? My life continued in a semblance of normalcy, yet I moved through my days with a heightened awareness, attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere, the signs that pointed to her presence. And each night, as I lay in bed, I waited for the familiar dip in the mattress, the gentle touch that would remind me I was not alone. In the quiet moments, when the world outside was still, I would speak to her. My voice a whisper in the darkness, I told her about my day, shared my thoughts as I once did when she was alive. And as I spoke, I could almost feel her listening, her presence a comforting weight in the room. The garden remained a testament to the love we shared, a vibrant living memory that flourished under her unseen care. It was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of the life we had and the spectral echo that now haunted my existence. I tended to it with devotion, pruning the roses and keeping the beds free of weeds, as if by doing so, I was tending to Sarah herself. As time flowed on, my fear abated, replaced by a resigned acceptance. I was no longer alone, yet I was haunted by the transient nature of her presence, the knowledge that one day she might truly leave, and I would be left with only memories and a garden that bloomed unnaturally bright. The fear lingered in the corners of my mind, never fully dissipating, a shadow that followed me even in the light of day. It was the fear of loss, of being truly alone, severed from the spectral tether that bound us. As the seasons changed, I found myself visiting her grave more frequently, speaking to the earth as if she could hear me through the layers of soil and time. And so, I lived in this strange limbo, caught between the living and the dead, in a house filled with memories and a garden that defied the seasons. It was a life marked by the extraordinary, a shadowed reality where love transcended the boundaries of mortality and lingered like a ghost, whispering in the leaves of the roses, in the rustle of the wind through the trees. I knew I would never truly be free, that my heart would forever yearn for the touch that haunted my nights, the presence that filled my days with an eerie comfort. But in that haunting, I found a peculiar peace, a solace that came from knowing that love, once given, never truly dies. It merely changes form, becoming something ethereal and enduring, a ghostly echo that stays with us, even as we move through the veils of time. The streetlights cast a warm, amber glow on the quiet suburban road, like sentinels watching over a realm that seemed, at least on the surface, untouched by the creeping shadows of the evening. Our house, nestled at the end of this cul-de-sac, exuded a sense of calm and comfort. Its white picket fence and carefully tended garden were the epitome of suburban tranquility. Inside, photographs lined the hallway, chronicling the years of our family history, my parents on their wedding day, my brother's graduation, my own childhood smiles. Life moved at a gentle pace here. There was a rhythm to the days, a predictability that was both comforting and mundane. I worked from home as a freelance writer, crafting stories that never quite captured the essence of that perfect, peaceful normalcy I experienced daily. My husband, Robert, a diligent and kind man, commuted to the city, returning each evening with tales of office antics and commuter trials. Our daughter, Emily, was the light of our lives, filling the house with her laughter and occasional tantrums, as children are wont to do. It had been nearly 10 years since my mother had passed, taken suddenly by a heart condition we never knew existed. Her absence left a void that none of us could fill, though we never spoke of it openly. We were a family that preferred the unspoken connection, the silent acknowledgement of shared loss and healing. Her memory lingered in the corners of my mind, surfacing during quiet moments, or hidden in the scent of her favorite jasmine tea. I first noticed the disturbance one crisp autumn morning. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves. Emily was at school, Robert at work. I had settled into my writing nook, an alcove near the kitchen, where the morning sun painted soft patterns on the walls. As my fingers danced over the keyboard, crafting a scene of suburban intrigue, a chill suddenly crept up my spine. It was a sensation I couldn't quite place, as though an unseen presence had brushed against my senses. Ignoring the chill, I returned to my work, brushing it off as a draft from an open window. The house was old after all, and prone to creaks and whispers when the wind picked up. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her. Just a flicker at first, a shadow that didn't belong, a movement that defied the stability of the room. I looked up, expecting nothing, yet hoping for something inexplicably familiar. There was nothing there. I shook my head, dispelling the notion of my mother's spirit haunting our home. It was a comforting lie, I told myself, a trick of the mind yearning for her presence. I returned to my writing, immersing myself in the fictional worlds that offered a reprieve from reality. As days turned into weeks, these disturbances persisted. I would catch glimpses of her in mirrors and windows, her figure elusive, yet unmistakably hers. Always, her eyes seemed to be bleeding, not with actual blood, but with the haunting weight of unshed tears. It was as if the sorrow she had carried in life had transcended her death, imprinting itself on her spectral form. I didn't tell Robert at first. How could I explain it without sounding irrational, without invoking the skepticism that logical minds resort to when confronted by the supernatural? These experiences were mine alone, fragments of a shattered reality only I could piece together. They were moments of eerie reflection, a fusion of memory and imagination. But then, the disturbances escalated. The atmosphere in the house shifted, subtle at first, like a change in the wind. Doors creaked open when they should have been closed. Lights flickered as though in Morse code, signaling messages only I could interpret. It was as if the house itself had become a conduit, channeling messages from the beyond. It wasn't until one particularly restless night that I confided in Robert. We lay in bed, the room steeped in darkness, save for the gentle glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. "I've been seeing her," I whispered, my voice barely piercing the silence. "Who?" he asked, turning towards me, his eyes searching my face for answers. "My mother," I replied, feeling the words hang heavy in the air between us. But not as she was. Something's different. Her eyes, it's like they're bleeding. Robert was silent for a moment, processing my revelation. "You've been under a lot of stress," he finally said, his voice gentle, yet pragmatically dismissive. "Writing all day, being alone in the house, it's easy to let your imagination run wild." I nodded, grateful for his attempt at reassurance, but a gnawing at the back of my mind told me it was more than fatigue or imagination. These visions were a call, a plea from the past that demanded acknowledgement. Then came the night of the storm. The wind howled outside, a banshee's cry that rattled the windows and shivered through the trees. Emily was asleep, tucked safely in her bed, oblivious to the unnatural tension that hung in the air. Robert and I sat in the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. It was then that I felt it again, the presence, stronger than ever. The room dimmed, shadows lengthening on the walls, as if the very light had been siphoned away. My heart quickened, a drumbeat echoing in the silence. I turned to Robert, words poised on my lips, when a sudden chill enveloped me. A figure emerged from the shadows, her outline shimmering with an ethereal light. My mother stood before us, her gaze fixed on me. Her eyes were as I remembered, deep, expressive, but they wept phantom tears, an endless cascade that seemed to merge with the shadows. Her presence was both comforting and terrifying, a paradox I struggled to reconcile. Robert's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, and then to something akin to fear. He saw her too, I realized. This was no mere hallucination. It was a shared reality, a bridge between worlds. "Why?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Why are you here?" Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, a silent dialogue between the living and the dead. I stepped closer, the need to understand driving me forward, though my limbs felt heavy, as if wading through water. Her form flickered, the image disrupted like a faulty signal, but her eyes remained fixed on mine, imploring. Robert reached for me, pulling me back as a sudden gust of wind extinguished the fire, plunging the room into darkness. The shadows swirled around us, a maelstrom of memories and fears. My mother's figure dissolved, leaving only a void that seemed to echo with unvoiced sorrows. In the aftermath, silence reigned. The storm abated, the house settling into a tense stillness. Robert held me close, his presence an anchor in the tumult of emotions. We didn't speak of what we had seen, the experience too fresh, too fragile to dissect with words. In the days that followed, a lingering fear took root, a shadow that clung to the corners of my mind. I avoided mirrors, wary of the reflections they might hold. Even the comforting normalcy of our home felt strained, as if the structure itself had shifted, accommodating a reality I couldn't fully comprehend. But life continued, driven by the relentless march of time. Emily laughed and played, her innocence a balm to my frayed nerves. Robert and I resumed our routines, though a tacit understanding had formed between us, an acknowledgement of the unseen forces that intertwined our lives. Sometimes, in the quiet moments just before sleep claimed me, I would feel my mother's presence again, not as a vision, but as a whisper in the wind, a gentle reminder of the ties that bind us, even beyond death. Her eyes, though absent, still wept in my dreams, a testament to the love and sorrow she had carried with her into the next life. In those moments, I found a strange comfort in the fear, an understanding that some connections are too profound to be severed, that the past is never truly gone. And as I lay in the darkness, I held on to that thought, a beacon against the shadows that danced on the edges of my perception. It was a day much like any other at Willow Creek High School. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the classroom, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the rows of desks. I sat in my usual spot, third row from the front, trying to focus on the monotony of Mr. Connolly's history lecture. The faint hum of the overhead projector blended with the soft rustling of pages turning, creating a serene backdrop to our everyday routine. The hallways buzzed with the familiar chatter of students swapping stories from the weekend, their laughter echoing down the long corridors. Lockers slammed shut with a satisfying clunk as friends promised to meet up for lunch. It was an ordinary Monday, complete with the sleepy reluctance of returning to the grind after the freedom of 2 days' respite. My phone, snug in my pocket, vibrated gently, a brief, unobtrusive reminder of the digital world awaiting at my fingertips. I ignored it for the moment, preferring the tangible comfort of pen and paper as I jotted down notes. Still, a small part of me was curious, wondering if it was a message from Lily, my best friend, who sat a few rows behind me. The bell rang, and with it, the class dissolved into a symphony of shuffling feet and murmured conversations. In the hallway, I finally checked my phone. A message from Lily appeared on the screen. "Hey, meet me by the stairs after class. Need to talk." There was an urgency in her words, that made my stomach twist slightly, but I dismissed it as typical teenage drama. We all had those moments where everything felt like the end of the world, only to realize it was just another passing storm. As the day wore on, a strange tension began to weave itself into the fabric of our school. It was subtle at first, an odd undercurrent that was easy to overlook. A teacher seemed unusually curt. A group of students huddled together, whispering feverishly whenever someone walked by. It was like a wave building far out at sea, still unseen but undeniably present, sending ripples toward the shore. I met Lily by the stairwell as promised, her face drawn with a gravity that deepened the lines of worry etched across her forehead. "What's going on?" I asked, leaning against the cool metal railing. Her eyes darted around the hall, scanning for eavesdroppers, before she leaned in close. "Have you heard?" she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "There's talk of something happening today, something bad." I felt a chill slide down my spine. "What do you mean? What kind of bad?" She shrugged helplessly, her expression pained. "I don't know exactly. Just people are saying there's going to be a shooting here today." The world seemed to tilt on its axis, sending a jolt of fear racing through me. School was a place of learning, of safety, a bastion where we were free to grow and explore. The idea of violence intruding on that sanctuary was unthinkable, yet here it was, staring us in the face. "Who told you that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Messages," she replied, pulling out her phone. "People have been getting these weird texts. I got one this morning. It doesn't say much, just be careful today." That's it. No number, no name. I took her phone, scrolling through the message in disbelief. It was short, but the ominous warning hung heavily in the air between us. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a cruel prank, yet the anxiety that had taken root in my chest was difficult to shake. We returned to class, but the atmosphere had shifted. More students were on their phones, their eyes wide with the same haunted look I had seen in Lily's. Whispers filled the room, punctuated by the occasional nervous laugh or the snap of a binder being closed too hard. Our teachers tried to maintain the semblance of normalcy, but even they seemed rattled, their voices strained as they attempted to project calm. The morning dragged on, the minutes stretching interminably as we moved from one class to another. Each bell felt like a countdown, a reminder of something looming just beyond our control. I found myself checking my phone compulsively, both dreading and hoping for a new message that might clarify this strange, unsettling situation. During lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with frenetic energy. Students clustered in groups, their heads bent low over their phones, eyes darting nervously toward the entrances. I sat with Lily and a few others, our food untouched as we exchanged theories, each more far-fetched than the last. It felt like we were trapped in a horror movie, the pupils unwitting characters in a script none of us wanted to follow. Then came the first real disturbance, breaking the veneer of our uneasy normalcy. The school's PA system crackled to life, a voice unfamiliar and distorted by static, echoing through the speakers. "Attention, everyone," it began, monotone and devoid of emotion. "This is a message for all staff and students. Remain calm and stay in your classrooms. This is not a drill." Panic flared like wildfire, a collective gasp rippling through the cafeteria. Faces blanched, movements stilled, and a silence fell that was almost tangible in its weight. My heart thudded painfully, the sound loud in my ears. Around me, the world seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity. Lily grabbed my arm, her grip fierce and reassuring. "We need to get to a classroom," she urged, pulling me toward the nearest door. Together, we joined the surge of students filing into the hallway, their movements hurried but strangely orderly, as if some innate instinct had taken over. Our math teacher, Mrs. Carlson, stood at the door, her face pale but composed. She ushered us inside, closing the door firmly behind us. The classroom was packed, the air thick with fear and confusion. We huddled together, a mass of bodies seeking solace in shared vulnerability. Mrs. Carlson tried to soothe us, her voice calm despite the tremor that lurked at its edges. "Everything will be okay," she assured us. "Just stay quiet and wait for further instructions." The moments dragged by, each tick of the clock a reminder of our helplessness. Outside, the school was eerily silent, the usual bustle replaced by a tense stillness. Every sound, a footstep, the creak of a door, was magnified in the quiet, setting nerves on edge. Then, from somewhere within the building, a noise shattered the silence, a single sharp crack that echoed down the halls like the tolling of a distant bell. It was followed by another and another, a sequence of sounds that sent a wave of dread crashing over us. Lily pressed closer, her eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" she whispered, though we both already knew the answer. The school, our sanctuary, was under siege. The whispers and messages were not idle threats, but harbingers of the nightmare now unfolding around us. My mind raced, thoughts tumbling over one another in a frantic attempt to make sense of it all. Time seemed to lose meaning as we waited, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. The periodic sounds continued, each one a reminder of the peril lurking just out of sight. I found myself clutching Lily's hand, the contact grounding me, anchoring me in the midst of chaos. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise ceased. An oppressive silence descended, the absence of sound as disconcerting as the noise had been. We held our breath, straining to hear any indication of what was happening beyond our small, crowded refuge. Minutes stretched into hours, the tension unbroken save for the occasional whisper or shifting of feet. And then, at last, the PA system crackled again. The same voice as before, though now tinged with a hint of urgency. "The situation is under control. Teachers, begin to dismiss students in an orderly fashion." Relief surged through the room, a palpable wave that left us weak and trembling. Yet even as we began to file out, the fear lingered at the edges of our consciences, a shadow that refused to be banished entirely. Outside, the halls were a maze of activity, teachers directing students, police officers speaking quietly into radios. We moved as if in a dream, the reality of what had happened struggling to penetrate the fog of disbelief. It wasn't until we were outside, the cool air a balm against our frayed nerves, that the truth began to sink in. There had been no shooter. The sounds we had heard were the result of a burst pipe, the pressure creating a series of explosive noises that had echoed through the building. The messages, the whispers, the fear, it had all been for nothing. Yet the damage was done, the veneer of safety shattered. The knowledge that our sanctuary could be so easily disrupted lingered like a cold, unwelcome presence. In the weeks that followed, the school returned to normal, the incident chalked up to a bizarre series of coincidences. But for those of us who had lived through it, the fear was a shadow that would never fully dissipate. The texts, it turned out, were part of a cruel prank, a message sent to a few students and spread through the school like wildfire. The police investigated, but those responsible were never found. The anonymity of the digital world allowed them to slip away, leaving behind only the echoes of their malevolent act. I often think back on that day, the way the fear had taken root and grown, fed by whispers and uncertainty. It serves as a reminder of how fragile our sense of security truly is, how easily the mundane can tip into the nightmarish. And though the messages have long since stopped, their ghost lingers, a reminder of the chaos that lies just beneath the surface of our carefully ordered world. In the quiet moments, when the school is hushed and still, I can almost hear their echo, a soft, insistent whisper that promises the unexpected, the unknown, the horror of uncertainty. The dull rhythmic hum of the classroom fan was the only sound that dared interrupt the monotony of another ordinary school day. I sat in my usual spot, the second row from the back, strategically positioned to maintain invisibility, yet close enough to feign interest when necessary. The dull murmur of Mr. Collins's history lecture floated around the room, as uninspiring as the pale yellow walls that surrounded us. The high school was a mundane place, its predictability a comfort for most of us. The bell system dictated our lives, with its shrill commands for movement and repose. Outside, the autumn leaves spiraled down lazily, painting the grounds with an orange and brown tapestry. We were used to this routine, the dance of academia and adolescence, intertwined in a well-choreographed performance. But that day, something felt different. It was a subtle shift, like a change in the wind's direction, impossible to pinpoint, but undeniable. Perhaps it was the way the morning sun filtered through the dusty windows, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Or maybe it was the peculiar tension in the air, a taut string waiting to snap. As the clock ticked towards noon, the disturbance revealed itself. An announcement crackled through the intercom, the voice of Principal Harris, drenched in an unsettling calm. "Attention students and faculty," it began, each word measured and deliberate. "We are initiating a lockdown procedure. Please remain calm and follow your teacher's instructions." A collective murmur rippled through the classroom, a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Lockdowns were not uncommon, drills designed to prepare us for the outside world's uncertain threats. Yet, something about Principal Harris's tone sent a shiver down my spine. It was too composed, too rehearsed, as if masking something unfathomable. Mr. Collins attempted to reassure us, though his voice betrayed a hint of alarm. "All right, everyone. You know the drill. Please move to the designated corner and remain silent." Chairs scraped against linoleum as we shuffled to the corner, a cluster of anxiety and whispered questions. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm against my ribs, each beat a reminder of the unfamiliar fear settling in. As we huddled in the designated corner, the heavy silence was punctuated only by the occasional creak of the old building settling. Time seemed to stretch, minutes feeling like hours. The anticipation was suffocating, an invisible weight pressing down on us. Someone tried to lighten the mood with a joke, a weak attempt that fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. The first sign that something was truly wrong came when I glanced at the window. At first, it was just a flicker in my peripheral vision, a movement that seemed out of place. I turned to see a figure standing outside the window, watching us. It was Principal Harris, but something about him seemed off. His features were familiar, yet his expression was blank, devoid of the warmth we had come to associate with him. I nudged my friend Alex, who was pressed against the wall next to me. "Do you see that?" I whispered, gesturing towards the window. Alex squinted, his brow furrowing in confusion. "That's Harris, right? But why does he look so strange?" Before I could respond, the classroom door handle rattled, and Mr. Collins visibly tensed. "Stay quiet," he mouthed, his eyes wide with unease. The door didn't open, but the handle continued to jiggle, a persistent, unnerving sound that echoed in the silence. Time dragged on, the tension thickening with each passing moment. Then, the intercom crackled to life again. "Attention, students and faculty," the voice announced, identical to the first, but somehow more sinister. "The lockdown is over. Please return to your normal activities." Relief flooded the room, but it was short-lived. Mr. Collins hesitated, his instincts battling the directive. He made a decision, gesturing for us to remain in place. "Something's not right," he murmured, more to himself than to us. Outside the window, the figure of Principal Harris remained, still and watchful. It didn't move, didn't blink. It was as if it were a mannequin, a grotesque imitation of life. The realization struck me like a thunderclap, a chilling certainty settling in my gut. That wasn't Principal Harris. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. The atmosphere in the room shifted from apprehension to palpable dread. We were trapped, caught in a web spun by an unseen predator. The mimic outside the window was patient, unconcerned by the passage of time. It simply watched, waiting for some invisible cue. Mr. Collins, sensing our growing fear, tried to maintain a semblance of calm. "Stay where you are," he instructed, his voice steady but strained. "I'll contact the administration for confirmation." He moved towards the classroom phone, each step deliberate, while the rest of us remained frozen in the corner. The mimic outside shifted slightly, as if responding to his movements. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the imposter that wore our principal's face. The minutes crawled by until Mr. Collins returned, his expression grave. "The office isn't answering," he said, a note of frustration creeping into his voice. "We're staying put until we know more." The realization that we were effectively cut off, isolated from any outside assistance, began to sink in. Desperation clawed at the edges of my mind, a primal fear of the unknown that threatened to overwhelm rational thought. The mimic continued its silent vigil, a harbinger of our potential doom. As the day crept into the afternoon, the oppressive atmosphere took its toll. Whispers of dread circulated among us, theories and half-formed ideas as to the nature of the creature outside. Some speculated it was a prank, others murmured about government experiments gone wrong, but no explanation could dispel the fear that clung to us like a second skin. Then, without warning, the lights flickered and died, plunging us into a twilight of shadows and uncertainty. Someone stifled a cry, and Mr. Collins quickly reassured us, his figure barely visible in the dim light. "Stay calm," he urged, though his voice wavered slightly. "We'll be all right." But his words did little to quell the rising panic. In the darkness, our imaginations ran rampant, conjuring images of horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reason. The mimic outside was no longer visible, but its presence was palpable, a malignant force that thrummed in the very walls of the school. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. In the silence, I could hear the beating of my own heart, a frenetic metronome that kept time with the tension in the air. We were trapped in a strange limbo, cut off from the world and at the mercy of an entity that defied comprehension. Then, a sound broke the monotony, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very foundation of the building. It was a vibration that reverberated through the floor, sending shivers up my spine. The mimic, it seemed, was not content to simply observe. Mr. Collins moved cautiously towards the door, his silhouette barely discernible against the faint light that seeped in from the hallway. "Stay here," he instructed, his tone a mixture of resolve and uncertainty. "I'll see what's going on." We watched as he opened the door, the creaking hinges a discordant note in the oppressive quiet. He stepped into the hallway, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft click. We were alone now, abandoned to our fears and the unknown that stalked us. Minutes ticked by, each one heavier than the last, until the door creaked open once more. But it wasn't Mr. Collins who stepped through. It was another version of him, a perfect copy down to the last detail. The mimic had found a new form, a new disguise to wear. We recoiled, a collective gasp of horror that cut through the silence. The mimic regarded us with a dispassionate gaze, its eyes devoid of the humanity that should have been there. It moved with deliberate slowness, as if savoring the fear it inspired. "Everything is fine," it said, its voice an uncanny echo of Mr. Collins. "Return to your seats." But we remained huddled in the corner, our instincts screaming against the command. The mimic's facade slipped momentarily, a flicker of something alien in its expression, before it resumed its charade. It was a grotesque mockery of life, a perversion of everything we knew to be real. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of fear that threatened to shatter our fragile composure. We were caught in a nightmare, a waking dream from which there was no escape. The mimic's presence was a constant reminder of our helplessness, a specter that haunted our every thought. As the day dragged into evening, the mimic maintained its vigil, a silent sentry that watched our every move. The sky outside darkened, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped below the horizon. We were trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty, prisoners of a creature that defied all logic and understanding. Finally, as night fell, the mimic withdrew, its form dissolving into the shadows as quietly as it had appeared. We were left in stunned silence, the weight of the day's events pressing down on us with relentless force. The school was still, the only sound the distant rumble of thunder in the gathering storm. In the aftermath, we emerged from our corner, tentative and wary, like survivors of a disaster that had left no visible scars. The halls were empty, the school a maze of darkness and echoes. We found Mr. Collins at the other end of the building, disoriented but unharmed, his memory of the event a jumbled haze of confusion. The days that followed were a blur of questions and speculation, a flurry of activity as authorities attempted to piece together what had happened. But there were no answers, no rational explanations to be found. The mimic remained an enigma, a phantom that had slipped through the cracks of reality and disappeared without a trace. In the weeks that followed, life at the school slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the shadow of that day lingered in the corners of our minds. We spoke of it in hushed tones, the specter of the mimic a constant presence in our thoughts. It had become a part of our story, a chilling reminder of the unknown that lurked beyond the edges of our understanding. For me, the fear never truly faded. It lingered like a persistent chill, a whisper at the back of my mind that refused to be silenced. The mimic had left its mark, an indelible impression that haunted my dreams and colored my perception of the world. I couldn't forget the way it had watched us, the cold, calculating gaze that had seen through to the core of our being. Even now, as I stand in the familiar halls of the school, I am acutely aware of the shadows that dance at the periphery of my vision. I know that the mimic is gone, but the fear endures, a testament to the power of the unknown. It is a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation, mysteries that dwell in the spaces between reality and nightmare. And so, I continue on, moving through the corridors of life with a heightened awareness, a sense of apprehension that never quite leaves me. The mimic may have vanished, but its legacy remains, a chilling reminder of the fragility of normalcy and the ever-present threat of the unseen. I carry it with me, a silent companion that shadows my every step, a testament to a truth I cannot unsee. The world is not as it seems, and sometimes the monsters wear familiar faces. The corridors of Ashbourne Intermediate echoed with the familiar clatter of students bustling to their next class. Lockers slammed shut in hurried rhythm, while conversations overlapped, creating a cacophony that was both comforting and mundane. I walked these halls every day, a part of the routine yet apart from it, drifting like a ghost observing the world of the living. In many ways, I had grown accustomed to my invisibility, preferring the quiet over the chaotic social exchanges that seemed to exhaust me more than any physical activity ever could. For most, Ashbourne was an ordinary school, complete with its share of pranks, friendships, and adolescent dramas. Yet, beneath its veneer of normalcy, there lay an undercurrent of something else, something darker. I first heard whispers about the murder club during a dull history class. The name alone was enough to spark a curiosity I couldn't ignore, though I only half believed it was anything more than a rumor. Supposedly, it was a secret society within the school, elusive and enigmatic, comprised of members whose identities were closely guarded. Some claimed it was a creative writing group with a morbid name meant to shock, while others insisted it was something far more sinister. My first real encounter with the notion of the murder club occurred on a dreary Thursday afternoon. The weather outside mirrored my internal gloom, with the sky a uniform gray and rain tapping insistently against the windows. I was in the library, my refuge during lunch, when I overheard a hushed conversation between two students at the table behind me. They spoke of a meeting happening that very night, a gathering of the club. My heart quickened at the mention of a location, the old auditorium, said to be haunted and long since abandoned. Underneath my usual calm exterior, a strange thrill took root, fueled by the possibility of uncovering the truth about this secretive group. That night, I found myself standing outside the auditorium, the building looming ominously against the darkened sky. The rain had ceased, leaving the air crisp and charged with anticipation. I hesitated at the entrance, questioning the wisdom of what I was about to do. But something compelled me forward, a force beyond mere curiosity. Inside, the auditorium was bathed in shadows, the air thick with dust and time. I moved cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, each sound magnified in the silence. Ahead, a faint glow spilled from beneath a door leading to the stage, and I followed it, drawn inexplicably toward the light. The room I entered was a far cry from the derelict state of the rest of the building. Candles lined the perimeter, their flames flickering and casting long shadows that danced along the walls. Seated in a semicircle were 6 students, their faces partially obscured by masks, save for one, who sat in the center without disguise. His gaze was intense, his presence commanding. It was Max, a senior known for his charisma and intelligence. "Welcome," he said, his voice calm yet resonant. "You found us." His words held an unsettling finality, as though my arrival had been anticipated. The others turned to regard me, their expressions unreadable behind their masks. I felt exposed under their scrutiny, a trespasser in their clandestine world. Max gestured for me to sit, and despite the uncertainty gnawing at me, I complied. As the meeting commenced, I learned that the murder club was indeed more than a writing group. They shared stories, elaborate, chilling narratives that blurred the line between fiction and reality. Each tale was told with an intensity that left me unsettled, as though the words themselves held a power that transcended their form. It was during these stories that I first sensed something otherworldly. The air seemed to shift, growing heavy with an unseen presence. I found it difficult to breathe, as though the stories were weaving a spell that tightened around my chest. I glanced at the faces around me, searching for signs that they too felt this oppressive force. But they remained absorbed in the tale being told. Weeks passed, and I continued attending the gatherings of the Murder Club. Each meeting unfolded like a ritual, stories shared in hushed voices that resonated in the silence. Yet, with each one, the sense of unease within me grew. I began to notice subtle changes in the world around me, shadows that seemed to flicker in the corners of my vision, whispers that hovered at the edge of hearing. It was as if the stories were bleeding into reality, seeping into the fabric of the everyday. It wasn't long before I realized that the stories were more than mere fiction. They were manifestations, creations brought to life by the collective belief of the club's members. The realization struck me with a cold clarity, a truth too fantastic to fully comprehend, yet undeniable in its simplicity. The tales we spun in that candlelit room held the power to shape the world, guided by the imagination and intent of those who told them. This discovery left me both terrified and intrigued. I found myself drawn deeper into the club's orbit, captivated by the potential of what we could create, what we could unleash. Yet, with each meeting, the stories grew darker, more sinister, as if the power we wielded was corrupting us from within. I could see it in the eyes of my fellow members, shadows lurking in their gazes, a hunger for more. It came to a head one evening when Max proposed a story more ambitious than any before. He spoke of conjuring something tangible, a being born from our collective will, a challenge to prove the extent of our abilities. The idea was intoxicating, the implications both exhilarating and terrifying. I watched as the others nodded in agreement, caught up in the fervor of creation, their eyes alight with a fervent zeal. We began, our voices blending in a symphony of words that wove a tapestry of reality and fantasy. The energy in the room shifted, pulsing with a life of its own, and I felt it thrumming beneath my skin, a vibration that resonated in my bones. As the story reached its crescendo, I could sense something taking shape in the shadows, a presence born from our collective imagination. It was exhilarating, terrifying, a moment suspended between thought and existence. But as we reached the climax of our tale, something went wrong. The presence we had conjured was not what we expected. It twisted and writhed, a thing of darkness and hunger, born not of our intent, but of the fear and doubt that lurked within us. The room grew cold, the air sharp with the taste of ozone, and I could feel the presence pressing against my mind, probing, seeking a way in. Panic surged through the group, our once unified voices fracturing into chaos. We had lost control, the power we had wielded slipping through our fingers like sand. The presence grew stronger, feeding off our fear, and I could see it in the eyes of my companions, the dawning realization that we had unleashed something we could not contain. In that moment of despair, I understood the nature of what we had done. The stories were not merely reflections of our imagination. They were entities in their own right, shaped by the emotions that fueled them. And this being, this shadowed creature, was born of our darkest fears, a manifestation of the very essence we had sought to control. Desperation drove me to act. With a clarity born of necessity, I focused my thoughts, drawing on fragments of stories, memories, anything that could serve as a tether to reality. The presence recoiled, and I felt its grip loosen, the air growing lighter as it withdrew. The others followed suit, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance, and together we pushed back against the darkness. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifting as the presence dissipated. We sat in the aftermath, shaken and wary, the reality of our actions settling over us like a shroud. The murder club had played with forces beyond our understanding, and we had paid the price. The stories were no longer harmless. The power they held a double-edged sword that could cut both ways. In the days that followed, the club disbanded, the once close-knit group scattered by fear and guilt. The auditorium returned to silence, its secrets locked away beneath layers of dust and time. Yet, the memory lingered, a reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction, of the power that lay within our words. I often find myself returning to that night, the echoes of our stories haunting the edges of my thoughts. I am reminded of the presence we summoned, the darkness born of our fears, and the indelible mark it left on the world. I walk the halls of Ashbourne, my steps more deliberate, my gaze more discerning, aware of the shadows that lurk just beyond sight. The murder club at Ashbourne Intermediate is a memory now, a cautionary tale whispered among students who never knew its true nature. But I carry the knowledge with me, a lingering fear that shadows my every step, a reminder that the world is far more malleable than it seems. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long and thin, I can almost hear the whispers of stories yet untold, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to bring them to life once more. The bell echoed throughout the corridors of Ashbourne Intermediate, signaling the end of another school day. Students bustled with the exuberance of youth, their chatter and laughter a constant backdrop to the somberness of the aging building. The school had stood in its place for decades, a testament to the passage of time and the endless cycle of childhood that spun within its walls. The brick exterior was weathered, vines creeping up the sins as if attempting to reclaim the structure for nature. Inside, the linoleum floors gleamed under fluorescent lights, the lockers painted in bright, cheerful colors that belied the building's true age. It seemed like any ordinary day of learning and youthful antics. And for most, that was precisely what it was. However, I was not like most. My name is Eli, and that year I was a 10th grader, navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence with a profound sense of unease. Ashbourne was my second home, and I had always appreciated its predictability. I took comfort in the routines, the sound of sneakers squeaking down the halls, and the occasional muffled announcements over the intercom. But beneath this veneer of normalcy lay something else, something I had only begun to sense. It all started with a whisper. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the product of too many late nights reading horror stories under the covers. But the whisper was persistent, a voice that didn't belong to anyone I could see. It started in small moments, tucked into the corners of my mind when I was alone. It would call my name, soft and inviting, almost like a lullaby. Sometimes it seemed to know things about me that I had never shared with anyone. It was unsettling, yet I found myself drawn to it. As if the voice held secrets I was compelled to uncover. One afternoon, while the rest of my classmates filed out to board the school buses, I lingered, pretending to have forgotten something in my locker. The hallway was nearly empty, and the light slanting through the windows cast long shadows on the floor. I paused, listening intently, anticipating the whisper. As if on cue, it began again, coaxing me to listen. But this time, the voice was accompanied by something else, a sense of presence, as though someone else was there with me. I turned quickly, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking behind me, but the hallway remained empty and silent. Disturbed but intrigued, I began staying after school more often, searching for clues. I combed through dusty corners of the library, leafed through forgotten yearbooks, and even ventured into the basement storage rooms, where the air was heavy with the scent of mildew and old paper. The whisper followed me, growing more insistent, leading me deeper into the mystery that Ashbourne Intermediate was hiding. It was during one of these excursions that I discovered the club. It was a rainy Thursday when I stumbled upon them. The usually muffled sounds of raindrops hitting the roof were amplified in the empty halls, echoing like distant drums. I had ventured to the third floor, rarely used except for storage and occasional classroom overflow. I had been drawn by the whisper, clearer than ever, urging me to explore. As I rounded a corner, I heard voices. Real ones this time, not the spectral echo that had been haunting me. Curiosity piqued. I crept closer. The voices were coming from a classroom at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see the flickering light of candles, casting soft shadows inside. I held my breath, straining to listen without being detected. The voices were low, murmuring in a tone that suggested secrecy. They spoke of the club and the next phase, words that sent a chill down my spine. I pushed the door open just enough to peer inside. A circle of students, none much older than myself, sat around a table. In their midst lay an old book, its cover worn and pages yellowed with age. They were all familiar faces from my classes, and yet there was something about their expressions, serene and focused, that seemed different, almost otherworldly. One of them, a boy named Marcus, whom I remembered for his quiet demeanor, was speaking. His voice was calm, yet carried a weight that demanded attention. "Tonight, we will reach out to the others," he said. "We must ensure we follow the instructions precisely." The others nodded, and as they did, a cold breeze seemed to sweep through the room, despite the lack of open windows. I watched, transfixed, as they began to chant, their words unintelligible but rhythmic. The air felt charged, like the moments before a storm. I wanted to step back, to escape before I was noticed, but I was rooted to the spot, as if the very shadows had wrapped around my ankles, holding me in place. And then, for the first time, The whisper came not from within my mind, but from Marcus himself, clear as day. Eli, we know you're there. My heart jumped to my throat. I stumbled backwards, the door creaking loudly as I did. The students turned, their eyes locking onto mine with a knowing gaze. There was no anger or surprise, only a quiet acceptance, as if they had been expecting me all along. "Join us," Marcus invited, his voice as soothing as the whisper had ever been. "We understand what you seek, and we can help you find it." Caught off guard, I hesitated. The logical part of my mind screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance between myself and whatever this was. But a deeper part of me, the part that had been enthralled by the whisper, was curious, yearning to know more. With a sense of inevitability, I stepped forward, crossing the threshold into their world. The door closed behind me with a soft click, sealing my fate in a way I couldn't yet comprehend. The circle widened to accommodate me. They handed me the book, its pages filled with symbols and words from some forgotten language, and I found that I understood them, as if they had been waiting for me to read them all along. The days that followed blurred into a strange routine. I attended my classes as usual, but my mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the secrets I was beginning to uncover. The club, I learned, was much more than a mere gathering of curious students. They were a conduit, a bridge between our world and something far older and more powerful. Marcus became my guide, explaining that the whisper, the voice that had led me to them, was the same force they had come to know. It had chosen us, he said, for reasons we might not fully understand, but must accept. The rituals were a means of communication, an invitation to the entities that existed beyond the fabric of our reality. As we delved deeper into the club's practices, strange things began happening around the school. Lights flickered more often, and shadows seemed to stretch and sway unnaturally. Yet no one else seemed to notice, as if an invisible barrier separated us from the rest. We were becoming a part of something larger, something that transcended the mundane existence we had known. My nights were filled with dreams, vivid and unsettling. I walked through endless corridors that spiraled into nothingness, heard voices not my own whispering secrets I couldn't fully grasp. Each morning I awoke with a sense of dread and anticipation, knowing that each day brought us closer to the culmination of our efforts. The climax came on a night when the moon hung low and full, casting an ethereal glow over Ashbourne. We gathered in the same dimly lit room, the candlelight flickering against the oppressive darkness outside. Marcus explained that tonight we would attempt the final step, the ultimate communion with the other side. The air was electric with anticipation and anxiety. As the ritual began, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. Our breath came out in visible puffs, mingling with the smoke from the candles. We joined hands, forming an unbroken circle as Marcus led us in the chant. The words felt heavy on my tongue, yet familiar, as if they were a part of me. And then it happened. The room shuddered, a low thrumming sound vibrating through the floor. The shadows around us twisted, coalescing into shapes that defied logic. A presence filled the space, enveloping us with its vastness. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a force beyond comprehension. And for a brief moment, I understood everything. The whispers, the rituals, the hidden truths of the universe. But as quickly as it had come, the connection snapped, leaving us gasping in its wake. The room returned to its former state, the candles burning down to stubs. We sat in silence, the enormity of what we had experienced settling over us like a heavy shroud. The days that followed were marked by an unsettling calm. We spoke little of the events, each of us grappling with what we had seen and felt. The whisper that had once been my constant companion was silent now, leaving a void that was almost tangible. Life at Ashbourne resumed its normal rhythms, yet nothing felt the same. I saw the world through different eyes, aware of the unseen layers that lay beneath the surface. The club disbanded, our purpose seemingly fulfilled, yet a lingering fear remained. We had touched something profound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had left a mark on us, on me. Sometimes, when I am alone, I feel a shadow pass over me, a reminder of that night and the world we had glimpsed. It is a silent promise, or perhaps a warning, that the story is not yet over. And in the quiet spaces between thoughts, I wait, listening for the whisper's return, knowing that one day it will call to me again. The abandoned school loomed in the distance like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Broken windows, their edges softened by time and neglect, stared out like hollow eyes onto the overgrown playground where silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves. For years, the building had been an object of local lore, a place where the boundaries of the ordinary world frayed at the edges and mysterious tales took root. It was here that I found myself, drawn by a compulsion I didn't fully understand, yet could not resist. The path that led to the school was treacherous, overgrown with weeds and brambles that seemed to grasp at my feet as though they were alive. The air was cool, with an unsettling stillness that clung to my skin like a damp cloak. Everywhere around me, the whisper of the wind through the trees carried with it the subtle scent of damp earth and decay. It was a place I had often heard about from the townspeople, their stories filled with ominous warnings that echoed in my mind as I approached. "Ben, are you sure about this?" I whispered to myself, a habit I had picked up from spending too much time alone. But it was a question I knew the answer to. Something had changed in my life, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and it was this change that had led me to the school. The sense of normalcy that I had once cherished had been punctured by an inexplicable series of events that had upended my understanding of reality. The first time it happened, I was in my apartment, a place that had always been my sanctuary. I was reading, or at least trying to, but I couldn't focus. The words on the page seemed to blur, and a strange sensation washed over me, like the whisper of something just beyond perception. It was as though the air had shifted, vibrating with a frequency that I couldn't hear, but could feel deep in my bones. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ceased, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. The disturbances became more frequent, each one a little more intense than the last, until they became a part of my daily existence. Objects moved of their own accord, a book falling from the shelf, a door slowly creaking open, the lights flickering as though touched by an unseen hand. It was as if the world around me had come alive in a way that defied explanation, hinting at forces I couldn't comprehend. I questioned my sanity, doubting the evidence of my own senses, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something profound was at work. It was during one of these episodes, when the air seemed to hum with an electric tension, that I first heard the voice, a whisper that curled through the silence, its tone both commanding and gentle, as though calling me to a place beyond my understanding. "Seek the truth," it said, the words resonating within me in a way that was at once foreign and familiar. I knew that it was more than a hallucination. It was a call to action, a call that led me to the abandoned school. As I stood at the threshold, my mind a whirl of confusion and anticipation, I hesitated, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing against me. But the compulsion was too strong, a pull that I couldn't resist, urging me to step into the darkness that lay beyond the shattered doors. Inside, the air was cool and stale, carrying with it the scent of dust and old wood. Shafts of light filtered through the broken windows, casting eerie patterns across the walls that seemed to shift and move like living things. Each step I took echoed in the vast, empty halls, a reminder of the countless lives that had once filled this place with laughter and learning. Now, it was a shell, a vessel for secrets untold, and I was the intruder. As I wandered through the corridors, I became acutely aware of the presence that had drawn me here. It was neither malevolent nor benign, yet it held an authority that demanded attention. I was not alone, and the realization sent a shiver down my spine. I felt the gaze of eyes unseen, watching my every move, judging my intentions. Yet, despite the fear that gripped me, I continued on, driven by a sense of purpose that I couldn't quite articulate. It was in one of the classrooms, the desks overturned and scattered like forgotten relics, that the air shifted again. This time, it was more intense, a palpable energy that crackled through the space with a force that set my heart racing. From the shadows, they emerged, figures formed from the very darkness itself, their shapes indistinct, yet undeniably present. Paranormal creatures, their forms twisting and shifting like smoke, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. Instinctively, I stepped back, my mind struggling to comprehend the impossible reality before me. Yet even as fear clawed at my resolve, I remembered the voice, its words a beacon in the chaos. Seek the truth. I knew then that this was my purpose, my role in a drama that had been unfolding long before I became aware of it. The creatures moved with a grace that belied their otherworldly nature, circling me slowly as though assessing my worth. I could feel their power, a force that threatened to overwhelm me, yet I stood my ground, refusing to yield to the terror that threatened to consume me. In that moment, I understood what was required of me, not to fight, but to listen, to open myself to the truth that lay hidden within the shadows. As if in response to my silent resolution, the air shimmered, and another presence made itself known. It was unlike the others, its form radiant with a light that seemed to emanate from within, casting the darkness into stark relief. A divine warrior, its armor glinting with an ethereal sheen, its eyes filled with an ancient wisdom that transcended time. The creature and the warrior faced each other, their confrontation a silent battle that played out on a plane beyond my understanding. I was caught between them, a reluctant hero thrust into a role for which I was unprepared. Yet even as fear gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, I felt a calm wash over me, a certainty that this was where I was meant to be. In a gesture of solidarity, the warrior turned its gaze towards me, its eyes conveying a message that needed no words. I understood then that I was not alone, that I was part of something greater, a tapestry of events that intertwined the fate of the living and the ethereal. The warrior raised its hand, and a light blossomed from its palm, a beacon that cut through the darkness, driving back the shadows that clung to the edges of my vision. The creatures hesitated, their forms wavering as though caught in a struggle between light and darkness. I realized that they were not evil, but rather guardians of a truth that had long been forgotten, a truth that I was destined to uncover. In that moment, I felt a connection to them, a bond that transcended fear, and a sense of peace settled over the room. The warrior nodded, its expression one of approval, and I knew that I had passed some unspoken test. The light from its hand expanded, enveloping the room in a radiant glow that banished the shadows and revealed the true nature of the school. I saw then, through the veil of time, the lives that had once thrived in these halls, the laughter and tears, the hopes and dreams that had left their mark on the very fabric of the place. As quickly as it had begun, the vision faded, leaving behind a lingering warmth in my heart. The creatures, their purpose fulfilled, began to dissolve into the darkness from whence they came, their task complete. The warrior, too, began to fade, its form becoming one with the light. Yet as it disappeared, I felt a sense of gratitude and understanding. I stood alone in the now silent classroom, the echoes of the past still resonating in my mind. The school, once a place of fear and mystery, had become a sanctuary of truth, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped our world in ways we could scarcely comprehend. I knew that I would carry this experience with me, a mark upon my soul that would never fade. As I left the school, the cool air of the outside world wrapped around me like a familiar embrace. The path that had once seemed so foreboding now lay clear before me, a testament to the journey I had undertaken. The world beyond the school had not changed, yet I had, my understanding of reality, forever altered by the events of that day. Though the disturbances that had plagued my life ceased, replaced by a newfound sense of peace, the lingering fear remained, a reminder of the vast unknown that lay beyond the veil of our existence. I had glimpsed it, faced it, and emerged, transformed. The voice, the creatures, the warrior, all were now a part of me, guiding me towards a destiny I had yet to fully understand. In the quiet solitude of my apartment, I reflected on the events that had led me to the abandoned school. I knew that I had been chosen, not as a hero in the traditional sense, but as a witness to the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface of our world. And though the future remained uncertain, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone, that the light would guide me through the darkness, and that the truth, once revealed, could never be forgotten. The house I grew up in was a modest, two-story affair, tucked away in a sleepy suburb, the kind of place where the past seemed to linger in the air, holding its breath, just as we did on humid summer afternoons. Our family home stood at the end of a winding cul-de-sac, embraced by aging oaks that whispered secrets to the wind. It was a place that had witnessed 1,000 sunsets, each one painting the facade in hues of nostalgia. The porch swing creaked with memories, and the floorboards sang the songs of our footsteps, a symphony of domestic life. My younger brother Matty and I shared many adventures there, the sort of innocent escapades one might expect from a pair of children with wild imaginations. Matty, with his unruly brown hair and eyes that seemed to hold the entire universe, was always the dreamer. He was 4 years younger than me, and his presence was like a shadow that danced to its own rhythm, always a step behind, yet sometimes inexplicably ahead. Our days were filled with the typical chaos of childhood: mud pies, imaginary monsters, and the occasional quarrel over which TV show to watch. It was on an ordinary afternoon that I first noticed something amiss. The sun was beginning to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the floor of our shared bedroom. Matty was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his back to me, his attention firmly fixed on something I couldn't see. At first, I thought he might be absorbed in one of his many toys, but as I approached, I realized he was talking in a low, conspiratorial whisper. "Who are you talking to, Matty?" I asked, leaning against the doorframe. He didn't turn around. "My friend," I chuckled, assuming he meant an imaginary companion. We had always been encouraged to explore our imaginations, but something about the way Matty remained so focused made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. "What's your friend's name?" I ventured, trying to peer over his shoulder. Matty finally turned to face me, his eyes wide and bright. "He doesn't have a name," he said simply, as if that explained everything. Over the next few weeks, Matty's strange behavior shifted from a curiosity to a concern. He spent more time alone, whispering to this invisible friend, and often I would catch snippets of his murmurings, fragmented words that seemed to carry a peculiar weight. At night, I would hear him speaking in hushed tones, the cadence of his voice rising and falling like the tide, lulling me into a restless sleep. I began to wonder if it was just a phase, a product of his imagination running wild. Yet, there was something insistent and unsettling about it, an undercurrent of intensity that belied the innocence of a child's game. I tried talking to our parents about Matty's new friend, but they dismissed it as harmless fun, a boy's invention to stave off the boredom of lazy summer days. Then came the day when things began to escalate in earnest. I was in the kitchen, helping Mom with dinner, when I heard Matty's voice echoing from the living room. He was louder than usual, his words punctuated by pauses, as though he were listening intently to responses only he could hear. Curious, I left the kitchen, wiping my hands on a dish towel as I went. I found Maddie standing in front of the fireplace, his expression animated, his hands gesturing wildly in conversation. I hesitated at the threshold, an inexplicable chill wrapping around my spine. "Maddie, what's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He turned to look at me, his face flushed with excitement. "We're playing a game," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "What kind of game?" He shrugged and turned back to the fireplace. "You wouldn't understand," he whispered, more to himself than to me. I watched him for a moment longer, a knot forming in my stomach. It was as if he were caught in a web, invisible threads holding him in thrall to something profoundly beyond my grasp. I thought about telling Mom and Dad again, but something held me back. Maybe it was the fear of being dismissed, or perhaps it was a deeper unspoken worry that acknowledging the strangeness would somehow make it more real. Night fell, casting the house in a cloak of shadows. Dinner was a quiet affair, with Maddie uncharacteristically subdued, his gaze flicking to the window every so often. After we had eaten, we retreated to our rooms, and I lay awake in bed, my mind churning with thoughts I couldn't quite articulate. Sometime in the early hours, I awoke to the sound of Maddie's voice. It was a soft, insistent murmur, the kind that gnaws at the edges of sleep, pulling you inexorably into wakefulness. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and listened. His voice was clearer now, as if he were standing right beside me, though I could see his silhouette still sitting on his bed, outlined by the dim glow of the nightlight. "Maddie," I whispered, "are you okay?" He didn't respond, didn't even shift. The air felt heavy, charged with a tension I couldn't name. I slipped out of bed and padded over to him, my heart beating in my throat. As I drew closer, I realized he was staring at the wall, his eyes unfocused, yet intent. Before I could say anything, he spoke, his voice eerie in the stillness. He says you shouldn't worry. He's always been here. A shiver crawled up my spine. Who are you talking about? Maddie blinked slowly, his gaze shifting to meet mine. In that moment, there was a gravity to his eyes that seemed far beyond his years. He's my friend, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to take him in my arms, to shield him from whatever unseen force had ensnared him. But instead, I found myself backing away, retreating to my own bed, where I lay rigid, sleep eluding me. Days passed, each one bringing with it a subtle intensification of the inexplicable tension that hung over our home. Maddie grew more withdrawn, his interactions with the world around him increasingly eclipsed by his interactions with his invisible companion. I tried to engage him, to draw him out with games and distractions, but it was as if a part of him had slipped into a realm I couldn't reach. The climax came one evening, just as the last light of the day was fading. I was in our room, reading a book, when I heard it. A faint tapping, rhythmic and insistent. I looked up, my eyes scanning the room, searching for the source. Maddie was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his head cocked to one side, listening. "What's that sound?" I asked, my voice sounding small and distant. Matty didn't answer. He seemed entranced, his eyes glued to the window. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, echoing in the silence like the pulse of a hidden heart. I stood, my feet carrying me to the window, despite the cold dread that wrapped around my limbs. The backyard stretched out beneath a canopy of stars, tranquil and undisturbed. Yet the tapping continued, steady and inexorable. "Matty, do you hear that?" I whispered, my breath fogging the glass. He nodded, his expression one of serene understanding. "It's him," he said simply. A shadow crept across my vision, a flicker at the edge of sight. I blinked, trying to dispel the illusion, but it remained, a shapeless presence hovering just beyond the window. My heart thundered in my chest, my mind flailing for rational explanations, even as my instincts screamed that there was something profoundly wrong. The shadow shifted, resolving into a vague outline that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. I took a step back, my legs trembling as I clutched the windowsill for support. "Matty, come away from the window," I urged, my voice shaking. But Matty remained where he was, his gaze locked onto the figure outside. He looked at peace, a serene smile curving his lips. "It's okay," he murmured, as if comforting a frightened animal. "He's not here to hurt us." I felt the world tilt, reality blurring at the edges as the shadow grew, its presence filling the room with a suffocating weight. I wanted to run, to flee from whatever malevolent force had seeped into our lives. But I was rooted to the spot, my heart pounding a frantic tattoo against my ribs. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the shadow receded, drawing back into the night, leaving behind only the echo of its presence and the whisper of the wind through the trees. The tapping ceased, the air clearing as though a storm had passed, leaving the room in a charged silence. Matty blinked, his expression clearing as he turned to me with a small, apologetic smile. "He's gone now," he said, a hint of sadness in his voice. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my knees weak and unsteady. "Matty, who was that?" I asked, my voice trembling with the remnants of fear. He shrugged, his shoulders rising and falling, with a child's acceptance of the inexplicable. "Just my friend," he repeated, as if it were the simplest truth. In the days that followed, Matty's interactions with his invisible friend began to wane. He seemed more present, more himself, as the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped our home slowly lifted. I kept a wary eye on him, half expecting the shadow to return, but it never did. The house settled back into its familiar rhythms, the memories of those strange occurrences fading like mist in the morning sun. Yet, even as life resumed its normalcy, a lingering fear clung to me, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind that refused to be silenced. I often found myself watching Matty, searching for signs that the shadow might still linger, hidden in the corners of his mind. He seemed unchanged, his laughter as bright and infectious as ever, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted beneath the surface. I never spoke of the shadow to anyone, not even Maddie. It became our silent secret, a shared experience that bound us together in a way nothing else could. As the years passed, I hoped that time would smooth the edges of that memory, rendering it less sharp, less potent. But even now, when the wind whispers through the trees and the shadows stretch long and dark, I find myself listening for the tap-tap-tapping, a reminder of a friend that might still be watching from the other side of the glass. The day began with an ordinary hum of life in the suburbs. Sunlight filtered gently through the curtains, casting a warm, inviting glow over the breakfast table. I watched my son, James, engrossed in arranging his cereal into meticulous patterns, his small fingers moving with a deliberate patience that always seemed beyond his years. At 10, James had an introspective nature, often lost in his own world, but keenly observant of the one around him. Our lives were painted in shades of routine comfort, with the gentle monotony breaking only for the odd family outing or school event. James attended a local elementary school and was generally well-liked, though often described as a bit peculiar by his teachers. They would speak of his impressive academic abilities, quickly followed by a hesitant mention of his solitary tendencies. As his mother, I found these characteristics endearing, though I sometimes worried about the depth of his solitude. It wasn't until one crisp autumn afternoon that the fabric of our predictable life began to unravel. James had returned from school unusually quiet, and while his silence was not unusual, there was an air of disquiet about him that I could not shake. He sat on the living room floor, sketching intently in his notebook. I peered over his shoulder, half expecting to see the usual mishmash of doodles and mathematical problems, but instead found a series of intricate maps. "What's this, sweetheart?" I asked, brushing my fingers gently through his hair. "It's our house," he replied, not looking up from his work. "But different." His answer piqued my curiosity. The maps were detailed, yet they showed rooms and corridors that didn't exist in our modest home. Hallways that twisted and turned, leading to hidden chambers and secret doors. I felt a chill, as if a draft had swept through the room. I shook it off, attributing it to the imaginative mind of a child. "Are these secret rooms, James?" I smiled, trying to keep the tone light. He nodded, his eyes still fixed on the page. "I found them," he said simply. "Found them?" I repeated, confused. He paused, his pencil hovering above the paper. "I go there sometimes, when I'm alone." The casualness of his statement sent a shiver down my spine. I laughed it off, ruffling his hair. "Well, maybe you can show me someday." His eyes met mine briefly, a solemnity in them that was unsettling. "Maybe," he murmured, before returning to his sketches. Over the next few days, James continued to draw these impossible maps, each one more complex than the last. I noticed he spent increasingly longer periods in his room, the door slightly ajar as if inviting someone or something unseen. The air around us shifted subtly, like the first hint of a brewing storm. Despite the warmth of the season, I found myself pulling cardigans tighter around my shoulders, glancing over them as if shadows lurked just beyond my vision. Concerned, I brought up the subject with my husband, Mark, one evening. We sat together in the dim glow of the living room, the television murmuring softly in the background. "Do you think he might be lonely?" I asked, trying to articulate the unease that had been gnawing at me. Mark shrugged, his eyes never leaving the screen. "He's just a kid, exploring his imagination. I did the same at his age." I nodded, though my worries did not dissipate. There was something about the way James spoke of his hidden realms that felt too real, too palpable. One night, I was awoken by the sound of hushed whispers. The clock on the nightstand read 3:00 a.m., and a quick glance confirmed that Mark was still asleep beside me, breathing deeply. I strained my ears, trying to catch any familiar words, but the whispers were soft, merging with the sighing of the wind outside. They seemed to emanate from James's room. I hesitated momentarily before slipping out of bed, my bare feet silent against the cool wooden floor. As I approached his door, the whispers faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I knocked softly, crept the door open just enough to peer inside. James lay sleeping, his expression serene, though the notebook lay open beside him, pages filled with more of those detailed maps. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame me, and I had to grip the doorframe for support. The room felt heavy with an unseen presence, one that seemed to retreat as I stepped inside. I closed James's notebook and tucked it beneath his bed, hoping to quell the strange feelings that clung to me. As I made my way back to our room, the whispers resumed, faint but persistent, floating through the air like an intangible mist. The following day, I decided to keep a closer eye on James. After school, he went straight to his room, as was his routine. I pretended to busy myself with chores, all the while listening for any peculiar sounds. The house was unusually quiet, the silence punctuated only by the occasional creak of the floorboards or the rustle of leaves outside. An hour passed when I was jolted by a sudden crash. I raced up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. James was standing in the hallway, his face pale and eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Behind him, a framed photo had fallen, the glass shattered across the floor. "What happened?" I asked breathlessly. James looked at the broken photo, then at me. "He got mad," he whispered. "Who got mad?" James hesitated, his gaze darting to his room. "The man in the walls." The words hung between us, heavy and foreboding. My rational mind struggled to process them, to find a logical explanation. But logic seemed to wither in the face of such certainty. I spent the evening tidying up the broken glass and engaging James in activities to distract him. We played board games, had dinner, and watched a movie. Despite my efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edges of our perception. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, straining to hear any disturbance. The house was silent, yet I felt a pervasive unease, as if the very air was charged with anticipation. When I finally drifted off, it was not to the comforting embrace of dreams, but a restless state where half-formed images danced behind my closed eyes. I awoke to find James standing at the foot of our bed, his silhouette outlined by the faint glow from the hallway. He seemed to be waiting for something. "James, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. I need to show you, he said softly. Please come. His words were simple, yet carried a weight that brooked no argument. I glanced at Mark, who was still asleep, then nodded, slipping out of bed to follow my son. James led me through the darkened house, his small hand cool and steady in mine. We passed the living room, the kitchen, and finally stopped at the basement door. My heart skipped a beat. The basement was unfinished, a shadowy place filled with old furniture and forgotten memories. Are you sure, sweetheart? I asked hesitantly. James nodded, his expression inscrutable in the dim light. He opened the door, and a rush of cool, damp air met us. Together, we descended the creaky wooden steps, the surroundings swallowed by shadows. At the bottom, James paused, releasing my hand. He stepped forward, his fingers trailing along the wall until they stopped at a particular spot. I watched, mesmerized, as he pressed against it, the wall yielding with a soft groan. A section of it swung open, revealing a narrow passageway that sloped downward into darkness. Where does it go? I breathed, a mixture of awe and fear swirling within me. To the other rooms, James whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Every rational part of me screamed to turn back, to wake Mark and leave the mystery for another day. Yet, the air thrummed with a sense of urgency, a pull that I could not resist. James had already started down the passage, and I followed, the oppressive darkness closing in around us. The passage twisted and turned, the walls damp and cool against my fingertips. We walked in silence, each step echoing into the void. An indeterminate amount of time passed before we emerged into a large chamber, the ceiling arched high above us. Faint light trickled in from an unseen source, casting ghostly shadows that danced across the floor. In the center of the room stood an old wooden chair, worn and frail, its presence both incongruous and ominous. James approached it with a familiarity that sent chills down my spine. He turned to look at me, his face partially obscured by the shadows. This is where he stays, James said softly. Who? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The man in the walls. A sense of vertigo washed over me, the room seeming to tilt and sway as if it were a living entity. The air was thick with an ancient mustiness, and a feeling of being watched prickled at the back of my neck. James, we should go back. It's late, I managed to say, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. James nodded, his expression contemplative. He won't hurt us. He just watches. The knowledge that my son had been communing with some unseen presence, one that existed beyond the boundaries of our understanding, was both terrifying and strangely reassuring. It was as if James had become the bridge between our world and another, one that remained hidden yet ever present. We retraced our steps, the passage seeming longer and darker on the return journey. As we emerged back into the basement, I felt a profound sense of relief, as if we had crossed an invisible threshold back to safety. The following days were a blur of normalcy tinged with the surreal. James was his usual self, though there was a newfound lightness in his demeanor, as if a long-held secret had finally been shared. I watched him with a mixture of love and apprehension, wondering how much of what we had experienced was real and how much a product of my imagination. But there were moments, fleeting yet undeniable, when I felt the presence of something unseen. A whisper in the night, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye, the soft creak of footsteps in the walls. They were subtle reminders that our world was not as solitary as it seemed, that the boundaries between reality and the unknown were more porous than we dared to believe. I never spoke of that night to Mark, nor did I press James for further revelations. Some secrets, I realized, were meant to be kept, to exist in the shadows between awareness and ignorance. And while the fear lingered, it was tempered by a strange sense of peace, an acceptance that our world was but one of many, each with its own mysteries waiting to be unveiled. And so, life went on. The maps disappeared, replaced by the usual childhood musings and schoolwork. Yet, every so often, I would catch James staring off into space, his eyes alight with a secret knowledge. In those moments, I would smile and hold him a little closer, knowing that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary things could find their way into our lives. There's a certain rhythm to life in the country, a gentle lull that cradles you into a sense of security. Our home, nestled in the rolling hills of rural New Hampshire, was a sanctuary, a place where the daily grind of the outside world felt a million miles away. My wife, Sarah, and I had moved there 5 years ago, hoping to offer our son, Ethan, a childhood that thrived under the open sky rather than confining walls. The house was an old colonial, worn but charming, with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that crackled warmly during winter nights. Its basement was a cavernous, neglected space filled with forgotten remnants of previous owners. It was a source of fascination for Ethan, who often turned its dusty corners into fantasy realms with the company of his imaginary friend, Mr. Mapes. Mr. Mapes was a name that at first made us smile. When Ethan spoke of his adventures with this figment, it seemed a harmless outlet for his vivid imagination. He would describe them exploring jungles or sailing pirate ships, always with a child's innocent glee. It was typical childhood fodder, and we encouraged his creativity. The first disturbance came subtly, like a whisper in the night. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, he looked at me with wide, serious eyes. "Mr. Mapes says there's something strange in the basement," he whispered. His voice was laced with an earnestness that caught me off guard. I chuckled softly, dismissing it as part of the game. "Don't worry, sport. There's nothing down there but old boxes and cobwebs," I assured him. He nodded, but the weight of his gaze lingered on me longer than usual. Over the next few days, the mention of Mr. Mapes became more frequent, his presence more palpable in Ethan's life. Our son, usually cheerful and playful, began to show signs of distraction. He would pause mid-play, listening intently, as if someone was whispering directly into his ear. At times, he'd stare into empty spaces with a look of intense concentration, as though deciphering a secret language. Sarah noticed it too. We discussed it one evening after Ethan had gone to bed, the concern etched in her voice. "Do you think it's normal for him to be so absorbed by his imaginary friend?" she asked. We both agreed that childhood imagination was a powerful and often consuming force. Yet something about Mr. Mapes felt different, more insistent. The escalation was gradual, a series of small events that began to gnaw at the edges of our sanity. It started with the noises, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but soon unmistakable. We would hear whispers echoing from the basement, a sibilant susurration that defied explanation. I checked the old pipes and the creaking beams for causes, but the house, despite its age, held no secrets to account for the sounds. Then came the dreams. Ethan began to talk about them during breakfast, intricate narratives involving Mr. Mapes leading him through strange landscapes, introducing him to shadowy figures that blended into the walls. His sleep was punctuated with restless tossing and muffled cries, his small frame shivering under the covers. When we asked about the dreams, his descriptions blurred the line between fantasy and an unsettling reality. One afternoon, while searching for some old camping gear, I decided to rummage through the basement. As I descended the stairs, a chill ran down my spine, the air thick with a damp, musty smell that clung to my skin. The dim light bulb cast elongated shadows that seemed to stretch and shift as I moved. I felt an inexplicable urge to turn back, but curiosity pushed me onward. Halfway through my search, I stumbled upon something peculiar, a small forgotten corner covered in a layer of dust and cobwebs. There, etched into the concrete floor, was a series of symbols, crude and childlike, yet unmistakably deliberate. My mind raced with questions. Who had drawn them, and why? I dismissed the thought that Ethan could be responsible, as the symbols bore a complexity that seemed beyond his years. I showed the etchings to Sarah, and together we decided to keep a closer watch on Ethan's interactions with his imaginary friend. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself listening intently to the whispers, trying to decipher a pattern or meaning. I felt the weight of something ancient and unseen pressing against the fabric of our reality. The climax arrived without warning, like a storm breaking suddenly over calm seas. It was a Sunday evening, the air outside thick with the promise of rain. Ethan had been uncharacteristically quiet all day, his attention absorbed by something we could not see. As night fell, he approached me with a seriousness that belied his years. "Mr. Mapes says it's time," he announced, his voice almost a monotone. A chill ran through me at his words. "Time for what, buddy?" I asked, keeping my tone light despite the growing unease. Ethan looked at me, his eyes reflecting a wisdom far beyond his age. "To open the door in the basement," he replied simply. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to mask my alarm. "What door, Ethan?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He shrugged, as if the answer were obvious, and gestured downstairs. With a mixture of fear and determination, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I made my way to the basement my footsteps echoing in the confined space. The symbols etched in the floor seemed to glow faintly, a trick of the light, I told myself. I scanned the walls for any sign of a door, my breath catching in my throat when I noticed a narrow seam in the concrete that I had never seen before. It looked like a door, tall and slender, blending seamlessly with the wall. I hesitated, the air around me thick with anticipation. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, yet Ethan's words echoed in my mind, pulling me inexorably forward. With trembling hands, I pressed against the seam, feeling the wall shudder and give way. The door swung open silently, revealing a darkness that seemed to devour the light. I stepped back, my mind reeling as I struggled to comprehend what lay beyond. It was as if I peered into a void, a place untouched by time or human presence. Whispers filled the air, louder now, a cacophony of voices that spoke of secrets and promises long forgotten. Just as I was about to retreat, Ethan appeared at the top of the stairs, his small figure silhouetted against the light from above. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Mapes says it's okay," he called out, his voice carrying an assurance that belied the dread coiling in my stomach. I glanced back at the darkness, a turmoil of emotions warring within me. I knew then that this was a moment of choice, a crossroads between understanding and ignorance. But the whispers grew louder, compelling me to step forward into the unknown. In that instant, the air shifted, the basement filling with a presence that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I felt it wrap around me, cold and unyielding, as if the shadows themselves had come alive. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone, leaving behind a silence so profound it was deafening. I staggered back, my mind struggling to process what had happened. The door stood ajar, the darkness within now still and impenetrable. Ethan watched me with calm eyes, as if everything was as it should be. The aftermath lingered in the days that followed, a shadow that refused to lift. The whispers ceased, leaving a hollow echo in their wake. The door, once opened, became an ordinary patch of wall, its secrets sealed away. Yet the feeling of unease persisted, a lingering fear that clung to the corners of our home. Ethan seemed unaffected by the events, his demeanor returning to that of a typical child, preoccupied with school and play. Yet his eyes held a depth that spoke of experiences beyond our comprehension. He no longer mentioned Mr. Mapes, as if the entity had served its purpose and vanished into the ether. Sarah and I decided to leave the past undisturbed, choosing not to speak of the incident. But I often found myself drawn to the basement, standing before the place where the door had been, listening for whispers that no longer came. The symbols on the floor remained a mystery, their origins and meaning locked away with the darkness we had faced. Life continued, the rhythms of our world slowly reasserting themselves. Yet beneath the veneer of normalcy, the memory of that night remained, a silent testament to the mysteries that lurk beyond our understanding. I often wondered what lay on the other side of that door, what truths Mr. Mapes had revealed to my son. In the quiet moments, when the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans, I would sometimes feel a presence, a reminder that the unknown is never far away. It was a comfort and a curse, a lingering fear that whispered of things unseen, and the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The sun poured its gentle rays over the neat rows of houses in the suburb, where every lawn seemed to tell a tale of meticulous care. The white picket fences framed a picture of idyllic family life, and the scent of fresh-cut grass wafted pleasantly in the air. Children played in the street, their laughter ringing out like a symphony of innocence, while parents exchanged pleasantries over their garden fences. In the midst of this mundane paradise, I found myself drawn into the rhythm of suburban life after moving into a modest but comfortable home. It was more than just a change of scenery. It was a chance to embrace normalcy after years of living a transient lifestyle. My wife, Claire, and I had been married for just over a decade, and our son, Ethan, was the apple of our eye. He was a bright, articulate 9-year-old with a penchant for puzzles and an imagination that seemed boundless. Our days fell into a comforting routine. Mornings were filled with the hustle of getting Ethan ready for school, and evenings were reserved for family dinners, where we would catch up on the minutiae of each other's days. On weekends, the three of us would explore nearby parks or attend neighborhood gatherings, which were frequent and welcoming. It was during one of these typical days that the first signs of disturbance made their presence known. It started subtly, as these things often do. Ethan had been spending more time alone in his room, a habit we initially attributed to his growing interest in reading and solitary games. Claire and I thought nothing of it, and even encouraged his independence. One evening, as I passed by Ethan's room, I heard him talking in hushed tones. At first, I assumed he was on the phone or had a friend over, but when I cracked the door open, he was alone. His back was turned to me, and he was sitting at his desk, engrossed in a conversation with what seemed to be thin air. Amused by his imagination, I didn't interrupt and quietly backed away, assuming he was merely indulging in a pretend play. Days turned into weeks, and Ethan's solitary conversations continued. Claire mentioned hearing him too, though she dismissed it as part of a child's creative play. Her reassurance did little to quell the growing unease in my mind. Ethan's demeanor had begun to shift subtly. There was a certain detachment in his gaze and an unsettling calmness that belied his age. During family dinners, Ethan's stories had taken on a darker tone. He spoke of shadows that danced on his walls at night and mentioned a friend who visited him when we were asleep. Claire and I exchanged concerned glances, but chalked it up to nightmares and the overactive imagination of a young child. The escalation was gradual, almost imperceptible, like a creeping vine that slowly chokes out the life of the host it clings to. One night, as I lay in bed, I was jolted awake by the sound of shattering glass. I rushed downstairs, heart pounding in my chest, to find Ethan standing barefoot amidst the shards of a broken window. His expression was one of eerie calm, eyes fixated on something beyond the shattered frame. "Ethan, what happened?" I demanded, my voice trembling with both fear and anger. He turned to me, his face devoid of remorse, or explanation and simply said, "It was him." When I pressed for more, he refused to elaborate, his eyes carrying a glint of something that chilled me to the bone. Claire, who had followed closely behind, took Ethan in her arms, murmuring soothing words while shooting me a look of bewilderment. We cleaned up the mess in silence, the incident casting a long shadow over the remainder of the night. The following days were marked by a palpable tension in our home. Ethan's friend became a recurring topic in our conversations, the details becoming more elaborate and sinister. He spoke of tasks this friend would assign, things that made no sense but were described with an unsettling clarity. When asked who this friend was, Ethan would simply shrug, saying, "He doesn't have a name." Claire and I sought advice from child psychologists, hoping to understand the nature of these manifestations. They assured us it was a phase, a harmless exploration of an imaginative mind. But my instincts told me otherwise. I felt an invisible presence watching us, lurking in the fringes of our home life, sowing discord in the shadows. One evening, as I returned from work later than usual, I found Claire sitting at the dining table, her face pale and drawn. She placed a hand on mine, her voice barely above a whisper. "I found something today," she said, sliding a small notebook across the table. It was Ethan's. The pages were filled with drawings, intricate and unnerving. They depicted figures standing in shadows, hands reaching out toward a smaller figure that trembled beneath their grasp. The scrawled words, "He watches, he waits," left a pit in my stomach. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling through the eaves of the house like a chorus of lost souls. I awoke to find Ethan standing at the foot of our bed, his silhouette illuminated by flashes of lightning. In his hand, he clutched the notebook, and his eyes bore into mine with a disquieting intensity. "He wants you to leave," Ethan said, his voice carrying an authority that wasn't his own. "He says it's time." Fear surged through me, followed by a rush of anger. "Ethan, this has to stop," I exclaimed, sitting up in bed. But his expression remained unchanged, his words echoing in the room long after he had returned to his own. The storm raged on, and I found sleep impossible. I lay awake, thoughts swirling in turmoil, the sense of an unseen force pressing down upon me. Claire's breathing was steady beside me, a reminder of the normalcy I so desperately clung to, yet felt slipping away. Morning brought with it a deceptive calm. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean, but the tension in our home remained. I resolved to confront Ethan, to break through the barrier that had risen between us. But as I approached his room, I found it empty. His bed lay undisturbed, the window slightly ajar, curtains billowing inward with the breeze. Panic set in as we scoured the house, calling his name, our voices echoing in the empty spaces. Claire was frantic, tears streaming down her face, while I felt a cold, creeping fear that something had taken Ethan away. We found him in the backyard, standing in the early morning light, staring at a spot on the ground as if rooted there by some unseen force. As I approached, I saw what had captivated his attention, a circle of stones arranged with unsettling precision. in the center of which lay one of his toys, a soldier figurine, mutilated beyond recognition. "Ethan," I called softly, trying to keep my voice steady. He turned to me, eyes bright yet hollow. "He said it was a game," he replied, as if that was all the explanation the world needed. In the weeks that followed, we struggled to regain some semblance of normalcy. The event with the stones remained a forbidden topic, pushed into the periphery of our minds, though it lingered, a specter of fear that refused to dissipate. Ethan's behavior slowly returned to something resembling normal, the dark episodes becoming less frequent, but the memory of his words and the look in his eyes haunted me. The suburban idol we had so eagerly embraced now felt like a facade, the cracks in its surface revealing a reality we had not anticipated. I often found myself watching Ethan closely, searching for any sign of the child who had once filled our lives with light. Yet, there was always a part of me that remained vigilant, waiting for the shadows to return, for the specter of his friend to rise again. And so we continued, living in the shadow of an unseen horror, our hearts burdened by a fear that lay just beneath the surface. It was a fear that whispered of things unseen, of the sociopath within who wore the face of innocence, and of the darkness that could dwell in the heart of even the most idyllic suburban home. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow over our suburban neighborhood, each house nestled comfortably, like resting pieces on an immaculate chessboard. Our home, a modest 2-story building with a big back garden for our new family, was the epitome of normalcy. The kind of place where dreams of family life materialized into reality. It was in this house that I intended to nurture the delicate threads of life around me, weaving them into a tapestry of love and warmth. Life had been quiet, the kind of quiet that allows your mind to wander into a hopeful future. My husband, Jack, and I had moved in nearly 2 years ago, expecting that our lives would soon be filled with the pitter-patter of tiny feet. Our wish was granted with the arrival of our son, Ethan. He was perfect in every conceivable way, a tiny bundle with bright eyes and a curious gaze that seemed to understand more than he should. At first, the days slipped by in a haze of diaper changes and lullabies. Nights were punctuated by Ethan's cries, demanding attention and the comfort only a mother could provide. It was exhausting but fulfilling, an experience shared by countless mothers before me. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake off. The first time I noticed something was off was on a typical Sunday afternoon. Jack was out mowing the lawn, his rhythmic movements visible from the nursery window. Ethan lay quietly in his crib, his eyes fixed on the rotating mobile above him. I had been folding laundry, humming a soft tune, when his laughter broke the silence. It wasn't the sweet coos of a contented baby, but a low, almost guttural chuckle that sent a chill down my spine. I paused, the laundry slipping from my hands, and turned towards the crib. Ethan stared back at me, his eyes gleaming with an intelligence far beyond his months. "Silly baby," I muttered to myself, dismissing the sensation that something was wrong. After all, babies often made strange sounds. It was normal, wasn't it? As weeks passed, the oddities increased with a frequency I could no longer ignore. Ethan's laughter, once sporadic, became a constant presence, echoing through the rooms, even when he was alone. The toys in his room seemed to move, ever so slightly, when I wasn't looking. I began to question myself, my sanity wavering like a fragile flame against the wind. Was this postpartum anxiety manifesting in strange ways, or was something truly amiss? Jack, ever the rationalist, brushed off my concerns with a reassuring smile. "Babies are weird, Anna," he'd say, pulling me into a comforting hug. "He's just discovering the world in his own way." But his words, soothing as they were meant to be, couldn't erase the growing unease in my heart. One evening, as we sat for dinner while Ethan slept, I brought up the idea of seeing a pediatric specialist. "Just to be sure," I suggested, my voice tinged with an anxiety I failed to mask. Jack looked at me, his fork pausing midair. "Do you really think that's necessary?" he asked, concern etching lines into his face. "He's healthy. The pediatrician said he's developing well." Perhaps it was a mother's intuition, or maybe just the overpowering need to protect my child. But I insisted. Reluctantly, Jack agreed, and the appointment was set for the following week. The night before the appointment, I awoke to a gentle creaking sound. I lay in bed, heart thudding in my chest, before I realized that the sound came from Ethan's room. Pushing aside the covers, I tiptoed down the hall, my bare feet silent against the wooden floor. The door to his nursery creaked open, revealing a scene that froze my blood. Ethan stood in his crib, his tiny hands gripping the wooden rails. His eyes, wide and dark, bore into mine with an intensity that seemed almost accusatory. The mobile above him rotated slowly, although the windows were firmly shut and the air was still. I took a hesitant step forward, compelled by a force beyond comprehension, and reached out to him. "Ethan," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. His gaze met mine, and for a moment, I was entrapped in an unfathomable connection. Then he smiled, a twisted, knowing grin that had no place on the face of an infant. I stumbled back, clutching the doorframe for support. It was a smile I had seen on an old, faded photograph of my great-uncle, whose life had been shrouded in mystery and unspoken family secrets. Something unfurled inside me, a realization that what resided in the crib was not entirely my son. The pediatric specialist found nothing unusual. "He's perfectly healthy," she assured us, her voice a balm to Jack, but not to me. "Babies can have peculiar behaviors. They grow out of it." I nodded, my lips curving into a facsimile of a smile, but inside, a storm raged. Days turned into nights, and the cycle of unease continued. Ethan's room became a sanctuary of dread. I could no longer bear to be in there alone, opting instead to keep his crib in our bedroom. Jack, sensing my distress, tried his best to help, but even he couldn't deny the chilling atmosphere that cloaked our home. One afternoon, while Jack was at work, I decided to clear my mind with a walk in the garden. The sky stretched endlessly above, a canvas of blue unmarred by clouds. As I strolled past the flower beds, I noticed something buried in the soil. Kneeling down, I brushed away the earth to reveal an old rusted key. Its presence was both foreign and familiar, as though it had always been there, waiting for me. I couldn't shake the feeling that this discovery was significant, an unspoken part of the puzzle. But how could a key connect to the eerie aura surrounding Ethan? My thoughts were interrupted by a soft cry from inside the house. Ethan had woken up. The weeks that followed were a descent into a waking nightmare. Ethan's behavior became increasingly sinister. Once, while feeding him, I glanced away for a moment and returned to find his spoon hovering midair, the puree untouched. Another time, I found him in his crib, quietly babbling to the shadowy corners of the room, his words forming an indecipherable language that chilled me to the core. Jack finally witnessed something inexplicable one evening as we settled in the living room. Ethan was in his playpen, gurgling happily, when the lights flickered. The room was momentarily plunged into darkness, and when the lights returned, Ethan was standing outside the playpen, his eyes fixed on us with an unnerving calmness. Jack's face drained of color. How did he began, but the words died in his throat. For the first time, he shared my fear. We knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. A sense of urgency propelled us to act. We contacted a local priest, hoping that his presence might bring some much-needed clarity or comfort. Father Matthews was an elderly man, his face creased with wisdom and kindness. As he entered our home, he paused, his eyes narrowing with an unseen perception. The blessing was a quiet affair, marked by whispered prayers and the gentle sprinkling of holy water. Ethan slept through it all, his presence paradoxically peaceful. Yet, as Father Matthews concluded, he turned to us with a grim expression. "There is a heaviness here," he said, his voice steady but grave. "Something lingers, but I cannot say what." His words offered no solace, only deepening the mystery that had begun to consume our lives. I watched Ethan, his cherubic face serene in slumber, and wondered how such innocence could harbor something so sinister. As the days wore on, the atmosphere in the house grew oppressive. Jack and I found ourselves trapped in a cycle of fear and helplessness. The laughter that once filled our home was replaced by whispered arguments and anxious silences. Even the garden, once a place of refuge, seemed to pulse with an unseen force, the rusted key a constant reminder of unanswered questions. The climax came one stormy night. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows as rain lashed against the glass. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of Ethan, the key, and the unraveling threads of our once perfect life. A sound pierced the night, a soft melodic tune that floated through the air, drawing me from the edge of sleep. Sitting up, I realized it was the mobile in Ethan's room, spinning and playing its lullaby, despite being packed away days ago. Trembling, I crept down the hallway, my heart a wild drumbeat in my chest. As I pushed open the door, I saw Ethan standing in his crib, the mobile whirling above him in defiance of the laws of nature. His eyes met mine, and in that moment, I understood. This was not merely a haunting, it was Ethan, or rather, something within him, reaching out, seeking something. Driven by an unknown force, I fetched the rusted key from its hiding place and returned to the nursery. Ethan watched, an odd serenity on his face, as I held the key aloft, its weight heavy with unseen significance. "I don't know what you want," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "But I can't let you have him." With a final, desperate plea, I placed the key on the floor between us. The air seemed to still, charged with anticipation, as if waiting for something to happen. Then, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and the key vanished, leaving behind only a whisper of its presence. Ethan's eyes fluttered closed, his breathing slow and steady. I scooped him into my arms, relief mingling with confusion and exhaustion. The storm outside subsided, leaving a profound silence in its wake. In the days that followed, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving the house feeling lighter, almost normal. Ethan's laughter returned to its innocent cadence, and the inexplicable events ceased. Yet, the memory lingered, etched into my soul like a shadow that refuses to leave. Jack and I spoke little of that night, each content to let the past remain buried. But as I watched Ethan grow, I couldn't help but wonder if the darkness had truly left, or if it merely lay dormant, waiting for another moment when the past would cast its long shadow once more. And so, our lives continued, the semblance of normalcy restored. But in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the night crept in, the fear lingered, a reminder that even the most innocent of places can harbor the darkest of secrets. I always thought of Maine as a quiet sanctuary, a place where the whisper of pine trees and the gentle crash of ocean waves could lull even the most troubled soul into a state of tranquility. It was here, nestled among the rugged cliffs and serene beaches, that I spent my childhood. Growing up, I would lose myself in the rhythm of the sea, the hypnotic ebb and flow that promised constancy in a world that seemed to be spinning ever faster. My parents, Ellen and David, were the stalwart anchors of my life. Their love was a beacon, guiding me through the choppy waters of adolescence. They weren't perfect, but their imperfections were as familiar to me as the worn grooves of the kitchen table where we shared countless meals. My father, with his penchant for late-night philosophical debates, and my mother, whose laughter could chase away even the darkest clouds, wove together a tapestry of normalcy that I clung to with both hands. It was a crisp autumn morning when the first threads of that tapestry began to unravel. I remember the chill in the air, the way it nipped at my skin as I pulled my jacket tighter around me. I was in my final year of college in Florida, savoring the last few months of freedom before the world expected me to don the mantle of adulthood. My phone buzzed, slicing through the tranquil morning with an urgency that was palpable even through the digital screen. A Florida number, unfamiliar, glaring at me from my phone. Hesitant but curious, I answered, "Is this Alex?" The voice on the other end was curt, official, and lacking in the warmth I had come to associate with greetings. My heart skipped a beat, a premonition of the storm yet to come. "This is Officer Reynolds with the Maine State Police. I'm afraid I have some troubling news regarding your parents." In a breath, my idyllic world cracked. Words like arrest and investigation blurred into a cacophony of disbelief. My parents? Involved in criminal activities? It was as if the ground had opened beneath me. They were accused of being involved in a series of unsolved burglaries along the coast, a claim that felt alien and absurd. I hung up the call, my mind a whirlpool of confusion and anxiety. The Maine I knew, the safe haven I cherished, now felt tainted, foreign. I booked a flight home. The hours until my departure stretched thin with tension, each second an eternity. Back in Maine, the golden leaves fell like silent witnesses to the chaos unfolding in my life. As I approached our home, a quaint cottage overlooking the Atlantic, I was met with the sight of police tape and unfamiliar faces. It was a scene from a movie, surreal and detached from reality. Inside, the house bore the marks of a recent search. Drawers left ajar, papers scattered like leaves, photographs turned face down, as if ashamed. I felt a deep, hollow emptiness, like the echo of a memory fading into oblivion. Determined to make sense of the madness, I sought out Officer Reynolds. He was a stocky man, with kind eyes that seemed at odds with his professional demeanor. "Alex, your parents are being held pending further investigation. We understand this is difficult, but we need your cooperation." "What did they actually do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper amidst the roaring sea of uncertainty that filled my mind. Reynolds sighed, his expression softening. "We received an anonymous tip linking them to a string of burglaries. Items from recent thefts were found in your house during the search. I know this is hard to understand, but everything points to their involvement." It was then that the first seed of doubt took root. My mind, once a fortress of certainty, now felt like a shifting landscape of shadows and suspicion. Could it be possible? My parents, who had taught me the difference between right and wrong, now standing accused of crimes I couldn't fathom. Despite the evidence, I clung to the belief in their innocence. I spent days combing through their belongings, desperate to find any clue that might vindicate them. As the hours ticked by, I began to notice things, small inconsistencies that whispered of a deeper mystery. My father's study, once a place of comfort with its warm mahogany and soft leather, now seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of secrets. I discovered a set of receipts tucked into the pages of a book on philosophy, dated around the times of the burglaries. The purchases were mundane on the surface, groceries, gas, but taken together, they formed a pattern of movements that matched the timeline of the crimes. My mother's diary, a private sanctuary of her thoughts, revealed entries that hinted at late-night outings and clandestine meetings. Yet, even as suspicion grew, so did my resolve to prove their innocence. It was a contradiction that gnawed at me, the duality of wanting to believe in them and facing the mounting evidence. As I delved deeper, I began to question not only their actions, but my own perceptions. Memories of my childhood, once clear and vivid, became murky, tainted by doubt. Had I missed something fundamental about them? Was I an unreliable narrator in my own life story? My friends in Florida reached out, their voices a lifeline amid the chaos. They tried to offer comfort, but I could hear the hesitation, the doubt that crept into their words like a shadow. I found myself withdrawing, the fear of judgment and misunderstanding too great a burden to bear. Days turned into weeks, and the investigation continued, a relentless tide that eroded my faith. The media caught wind of the story, their sensational headlines casting my parents as villains in a drama that seemed to have no end. I was a captive audience, watching as their lives, and mine, were dissected and displayed for the world to see. As Christmas approached, the festive cheer felt like a cruel joke. The lights and decorations, once a source of joy, now mocked me with their brightness. It was in this state of mind that I journeyed once more to Florida, seeking refuge in the familiar warmth and sunshine. Yet, even there, the specter of doubt followed me. I was haunted by a recurring dream, a twisted version of my childhood home, where rooms shifted and walls whispered secrets I couldn't quite grasp. I would wake in a cold sweat, the feeling of being watched, lingering long after the dream had faded. It was during one of these restless nights that I received a call from Officer Reynolds. "We've made a breakthrough," he said, his voice tinged with excitement but tempered with caution. "We've identified the true culprits, your parents. They're innocent." The relief that washed over me was overwhelming, a flood of emotion that left me shaking. Reynolds explained that a group of criminals had used our house as a base, planting evidence to throw off suspicion. My parents, in their unknowing trust, had been caught in the web of deceit. I returned to Maine, my heart buoyed by the news. But as I stepped into our home, I found that the shadows were not so easily dispelled. The ordeal had left scars, invisible yet profound. My parents were free, their names cleared, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. The question that haunted me was simple yet profound. Could I trust my own perceptions? Had the fear and doubt been a product of my mind, or had the world truly shifted beneath my feet? I found myself questioning everything, from the solidity of the ground beneath me to the faces of those I loved. The world outside seemed unchanged. The sea continued its ceaseless dance against the shore, and the trees stood tall and unbending. Yet, I had been altered, my innocence lost to the shadows that now lingered at the edges of my vision. Even as my parents resumed their lives, the fear remained, a constant companion whispering what ifs, and could it happen again? In quiet moments, I would catch a glimpse of something in their eyes, a shared understanding of the fragility of trust and the weight of unfounded suspicion. And so, I learned to navigate this new reality, aware that the mind can be as much a prison as a haven. I returned to Florida to complete my studies, carrying with me the shadows of doubt that had become as much a part of me as my own skin. My friends, sensing the change in me, tread carefully, offering support without probing too deeply into wounds that had yet to heal. With time, the memories of that tumultuous period began to fade, yet the lessons lingered, etched into my consciousness like the grooves on that old kitchen table. I realized that trust, once broken, could be rebuilt, but it would never be as pristine as it once was. In the end, it was the sea that offered the most solace, its eternal rhythm a reminder of continuity amid chaos. Standing on the cliffs overlooking the Atlantic, I let the wind carry away my fears, leaving behind a sense of acceptance. The shadows might never fully disappear, but I could learn to live with them, to find peace in their presence. Life moved on, as it always does, yet I remained vigilant, aware that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the world was a place of infinite complexity and unseen dangers. And as I walked the line between certainty and doubt, I knew that the true horror lay not in the shadows themselves, but in our inability to see them for what they truly were. The house sat at the end of a winding gravel road, nestled amidst the towering trees of the dense Virginian woods. It was an old structure, full of character and stories that were never told. For as long as I could remember, the house had been my world, my prison, and my sanctuary in equal measure. Mother said it was for my own good, that the world outside was a ferocious beast, waiting to devour those who dared to roam too far from shelter. The windows were framed with heavy dark curtains, keeping the outside world at bay. I could hear the birds singing and the wind rustling through the leaves. Yet, I had never felt the sunlight on my skin without the glass barrier. My life was a tapestry of routines, woven with careful precision by my mother. Each morning, I would wake to her melodic voice, calling me for breakfast. The rest of the day was a predictable cycle of chores, reading, and learning. My lessons were comprehensive, covering an array of subjects deemed necessary by Mother to prepare me for a world I was never allowed to see. I was not unhappy, at least not in a way I could comprehend. The familiarity of my life brought a certain comfort, and the stories Mother told at night, of heroes and villains, of love and betrayal, colored my dreams with vivid hues. Yet, there was a nagging in the back of my mind, a whisper of curiosity about the world beyond the thick forest. It came unexpectedly, like the first cold wind of autumn, the disturbance that unraveled the fabric of my carefully constructed life. On a particularly drab day, I was in the attic, rummaging through boxes of forgotten trinkets. Mother rarely let me explore there, but she was out in the garden, her back turned as she tended to her plants. My fingers brushed against an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. It was tucked away beneath a stack of dusty books. Opening the journal, I was greeted by a scrawl that I recognized as my father's. He had left when I was very young, and memories of him were like fleeting shadows. The pages were filled with entries about his life in the house, musings about a world I knew only from books. But then, there were entries that spoke of a different life, beyond the confines of the trees, in bustling towns and vast cities. His words painted a picture of freedom, of a life unshackled by the chains of isolation. I read with rapt attention, page after page, until a coughing fit from downstairs broke my concentration. Hastily, I replaced the journal and dusted off my clothes. Mother never spoke of Father, and I had learned not to ask, her eyes always hardening at his mention. Yet, that evening, as she prepared dinner, her face etched with concentration, I couldn't help myself. "Mother," I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, "why did Father leave?" She paused, her hands momentarily stilling over the cutting board. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, there was a flicker of something, Fear, perhaps, or regret. But then it was gone, replaced by the familiar warmth she always wore, like a mask. "He had dreams, my dear," she said softly. "Dreams that took him away from us." The answer was vague, yet it stirred something within me. That night, as sleep eluded me, I thought of Father's dreams, of the world he had once been a part of, and a seed of yearning took root in my heart. The following days were a blur of restlessness. The routines that once grounded me now felt suffocating. I found myself returning to the attic, poring over Father's journal whenever I could steal a moment. Each entry was a window to a world I longed to experience, but with each secretive reading, the weight of my guilt grew heavier. Mother had sacrificed everything to keep me safe, and yet here I was, pining for what lay beyond. The escalation was inevitable. Curiosity, like a flame, is not easily extinguished. One morning, as the first light of dawn peeked through the trees, I found myself standing at the edge of the property, the forest looming before me like an ancient sentinel. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. My heart raced, a cacophony in my chest, as I took a tentative step forward, and then another. The world outside was both frightening and exhilarating. The forest was alive, teeming with life I had only read about. As I wandered deeper, the trees became my companions, their whispers urging me onward. Hours passed in a blink, the sun tracing its arc across the sky, and soon I realized I had ventured farther than ever before. Panic gripped me, a cold hand around my heart as I turned to retrace my steps. It was then that I saw it, an old, forgotten path, barely visible beneath the underbrush. It called to me, like a siren from a sailor's tale, and before I knew it, my feet were moving of their own accord. The path wound through the forest, leading to a clearing where a dilapidated cabin stood, its roof sagging and windows shattered. Curiosity outweighed caution as I approached. The cabin was a relic, a testament to time's relentless march. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and memories. I wandered through the rooms, each filled with remnants of a life once lived. In the corner of what might have been a living room, I found a photograph, faded and creased, yet unmistakable. It was of my father, standing beside a woman I did not recognize. The discovery turned my world upside down. Who was she? And why was this photograph hidden here, in a place I was never meant to find? The questions swirled in my mind, a tempest of confusion and betrayal. The journey back home was a blur, my thoughts racing like a tempest. I returned just as dusk fell, the house bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Mother was waiting, her face a mask of worry that quickly transformed into relief as she saw me. She pulled me into a tight embrace, her arms trembling. "Where have you been?" she demanded, her voice quaking with a mixture of anger and fear. I got lost," I lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Her eyes searched mine, and for a moment, I feared she saw through the deception. But she only sighed, her expression softening as she brushed a stray leaf from my hair. "Promise me you'll never do that again," she whispered, and I nodded, the weight of my secret pressing heavily on my conscience. That night, as the house settled into silence, I lay awake, the photograph burning a hole in my thoughts. Who was the woman? Was she the reason Father had left? As the clock ticked away the hours, I resolved to find answers. The following days were filled with a tension that lay thick in the air. Mother watched me closely, her gaze like a hawk, yet I persisted in my search for the truth. My mind was a whirl of possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. And then, one evening, as I helped Mother prepare dinner, I finally gathered the courage to ask. "Mother," I began, my voice barely more than a whisper, "who was the woman in Father's photograph?" Her reaction was immediate, her hand freezing mid-motion, the knife slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the floor. Her face drained of color, leaving her looking ghostly in the dim kitchen light. "Where did you see that?" she demanded, her voice sharp and edged with something I couldn't quite place. "I found it in the old cabin," I confessed, bracing myself for her reaction. Her eyes narrowed, and for the first time in my life, I saw anger in her gaze. Not the gentle frustration I occasionally invoked, but a fiery, unrestrained anger. "You had no right to go there," she said, each word clipped and precise. "I just wanted to know the truth," I implored, my voice breaking. "The truth?" She laughed then, a hollow, bitter sound. "The truth is, some doors are better left unopened." I didn't understand, but I knew better than to press further. The conversation ended abruptly, the silence between us a chasm. Yet, the seed of doubt had been planted, and it grew, flowering into a resolve to uncover the life my father had left behind. As the days passed, Mother's demeanor softened, but the unspoken tension remained. I continued to wander the woods, drawn back to the cabin time and again. Each visit unearthed new fragments of a life I had never known. Letters, photographs, trinkets, and with each discovery, my picture of Father and his mysterious companion grew clearer. The climax came on a stormy night, the sky a tumult of thunder and lightning. I awoke to the sound of wind howling through the trees, rattling the windows with a fury that mirrored the tempest within me. Unable to sleep, I found myself drawn once more to the attic, to Father's journal. As the storm raged outside, I read through his entries, the words a balm to my restless mind. And there, between the well-thumbed pages, I found it. A letter addressed to me. My hands trembled as I unfolded it, the paper fragile with age. His words were a revelation, explaining his decision to leave, his love for me, and his hope that one day I would understand. The storm had subsided by morning, leaving the world washed clean and new. I descended the attic steps, the letter clutched tightly in my hand. Mother was waiting, her expression weary, yet resigned. She must have seen the change in my demeanor, the newfound resolve that burned within me. "I know," I said simply, holding out the letter. Her eyes scanned the page, and as she read, her shoulders sagged, the fight leaving her in a rush. "I only wanted to protect you," she murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. "I know," I replied, understanding dawning, yet the yearning for freedom remained undiminished. In the weeks that followed, a new understanding bloomed between us. Mother began to share stories of her own, of the life she had once dreamed of sacrifices made in the name of love. The house, once a cage, now felt like a cocoon, a place of healing and transformation. Yet, the forest still called to me, a siren song that promised adventure and discovery. And though I knew I would one day answer its call, for now, I found solace in the knowledge that my father's dreams lived on in me. Lingering fear remained, a shadow that clung to the edges of my consciousness. The fear of the unknown, of stepping beyond the safety of the trees. But it was tempered by hope, by the belief that I could forge my own path, unbound by the chains of the past. And so, life continued, a delicate balance between the world as it was and the world as it could be. I was no longer the sheltered child, ignorant of the world beyond. Instead, I stood on the precipice of possibility, the horizon stretched out before me, waiting to be explored. I was born in a world that never saw the light of day. From my earliest memories, my existence was confined to the thick concrete walls of our underground bunker. My entire universe was dim and narrow, punctuated only by the electric hum of fluorescent lights that hung like dull stars above our heads. Here, reality was defined by the echoing footsteps on cold floors and the persistent, unchanging air that had long since lost any hint of freshness. Despite the oppressive nature of our home, I had never questioned its purpose. Mother was our guide, our protector, our world. She was everything to us, her voice a constant echo that shaped the very fabric of our daily lives. Her rules were simple, her expectations clear. She provided for us with an unwavering devotion that was as steady and immovable as the walls around us. In her presence, there was safety. In her embrace, there was warmth. Outside, Mother said, the world was a savage place. She spoke of chaos and ruin, of toxic skies and merciless storms that ravaged the surface. We were sheltered from this hellish landscape, safeguarded by her love and our subterranean refuge. It was a comfort and a burden, knowing nothing beyond what she allowed us to see. Life followed a predictable routine. Breakfast was at dawn, the hours marked by the rhythmic ticking of the old clock perched above the mantel in our common room. We learned what Mother taught us, which was mostly about survival, manners, and the history of the world outside, as she framed it. Our lessons were interspersed with chores that kept the bunker tidy and operational. We occupied our evenings with stories, tales of heroes and myths, carefully selected by Mother to instill lessons of obedience and caution. I was content, or at the very least resigned. The others, 3 siblings, all younger, seemed to share my acceptance. They knew as little of the outside as I did. Occasionally, a flicker of curiosity would spark in their eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by a stern glance or a softly spoken word from Mother. Curiosity, she warned, was dangerous, a whisper of the chaos from which she had saved us. Then, the first disturbance came. It was a small thing, really, a crack in our perfect routine. I found it one day in the form of a book, wedged behind a loose brick in the wall near the storeroom. Its cover was dusty, the title obscured by years of neglect. Mother hadn't chosen this book for us. It was outside the scope of her curated library. With trembling hands, I turned the pages, my eyes drinking in the strange, exhilarating words that painted pictures of landscapes unknown and skies untainted by toxic storms. I hid the book away, returning to it in secret moments when Mother was occupied. Each time I read, the world Mother described seemed to fracture slightly, revealing glimpses of something more vibrant, more alive than the drab monotony of concrete and artificial light. I began to wonder, to question. Was it possible that Mother might be wrong? The escalation was gradual. I started to notice things, small discrepancies in Mother's teachings. Her stories of ruin and danger clashed with the vibrant imagery from my secret book. I began to feel a subtle shift in our interactions, an underlying tension I hadn't perceived before. Mother's gaze lingered a moment too long. Her smiles seemed strained, as if holding back something she dared not reveal. The others noticed my distraction. They asked questions I couldn't answer, their innocent inquiries stoking the embers of my doubt. I tried to keep them from the book, fearing what might happen if Mother discovered our transgression. But curiosity, once ignited, is a difficult flame to extinguish. One evening, as we sat around the table for dinner, the air seemed to thicken with unspoken words. Mother talked as usual, her voice smooth and even, but there was an edge to it, a sharpness that cut through the familiar cadence. Her eyes met mine, lingering with a weight I couldn't decipher. I felt exposed, as if she could see through me, see the forbidden knowledge I harbored. That night, the walls of our sanctuary seemed closer, more confining. I lay awake, listening to the soft breathing of my siblings, fighting an internal battle between my loyalty to Mother and the unsettling truths I'd uncovered. The climax came swiftly, a crescendo of events that shattered the fragile peace of our existence. It began with a simple question, one my youngest sibling posed as we gathered for our morning lessons. "Mother," he asked, his voice guileless and clear, "why can't we ever go outside?" The room fell silent, the question hanging in the air like smoke. Mother paused, her expression unreadable, before she responded. Her answer was the same one she'd always given, a rehearsed reassurance of danger and protection. But this time, for the first time, it felt like a lie. Emboldened by his bravery, I found my voice. "But what if it's not like you say?" The words were out before I could stop them, echoing off the walls, bouncing back at me with a force that took my breath away. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Mother's face betrayed nothing, but her eyes darkened, her mouth a thin line of disapproval. "The world is not for you," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "I am your world. I decide what is safe, what is right. But how can we know if enough?" Her voice cracked like a whip, silencing my protest. "You will obey, or you will face the consequences." The air was electric with tension, the threat palpable. My siblings withdrew, Cowed by the sudden shift in her demeanor, I too sank back, my heart pounding. The conversation was over, but the war within me raged on. The days that followed were marked by a strained civility. Mother watched us with a hawk's vigilance, her presence a looming shadow. I clung to the book, my secret talisman, drawing strength from its pages, even as fear of discovery gnawed at me. I knew something had to change. The walls were closing in, suffocating me with their solidity. I could no longer reconcile my growing need for truth with the confines of our sheltered life. The time had come to act, to seek answers I feared and desired in equal measure. Late one night, when the house was still and Mother slumbered, I crept from my bed. The others slept soundly, their dreams undisturbed by the turmoil that had become my constant companion. I moved, with practiced stealth, inching toward the corridor that led to the outer door, the door that, in all my years, I had never crossed. The handle was cold under my fingers, a tangible connection to the unknown. My heart thundered in my chest as I turned it, the mechanism clicking softly in the silence. The door swung open with a reluctant creak, revealing a passageway that stretched into darkness. I hesitated, fear clawing at my resolve. But the promise of discovery was too powerful, too compelling to ignore. I stepped forward, leaving behind the safety of Mother's world, propelled by a need that had become as vital as air. The passage was narrow, the walls rough against my skin. I felt my way forward, guided by the faintest sliver of light that beckoned from the far end. Time blurred, my senses heightened by the thrill of my rebellion. At last, I emerged into a small chamber, lit by a single dim bulb. It was here that the full weight of Mother's deception revealed itself. The chamber was filled with supplies, a testament to her meticulous planning, and there, against one wall, was a ladder leading upward, toward a hatch that surely opened to the surface. I paused, my breath catching in my throat. The moment of truth was upon me, a decision that would alter the course of my life forever. I placed a hand on the first rung, my resolve solidifying with each steady breath. And then, from the shadows behind me, came a voice. "I see you found it." I spun around, my heart plummeting. Mother stood in the entrance, her silhouette framed by the pale light of the corridor. Her expression was unreadable, her presence both a comfort and a threat. "You were never meant to see this," she said softly, stepping into the room. Her gaze was intense, a mixture of sorrow and something else, something that might have been regret. I backed away, my resolve faltering under the weight of her gaze. "Why, Mother? Why keep us here?" She sighed, a weary sound that told of burdens long carried. "For your safety, for your future. The world is harsh, uncaring. Here, I can protect you." "But at what cost?" I retorted, gesturing to the ladder, to the freedom it represented. "We deserve to know the truth." Her eyes flickered, a flash of pain that cut through her composure. "Truth is a cruel thing," she said, almost to herself. "I wanted to spare you from it." Silence fell, heavy and unyielding. We stood on the precipice of change, each waiting for the other to make the next move. I felt the weight of my decision, the path before me fraught with uncertainty and potential. Finally, I spoke, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I need to see for myself, Mother. I need to know." Her expression softened, and for a moment, I saw not the stern guardian of my childhood, but a woman fraught with the impossible task of protecting her children from the world. She nodded, a slow, reluctant acceptance of what must come next. "Then go," she whispered, stepping aside. Her voice was a benediction, a release. "But remember, you will always have a place here, should you choose to return." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. With a final glance, I turned to the ladder, my heart aching with the weight of my choice. I ascended, each step a step away from the only life I had ever known. As I reached the top, the hatch opened with a groan, revealing a night sky studded with stars, bright and untainted by the horrors Mother had described. The air was cool and fresh, a balm against my skin. Freedom was intoxicating, the vastness of the world unfolding before me. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the promise of the unknown. Fear and exhilaration warred within me, but beneath it all, a quiet certainty took root. I had taken the first step into a world that was mine to discover, mine to understand. The lingering fear remained, a shadow of doubt that would follow me into this new life. But it was tempered by hope, by the promise of truth, and the freedom to choose my own path. As I stood beneath the night sky, the bunker behind me, I understood the power of my choice. I had been imprisoned by Mother, but now I was free. The world awaited, vast and mysterious, and I was ready to meet it head on. I awoke to the familiar smell of damp earth and the metallic tang of old air, the same scent that had dominated my senses for as long as I could remember. The underground bunker had been my home, my refuge, and my prison for all the years since Mother decided the world above was too dangerous for me. She had always said that she was protecting me, that out there lurked threats I could not begin to comprehend. I believed her because there was nothing else to believe. My daily routine unfolded like clockwork. Every morning, I would rise from my cot and shuffle over to the small basin to wash up with the tepid water Mother collected from a rusted spigot. Meals were sparse, but Mother always ensured we had enough to subsist. She cultivated a small garden of pale vegetables under artificial lights, and there were canned goods stored in neat rows against one wall. My tasks were to tend to the plants, monitor the air filtration system, and keep our small space clean. In between, I would read from the small collection of books Mother had allowed. Books filled with stories of faraway places and fantastical adventures. They were my window to a world I had never seen, a world that existed beyond the thick steel door that sealed us from the outside. Life in the bunker was a slow, almost meditative rhythm. There was comfort in its predictability, but there was also a lingering unease, something I could not quite place until the first disturbance shattered my complacency. It began with a subtle change in the air, a faint whiff of something foreign and unsettling. At first, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a product of too many nights spent dreaming of open skies and fresh breezes. But the scent persisted, a creeping invasion that gnawed at the edges of my awareness. I mentioned it to Mother, expecting her to dismiss my concern. Instead, she stiffened, her eyes narrowing as though I had uttered a forbidden word. She spent the next hours checking every corner of the bunker, her movements quick and precise, a silent testament to her own mounting anxiety. The air felt thick with unspoken fears, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Days passed, and the disturbances grew. Strange noises echoed through the bunker at odd hours, metallic clangs and whispers that seemed to originate from the very walls. Mother told me it was just the old structure settling, nothing to worry about. But her eyes told a different story, a flicker of doubt and fear that I had never seen before. My once peaceful dreams were soon invaded by nightmares, flashes of shadowy figures and urgent whispers that twisted my sleep into restless torment. I would wake drenched in sweat, my heart racing as if trying to escape my chest. Each morning, Mother looked at me with a mix of concern and something else, something that might have been guilt. The escalation came swiftly, an avalanche of revelations that buried my sense of reality beneath its weight. It started with a discovery, a small hidden compartment in the corner of the bunker that I stumbled upon while cleaning. Inside, I found a collection of photographs and documents, relics of a life I had never known. There were pictures of us before the bunker, outside under the sun, our faces lit with smiles I barely recognized. And then there were other pictures, ones that showed a different side of Mother, engaged in secretive meetings with strangers, their faces obscured, but their intent clear. The documents spoke of experiments and control, of a child, me, who had to be hidden away for my own protection. Confronting Mother was not a choice. It was an inevitability, driven by the storm of doubt and betrayal that raged within me. Her response was both calm and chilling, a quiet affirmation of everything I feared. She admitted to taking me away from the world, to shielding me from truths I wasn't ready to face. She spoke of dangers that lurked outside, of people who wanted to exploit us both. Her words wove a web of half-truths and justifications, each thread tightening around my throat. But there was something new in her demeanor, a desperation that underscored her every word. It was as if the carefully constructed facade she had maintained for so long was beginning to crumble, and with it, her control over me. I realized then that my isolation had never been about protection. It had been about power. Her power over me. Determined to break free from the chains of the bunker, I began to plan my escape. I knew it would not be easy. Mother was always watching, her eyes sharp with vigilance, but the need for freedom burned within me, a flame that refused to be extinguished. My opportunity came one night when the strange noises returned with renewed intensity. Mother was distracted, her attention focused on the source of the disturbance. I seized the moment, slipping out of her watchful gaze and towards the door that had kept me captive for so long. I had only ever seen it open a handful of times, always under her supervision. but I had watched carefully, memorized the sequence of locks and codes. My hands trembled as I worked, the metallic clicks echoing in the silence that enveloped us. I half expected Mother to appear at any moment, to drag me back into the shadows of the bunker. But she didn't, and with a final twist, the door swung open. The world outside was not what I expected. Darkness reigned, a heavy cloak that wrapped around me as I stepped out into the unknown. The air was fresher than I had imagined, sharp and invigorating, filling my lungs with a sense of life I had never known. The ground was uneven beneath my feet, a far cry from the smooth floors of the bunker, but I reveled in the sensation, the freedom to move, to choose my path. I ran, propelled by fear and exhilaration, away from the bunker and the life I had left behind. The night was silent save for the distant rustling of leaves and the whisper of the wind. It felt as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do next. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop, my legs trembling as I sank to the ground. I was free, but the cost of that freedom weighed heavily upon me. I had left behind everything I had ever known, stepping into a world that was both wondrous and terrifying in its vastness. The night passed slowly, the stars above watching over me with an indifferent gaze. I wondered if Mother had discovered my absence yet, if she was searching for me, a specter haunting the shadows. As dawn broke, I took in the landscape around me. Fields stretched out in every direction, a patchwork of greens and browns that spoke of fertility and life. In the distance, I could make out the silhouette of a farmhouse, its outline stark against the rising sun. I felt drawn to it, a beacon of hope in an otherwise uncertain world. Approaching the farmhouse, I was cautious, my instincts honed by years of careful observation. I wasn't sure what I would find, a family perhaps, or signs of life that I could join or avoid. As I neared, the place appeared deserted, an air of abandonment clinging to its weathered walls. I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. I had escaped the bunker, but the world was vast and unfamiliar, filled with the dangers Mother had warned me about. Yet, in that uncertainty lay a flicker of hope, a chance to forge a new path, free from control. I decided to explore the farmhouse, to see if it held answers, or merely more questions. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a dusty interior bathed in the soft light of morning. It was a place frozen in time, remnants of a life once lived scattered throughout. As I wandered, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. The house seemed to breathe with me, its walls whispering secrets I couldn't quite decipher. I found myself drawn to a small study, its shelves lined with books and papers, much like the bunker, but filled with a different kind of knowledge. I spent the day there, poring over the texts, trying to piece together the story of the place and its former inhabitants. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I realized I had not felt this alive in years, the thrill of discovery coursing through me. But with the night came the fear, creeping back like an old acquaintance. The shadows deepened and the silence grew oppressive, as if the house itself was watching, waiting. I reminded myself that I was free, that I had chosen this path. Yet, the specter of Mother's control lingered, a shadow I could not yet shake. I decided to stay the night, to face whatever fears the darkness might bring. As I settled down, I felt a curious mix of dread and anticipation, the realization that I was finally living on my own terms. Sleep came fitfully, my dreams filled with images of the bunker and Mother's piercing gaze. But as the first light of dawn filtered through the windows, I awoke with a sense of clarity. The fear would linger, a reminder of where I had come from, but it would not define me. I had escaped, and the world lay open before me, a horizon filled with possibilities. And so, I made a promise to myself. I would embrace the unknown, find my own way, and leave the shadows of my past behind. The journey would not be easy, but for the first time, I felt truly alive, ready to face whatever lay ahead. I was born into a world that was meticulously confined, though I didn't realize it for the longest time. Our compound was a pastoral haven, separated from the outside world by towering oaks and a sense of serene isolation. In the heart of this enclave stood the communal hall, its weathered wooden beams bearing witness to countless rituals and gatherings. My earliest memories are woven into the fabric of this austere place, where everyone dressed in muted tones and spoke in hushed voices of reverence and destiny. Life within the compound was dictated by the seasons, an endless cycle of planting and harvest, overseen by the elders, our guides, our protectors. They spoke of a higher purpose, a calling that set us apart from those who roamed aimlessly beyond the trees. Their teachings were our truth, our comfort in the simplicity of our existence. Yet even within this cloistered life, my senses prickled with a vague unease that I couldn't quite name. One morning, a chill wind whispered through the gaps in the wooden slats of our dormitory. I rose early to fetch water from the well, the air crisp and biting against my skin. As my hand grasped the iron handle of the bucket, a sharp clang echoed from the depths below. The sound was foreign, unsettling, a disturbance in the rhythm of our predictable life. I peered into the well, craning my neck to see what had caused the noise, but all that greeted me was darkness and the faint, echoing drip of water. Returning to my chores, I could not shake the feeling that something lay beyond the limits of our understanding, something that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow in a sunlit room. I decided to speak to Mara, my closest friend, whose curiosity often mirrored my own. Her eyes widened as I recounted the morning's oddity, and she nodded slowly, as if aligning pieces of a puzzle only she could see. "There's something they aren't telling us," Mara whispered, glancing around to ensure we were alone. "Something beneath the surface of all this." Her words lingered with me, an echo that refused to fade. The days passed, but the normalcy of our community felt brittle, as if one push would send it shattering into 100 pieces. I noticed the elders more frequently convening behind closed doors, their faces etched with lines of worry that belied their serene smiles. Mara and I began meeting in secret, driven by a shared compulsion to pry open the world we had known since birth. Our clandestine discussions filled us with a reckless kind of hope, and it wasn't long before we devised a plan to explore beyond the boundaries of our compound. One moonlit night, when silence wrapped the grounds like a thick blanket, we slipped away from our dormitory, hearts pounding in tandem with our footsteps. The path through the woods was one we had never taken, a trail obscured by undergrowth and the whisper of leaves. As we stepped through the veil of trees, the air seemed to change, charged with a palpable tension. The forest opened up before us, revealing a landscape both alien and achingly familiar. We hurried, driven by fear and exhilaration, until we stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the ghostly light of the moon. In the center stood an old oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like beseeching arms. We stopped, breathless, as a figure emerged from behind the tree. It was a man, tall and thin, draped in a cloak that caught the moonlight in ghostly ripples. His eyes were deep-set, gleaming with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the night. "Welcome, wanderers." He spoke with an accent that was hard to place, each word carefully enunciated. "I've been expecting you." Mara and I exchanged a glance, our resolve faltering under the weight of an unknown fate. The man gestured for us to follow, his manner both commanding and strangely reassuring. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, we trailed behind him, deeper into the forest. We eventually emerged into another clearing, larger than the first and bustling with activity. People moved about, their faces a blend of concentration and contentment, as they constructed what appeared to be a new community. In the center rose a structure, half-built yet already imposing, its architecture a harmonious blend of wood and stone. "This shall be our sanctuary," the man announced, his voice carrying through the air with a resonant authority. "A place where the old ways give rise to a new understanding." Mara and I were led among the bustling throng, our senses assaulted by the vibrant life that thrummed through this burgeoning commune. We were welcomed with open arms, the inhabitants eager to share their vision, their purpose. They spoke of harmony and enlightenment, of breaking free from the shackles of ignorance. It was intoxicating, and yet a small voice within me whispered caution. The days unfolded in a blur of activity and indoctrination. We were taught the tenets of this new community, rituals both foreign and familiar, echoing yet distinct from those we had known. The leader, known simply as Aiden, was a charismatic figure whose words filled us with a sense of belonging and hope. However, it wasn't long before Mara and I began to sense the underlying currents that mirrored the life we had left behind. Aiden's gaze lingered too long on those who questioned, his words delivered with a precision that brooked no dissent. Shadows lingered in the corners of our new home, creeping forth in moments of doubt and silence. Mara grew quiet, her once bright eyes clouded with confusion, as if torn between the allure of this new life and an instinctive wariness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the compound in an auburn glow, I found Mara at the edge of the clearing, her eyes fixed on the distant line of trees. She seemed far away, her thoughts adrift on a current I could not see. "We left one cage for another," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the breeze. The words hit me like a blow, resonating with a truth I had tried to ignore. The realization was stark and unyielding. We had not escaped. We had merely traded one illusion for another. The veneer of freedom, carefully painted and polished, had begun to crack, revealing the same rigid structures we thought we had left behind. Determined to understand the depth of our predicament, I began observing the community with new eyes, scrutinizing the interactions, the unspoken rules that governed our lives. I sensed the same undercurrents of control, the same hushed whispers that swirled around the elders in my childhood home. The more I listened, the more I realized how deeply entrenched this cycle of entrapment ran. Mara and I convened once more, determined to find a way out of the labyrinth we had unwittingly entered. We spoke in hurried whispers, careful to avoid the ever-watchful eyes of Aidan and his loyal followers. Our plan was simple: to slip into the forest under the cover of darkness and seek the world beyond. But escape proved more daunting than anticipated. On the night of our intended departure, as the sky stretched dark and endless above us, Aidan appeared, his presence commanding and inescapable. He stood before us, flanked by two of his closest adherents, his expression a mask of disappointment. "I had hoped you would see the potential in our endeavor," he intoned, his voice a blend of sadness and resolve. "But it seems your journey must continue elsewhere." We were escorted back to our quarters, our dreams of freedom slipping like sand through our fingers. I lay awake that night, the shadows looming large against the walls. Each creak and rustle seemed amplified in the silence, a reminder of the vigilance that surrounded us. Over the following days, our movements were subtly restricted, our conversations gently guided towards topics that resonated with Aidan's teachings. The community's warmth began to feel like a clammy grip, a stranglehold on our autonomy. Yet in this constriction, my resolve hardened, the flicker of defiance burning brighter with each passing day. It was Mara who, with a quiet determination, rekindled our hope. She had found a map, tucked within the pages of an old book in the communal library. It detailed the surrounding landscape, the contours of the forest, and most importantly, the path leading to the nearest town. Together, we studied the map in secret, tracing routes and marking points of interest. Our plan began to take shape once more, this time with the precision of those who have tasted the bitterness of captivity and long for freedom. The night of our second escape attempt arrived with an air of electrifying anticipation. We moved silently, our steps careful and deliberate, as we navigated the shadows of our surroundings. This time, no one intercepted us as we slipped past the edge of the compound, the forest swallowing us in its inky embrace. We followed the path outlined on the map, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, a symphony that buoyed our spirits. As dawn began to break, casting tendrils of light through the canopy, we finally emerged from the woods, the sight of a small town sprawled out below us. The town was a patchwork of red rooftops and winding streets, a beacon of promise against the silhouette of the hills. As we descended toward it, A sense of liberation unfurled within me, a feeling I hadn't realized I'd missed until it returned. Yet, even as the town drew closer, the memory of Aiden's gaze haunted me, a lingering reminder of the chains we had left behind. As Mara and I stepped onto the cobblestone streets, we were greeted by the bustling energy of morning life. People moved with purpose, their faces open and unguarded, a stark contrast to the guarded expressions of those we had known. Yet, amid this vibrant tapestry of humanity, I couldn't shake the wariness that had taken root within me. We found work and shelter with a kindly older couple, their home a quaint cottage on the outskirts of town. They welcomed us without question, asking only that we contribute to the upkeep of their small farm. The days passed in a haze of simple tasks and quiet reflection, the unfamiliarity of our new surroundings gradually giving way to a semblance of peace. But beneath the surface, shadows lurked, the ghosts of our past life refusing to be silenced. Mara and I often shared our thoughts in the quiet moments before sleep, our conversations tinged with an unspoken dread that something would come to reclaim us. Then, one evening, as we sat in the warmth of the cottage's small kitchen, Mara voiced the fear that had been gnawing at the edges of my mind. What if they're searching for us? The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of our shared history. I had no answer, no reassurance to offer. All I could do was take her hand and squeeze it, a silent vow that we would face whatever came together. In the weeks that followed, we remained vigilant, our eyes constantly scanning the faces of those we encountered, our ears attuned to any hint of pursuit. The town, once a haven, began to feel like a stage set for an unseen audience, its streets echoing with the specter of our past. One night, as a storm raged outside, lightning illuminating the landscape in stark relief, I awoke to find Mara standing at the window, her silhouette tense and alert. She turned to me, her expression clouded with worry. "I saw someone," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roar of the wind, "standing by the gate." Heart pounding, I joined her at the window, peering into the darkness. The rain lashed against the glass, obscuring the view, but the unease that gripped me was undeniable. It was as though the past had found us, its presence felt in every shadow, every rustle of the trees. Sleep eluded us that night, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil within. When morning came, it brought with it a sense of resolve. We could not live in fear of a specter that may or may not exist. Our lives, our freedom, depended on our ability to confront the shadows and emerge on the other side, unscathed and unafraid. As the sun rose, casting an amber glow over the damp earth, Mara and I ventured into town, determined to reclaim the sense of control we had lost. We sought out the town's library, a sanctuary of knowledge and history, hoping to find insights that might guide us. Within the library's hushed confines, we delved into the town's archives, unearthing records and stories of those who had come before us. The tales were a tapestry of hope and despair, of lives touched by the same forces that had shaped our own. It was here, Amid the dust-laden shelves, that we stumbled upon a journal, its pages yellowed with age and filled with the musings of a soul who had once sought freedom as desperately as we did. The writer spoke of the cycle of entrapment, the way in which one prison could so easily be replaced by another, each more insidious in its guise of liberation. Their words resonated deeply with us, a mirror held up to our own experiences. With this newfound understanding, Mara and I returned home, our spirits fortified by the knowledge that we were not alone in our struggle. The cycle could be broken, the chains shattered by the simple act of defying fate. As we settled into the rhythm of our new life, the shadows slowly receded, their grip loosening with each passing day. The specter that had haunted us became a reminder of our resilience, a testament to the strength we had found within ourselves. Together, we forged a path forward, embracing the uncertainty of the unknown with open hearts and steady hands. Our journey was far from over, but we faced it with the knowledge that the past, no matter how persistent, could not define us. We were free, and in that freedom lay the power to shape our own destiny. The storm had been brewing for hours, casting a pallor over the afternoon that made time feel like it had stopped. From the comfort of our family room, I watched the rain lash against the windows, the wind howling like a lost soul. The sky was a uniform gray, and every once in a while, a flash of lightning would illuminate the trees, their branches thrashing wildly. It was the kind of day meant for staying indoors, wrapped in blankets with hot cocoa steaming in mugs. My family, nestled in different corners of the house, seemed content to do just that. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, experimenting with a new recipe, her laughter occasionally floating through the house as she chatted with our teenage daughter, Emily. Emily, in turn, was sprawled on the couch, texting her friends about everything and nothing, her face lit by the soft glow of her phone screen. Our youngest, Daniel, had created a fort out of blankets and cushions in the living room and was deeply engrossed in his fantasy world, his quiet narration barely audible over the storm outside. It was a picture of domestic serenity, a tableau of normalcy framed by the chaos of the weather. But then, as if the storm was not enough to disturb the peace, the phone rang. It was an old landline phone we kept out of necessity rather than preference, relegated to a corner of the room and rarely used. The sound was jarring in the otherwise quiet house, breaking the rhythm of rain and wind. I exchanged a quick glance with Sarah, who looked puzzled, her hands dusted with flour. Emily barely noticed, lost in her digital conversations, and Daniel was too deep in his imaginary world to care. I picked up the receiver, expecting a telemarketer, or perhaps one of those automated scam calls. "Hello?" I said, my voice echoing slightly in the emptiness that followed. There was no reply, just a faint crackle of static, like whispers from the other side of a long, dark tunnel. "Hello?" I repeated, louder this time, but the line went dead with a soft click. I shrugged it off, attributing it to the storm interfering with the lines. Yet, a curious unease settled in the pit of my stomach. Returning to the couch, I tried to dismiss the incident as a mere blip, a minor annoyance. But when the phone rang again, not 5 minutes later, the unease resurfaced. this time accompanied by a prickle of something colder, more insidious. Sarah looked up from her baking, her eyes meeting mine with a question unspoken. I answered the call again, and once more, silence greeted me, thicker, more oppressive than before. The wind howled louder outside, and the lights flickered briefly, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I hung up, but the sensation of being watched, being observed by something unseen, refused to shake. Trying to mask my discomfort, I asked Sarah if her family had planned to call, perhaps checking in on us because of the storm. She shook her head, wiping her hands on her apron, her expression thoughtful, yet unconcerned. As the afternoon stretched on, the calls continued, each one identical to the last. The relentless ringing, the same static-filled silence, the empty line. My family began to notice my growing agitation, the way I would pause, listen, then replace the receiver with a slightly firmer grip each time. Emily teased me about a secret admirer, her teenage humor a brief balm for the tension simmering beneath my skin. Daniel, oblivious, continued his play, his imagination a continent away from the oddities of adult worries. It wasn't until the evening, when the storm reached its crescendo, that things escalated. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times in quick succession, a frantic insistence that could not be ignored. On the 3rd ring, the lights went out completely. The house plunged into darkness, save for the sporadic illumination provided by the lightning outside. I groped my way to the phone, my heart pounding in sync with the thunder. "Who is this?" I demanded into the receiver, a futile attempt to assert control. For a moment, the line crackled louder, filling my ear with a cacophony of sound. Then, the static cleared, and there was a voice, soft, almost a whisper, yet unmistakably familiar. "Dad?" it said, a single word that sent a chill racing down my spine. I froze, the receiver slipping in my sweaty grip. It couldn't be. It was impossible. Yet, the voice was his, my father's, who had passed away over a year ago. I had been there, by his side, when he took his last breath, and I had felt the weight of loss, the finality of death. Yet here, now, his voice was as clear as if he stood in the room beside me. Silence stretched on the line, the world outside reduced to a distant roar of elements. "Dad," the voice repeated, tinged with an urgency that both terrified and compelled me. "Can you hear me?" My voice trembled as I answered, "Yes, I hear you." There was a pause, a brief, static-laden moment before he spoke again. "I need you to listen," he said, his tone grave, laden with an emotion I couldn't decipher. "There's something you need to know." In the darkness, my family gathered around, sensing the gravity of the moment, though unaware of the specifics. Sarah placed a hand on my arm, grounding me, while Emily and Daniel huddled close, their eyes wide with curiosity and fear. "What is it? What do you need to tell me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The connection wavered, and I feared I would lose him, lose this impossible, fragile reconnection. But the voice persisted, cutting through the static like a lifeline. "There are things you don't understand," he said, his words a cryptic veil over truths unspoken. "Things I couldn't tell you before, but you need to know now. You have to protect them. Protect your family." The line crackled violently, and his voice slipped, turning into a garbled mess of sounds that tugged at my deepest fears. "Beware the storm," was all I caught before the connection was severed. The line going dead in my hand, the silence in its wake oppressive and cold. I stood there in the dark, the phone still pressed to my ear, my family's questions a distant hum. What did he mean? What was there to protect them from? I felt the walls of our home closing in, the storm outside now a tempest within. In the days that followed, the phone remained silent, but its presence was a constant reminder of that surreal night. I watched my family with a heightened awareness, searching for hidden threats, for shadows lurking in the corners of our lives. The storm had passed, but the unease lingered, wrapping around us like a shroud. And so, we continued with our lives, each interaction tinged with the knowledge of that call, the weight of my father's last message. We laughed, we fought, we navigated the mundane challenges each day presented, but always with a part of me on edge, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The phone did ring again, now and then, but it was always mundane, tethered to reality. Yet every ring was a reminder of the voice that spoke from beyond, of the warnings it carried, and of my promise to protect them. It was a lingering fear, a ghost in the machine, whispering in the quiet moments, a specter in the guise of a ring. The first time I noticed the persistent ringing in my ear was on a chilly autumn morning. I had woken up to the usual comforting sounds of my neighborhood, the distant hum of traffic, the tentative chirping of birds, and the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Yet beneath those familiar sounds was something else, something new. It was a barely perceptible ringing, like the faint chime of a distant bell. I dismissed it as remnants of sleep, a transient echo that would fade with the arrival of the day. Little did I know, it was the beginning of something I could never have anticipated. My life was ordinary, marked by routine and predictability. I worked as an accountant in a mid-sized firm, my days filled with numbers and spreadsheets. My evenings were spent at home with my wife Julia and our daughter Lily. We had a small house on the outskirts of town, a place where life moved at its own leisurely pace. It was a life that suited me, one that granted me solitude and serenity. The ringing persisted, becoming a companion that I neither invited nor wanted. It was always there, a constant presence that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. At work, I found it distracting, a background noise that made concentration difficult. At home, it was a nuisance, an intrusion into the peaceful silence of our evenings. I tried to ignore it, hoping it would disappear as mysteriously as it had arrived. Weeks passed, and the ringing grew louder, more insistent. It changed its pitch and frequency, a cacophony of sounds that made my head spin. I could no longer focus on my work, my thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. My patience wore thin, and I found myself snapping at Julia and Lily over trivial matters. The ringing was becoming more than just a sound. It was a force, an entity that was reshaping my life. I sought help, visiting doctors who conducted tests and scans, yet found nothing. They suggested stress, fatigue, perhaps tinnitus. They prescribed medications that offered no relief, therapies that yielded no results. The ringing persisted, defying their attempts to silence it. I felt trapped, ensnared in a world where silence had been replaced by an unending symphony of torment. Then, one night, the first disturbance occurred. I woke from a fitful sleep to find myself standing at the foot of Lily's bed. I had no recollection of how I got there, my last memory being of lying beside Julia, drifting into slumber. Lily was fast asleep, her small chest rising and falling with the rhythm of her dreams. I returned to bed, disturbed by the oddity of my sleepwalking, and yet, as I lay there, the ringing in my ear seemed to take on a new quality. It was as though it were speaking to me, whispering secrets I could not decipher. The following nights, I began to hear something beyond the ringing, something woven into its fabric. It was a voice, barely discernible, a murmur at the edge of consciousness. It felt familiar, yet alien, like the voice of a long-lost relative. It spoke in fragments, disjointed phrases that made no sense. I strained to understand, to capture its meaning, but it eluded me, leaving only a residue of anxiety and unease. My sleepwalking continued, each time finding myself in a different part of the house. Once in the kitchen, standing before the refrigerator, another time in the living room, staring at the blank television screen. But always, I would end up at Lily's bedside, watching over her as she slept. Julia grew concerned, urging me to seek further medical advice, but I was resistant. I feared what they might say, what truths they might uncover. The escalation came not long after. The voice in the ringing grew louder, more distinct. It spoke of things that made my skin crawl, whispered of events that had never happened, or perhaps had, in a reality I was unaware of. Visions accompanied the voice, flashes of a life not my own. I saw a man, a stranger, yet one whose features were hauntingly familiar. I watched him walk through corridors lined with sterile white walls, his face a mask of despair. He would pause, listening, just as I did, to a sound that only he could hear. The sensation of being watched grew with each passing day. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows that vanished as soon as I turned to look. Objects in the house would shift, subtly, as though rearranged by unseen hands. Julia noticed too, questioning me about misplaced items, about the strange occurrences that had begun to plague our lives. It was during one of those restless nights that the climax occurred. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, the ringing in my ear now a roar. The voice was clearer than ever, speaking with urgency, desperation. It begged, pleaded with me to understand, to act. I stumbled out of bed, the floor cold beneath my feet, and followed the invisible thread that pulled me through the house. I found myself once more at Lily's bedside. She lay there, serene and untouched by the chaos that had enveloped our world. The voice reached a crescendo, revealing to me a truth I could scarcely comprehend. It was the voice of a father, a man whose child had been taken from him in the sterile corridors of a hospital, a man who had sought justice, who had cried out for retribution, but had found none. The ringing was his call, his message, carried across time and space to my ear. It was then that I understood the purpose of my nocturnal wanderings, the reason I was drawn to Lily. The man in the visions, the father, was using me, guiding me to protect my daughter from a fate akin to his own. I was to be the vessel of his revenge, the instrument of his justice. But how, I wondered, could I fulfill such a role? What threat loomed over my child that required such drastic intervention? The answer came, not in words, but in a sudden, undeniable instinct. I needed to leave, to take my family away from this place, from whatever malevolent force had set its sights on us. Julia, though skeptical, trusted my judgment, sensing the urgency in my plea. We packed quickly, gathering only the essentials, and left our home behind, seeking refuge in a place unknown to the man who haunted my dreams. Yet, as we drove through the night, the ringing in my ear persisted, a constant reminder of the unfinished business that lay behind us. It was softer now, tempered by distance, but still present, a lingering echo of the voice that had guided me. I wondered if we had truly escaped, or merely postponed the inevitable. In the days that followed, we settled into our new surroundings, a small town nestled in the embrace of mountains. Life regained a semblance of normalcy, the routine I so craved slowly re-establishing itself. The ringing, though ever present, was no longer intrusive, a background hum that I had learned to coexist with. But the fear remained, a shadow lurking at the edges of my consciousness. What if the voice returned, more insistent, more demanding? What if the threat it had warned of found us once more? I carried these questions with me, a burden that weighed heavily on my soul. One evening, as I sat on the porch, listening to the chirp of crickets and the rustling of leaves, I closed my eyes and allowed myself to listen, truly listen, to the ringing. The voice was there, subdued but persistent, a whisper on the wind. I felt a strange comfort in its presence, an acknowledgement of our shared purpose, our common cause. Perhaps, I mused, the voice would never leave, a permanent reminder of the connection between our worlds. I had become the guardian of my own child and, in some inexplicable way, the avenger of another's. The thought was unsettling, yet oddly reassuring, a paradox I found myself coming to terms with. In the end, the ringing in my ear was more than just a sound. It was a bridge, an unseen thread that linked two fathers across time and space. It had brought with it fear and confusion, but also a grim understanding, a resolve to protect what was dearest to me at any cost. As I sat there, embraced by the night, I realized that the true horror lay not in the supernatural, but in the depths of a father's love and the lengths one would go to honor it. As days turned to weeks, I remained vigilant, ever watchful for signs of the unseen menace that had once invaded our lives. The ordinary rhythms of our existence resumed, but beneath them lay an undercurrent of vigilance, a readiness to act should the need arise. The ringing, now a familiar presence, served as both a warning and a guide, a duality I had come to accept. And so, life continued, as it always does, marked by small joys and quiet sorrows, by moments of blissful ignorance and others of stark clarity. I grew accustomed to the burden I bore, a weight that had become as much a part of me as the air I breathed. The ringing was my companion, my confidant, a constant reminder of the fragility of the world I had fought to preserve. Yet even as I settled into this uneasy peace, a part of me remained on edge, attuned to the slightest hint of change. I knew that the world was full of mysteries I could never hope to understand, forces beyond my comprehension that shaped our destinies in ways unknown, but I also knew that I was not alone, that across the vast chasm of time, another father watched and waited, his presence a ghostly echo in the symphony of sound that filled my ear. In the end, the story of the ringing in my ear is one of connection, of bonds forged in the crucible of shared experience. It is a tale of fear and courage, of love and loss, and of the invisible threads that bind us to one another in ways we can scarcely fathom. As I walk through the days of my life, I carry this story with me, etched into the fabric of my being, a testament to the enduring power of a father's love and the haunting melody of the unknown. Growing up in the small, sleepy town of Willow Creek, Alabama, I always knew there was something peculiar about my family, something unspoken, yet ever present. Our lives were just like any other family on the surface. We lived in a modest house on the edge of town, surrounded by whispering pines and cotton fields that stretched beyond the horizon. My father, a gruff yet kind-hearted man, worked hard as a mechanic, while my mother tended to our home with the meticulous care of a gardener, nurturing her blooming flowers. My sister, Lily, and I would often spend our afternoons playing in the fields, the sun casting long shadows as we chased each other until we collapsed in laughter. But there was something else, a mystery that lingered like the dense fog that often rolled in from the nearby swamps. Every month, without fail, my father would take a trip deep into the woods, always carrying with him a small black envelope. I once asked my mother about it, curious as any 10-year-old would be, but her response was an evasive smile and a gentle reminder that some things were best left unquestioned. It was a ritual shrouded in secrecy, and I grew to accept it as just another facet of our peculiar family life. It wasn't until I turned 16 that the first disturbance shattered the illusion of normalcy. It was a humid July evening, the air thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant rumble of an approaching storm. My father had set out on his monthly journey, the black envelope clutched tightly in his hand. I watched from my bedroom window as he disappeared into the twilight, his figure swallowed by the darkness of the forest. That night, a restless energy filled the house. I tossed and turned in my bed, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss. A sudden clap of thunder jolted me upright, my heart racing as an inexplicable fear gripped me. I crept downstairs, drawn by an invisible force, and found myself standing at the back door, staring into the inky blackness beyond. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Just within the tree line, I saw a figure, not my father's sturdy silhouette, but something else. It was tall and thin, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. It watched me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine, and then, as abruptly as it appeared, it vanished into the night, leaving me breathless and trembling. I didn't mention the encounter to anyone, not even Lily, who would have dismissed it as a figment of my imagination. But the image of those eyes haunted me, a lingering shadow that refused to fade. I began to notice small changes around the house, strange noises in the night, an unsettling chill that seemed to seep from the walls, and whispers that echoed through the halls when no one else was around. As the days turned into weeks, the disturbances escalated. My father's monthly trips seemed to weigh heavier on him, each return marked by a deepened crease on his brow and an exhaustion that no amount of sleep could remedy. He became withdrawn, speaking less and less at the dinner table, his eyes haunted by a burden I couldn't comprehend. One evening, as I sat in my room attempting to focus on my homework, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. They seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, carrying with them a sense of urgency that set my nerves on edge. I closed my books and followed the sound, tracing it down the hallway to my father's study, a room that was strictly off limits to Lily and me. The door was ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the dim hallway. I hesitated, knowing I was about to cross a line, but curiosity and fear propelled me forward. Inside, the room was cluttered with papers and tools, an organized chaos that reflected my father's methodical mind. On his desk sat the black envelope, its presence as ominous as ever. I approached cautiously, my fingers hovering over the smooth surface. Before I could succumb to the temptation to open it, a sudden draft swept through the room, extinguishing the single lamp and plunging me into darkness. I froze, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin as the whispers crescendoed into a deafening roar. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the noise ceased and the light returned. I stood alone in the room, the envelope undisturbed. The unmistakable feeling that I was not alone gripped me, and I fled back to the safety of my bedroom, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. The climax of these disturbances came one fateful night in early November. The air was crisp, and the first hints of winter were creeping into the southern landscape. My father had left for his monthly pilgrimage, his face drawn with an anxiety that was becoming all too familiar. I waited, as always, by my window, hoping against hope that this time he would return without incident. As the hours stretched on, a restless unease settled over the house. Midnight came and went, and still there was no sign of him. I paced the length of my room, my mind a whirlwind of worry and fear. It was then that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic knocking at the front door. I crept downstairs, each step echoing loudly in the silence, and peered out the window. There, standing on the porch, was the figure from the woods, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It was taller than I remembered, its presence casting a shadow that seemed to engulf the entire house. The knocking continued, insistent and unwavering. I knew instinctively that opening the door would be a mistake, that whatever was outside was not of this world. Yet a perverse curiosity kept me rooted to the spot, torn between the urge to flee and the compulsion to confront the unknown. Suddenly, the knocking stopped, replaced by a voice, a deep guttural sound that resonated with an unnatural timbre. It spoke my name, each syllable dripping with a dark promise that sent a chill through my very soul. "Your time has come," it intoned, a declaration as chilling as the grave. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled back, my hands fumbling for the lock. But before I could secure it, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing the figure in all its terrifying glory. Its gaze bore into me, and I felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing me towards it. In that moment, I understood. The black envelope, the monthly trips, the growing tension. It was all part of a bargain, a contract my father had made with this entity. And now, it seemed, the debt was due, and my soul was the price. With a final, desperate effort, I tore myself away from its grasp and slammed the door shut, the sound reverberating through the house like a gunshot. The presence outside faded, leaving behind an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow everything in its wake. When my father finally returned, his face ashen and his eyes hollow, I confronted him. The truth spilled out in halting words, a confession soaked in remorse and regret. Years ago, in a moment of desperation, he had struck a deal with the creature, promising a soul in exchange for prosperity and protection for his family. He had hoped to renegotiate, to find another way. But the entity was relentless, and my fate was sealed from the beginning. The weight of his words crushed me, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet as the world as I knew it crumbled away. The deal with the devil was not just a story whispered by candlelight. It was my reality, a chain that bound me to a destiny I never asked for. In the days that followed, the presence lingered at the edges of my perception, a constant reminder of the pact that governed my life. I could feel its eyes watching me, waiting patiently for the moment when I would finally succumb. The once vibrant colors of the world faded to a muted gray, and the laughter that used to fill our home was replaced by a heavy silence. Yet, despite the dread that clung to me like a second skin, I resolved to fight back. I delved into the lore and legends of our town, seeking any knowledge that could offer a glimpse of hope. I discovered stories of those who had managed to outwit the devil, tales of cleverness and sacrifice that rekindled a flicker of defiance within me. Still, the path was fraught with uncertainty, and each day was a test of endurance against the encroaching darkness. I learned to live with the fear, to carry it with me as a constant companion, but never to let it define me. My father, burdened by his guilt, became my ally, aiding me in my clandestine quest for salvation. And so, life continued in its strange, haunting rhythm. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, became a boundary I dared not cross. The black envelope still made its monthly journey, but now I understood the true cost of its contents. Our house, with its peeling paint and creaking floors, stood as a monument to the choices and mistakes that shaped our lives. Though the presence at the door remains a specter that haunts my nights, I cling to the hope that someday I will find a way to break the cycle, to free myself and my family from the chains of a deal forged in shadows. Until then, I carry on, each day a testament to resilience and the enduring power of hope against the encroaching darkness. In the heart of Alabama, where the air is thick with humidity and the cicadas sing their eternal song, I grew up in a house that carried more secrets than it did people. Situated on the outskirts of a small town, the old Victorian home with its peeling paint and creaky wooden floors was our family's legacy. It stood like a sentinel amongst the oaks, whose twisted branches reached out like gnarled fingers. Inside those walls, life was a pattern of simple routines, and until a certain age, I believed our lives were as ordinary as anyone else's. My father, a man of few words, was the kind of man who embraced the predictability of routine. Every morning he'd leave for work in his weathered pickup and return just after dusk, nodding at my mother, who would be setting the table for dinner. It was an unspoken rule that each meal began with a prayer, not out of piety, but habit. My father's voice would rumble low over our heads as my mother stiffened her spine, hands clasped in her lap. And yet, there was one exception to our routine that I didn't quite understand until I was older. Once a month, my father would retreat into his study, a small room at the back of the house that smelled of old books and cigar smoke. He would lock the door behind him, leaving my mother and me to our own devices for the evening. I'd sometimes press my ear against the door, hoping to catch a fragment of a conversation or the shuffle of paper, but there was nothing. The silence from within was impenetrable, as if he'd stepped into another world entirely. It wasn't until I turned 12 that the first ripple appeared on the calm surface of our lives. It began on the evening my father emerged from his study with a look of such intensity that it sent shivers down my spine. His eyes, usually steady and kind, were wide and wild. He clutched a black envelope in his hand tightly, so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Wordlessly, he slipped past us and out into the night, leaving the front door swinging open. Curiosity gnawed at me until I crept outside, careful not to alert my mother. I watched as he strode purposefully to the edge of our property, where the woods loomed dark and foreboding. There, he paused, standing as still as a statue. I held my breath, sensing something was amiss. The air felt different, charged with an energy that was both alluring and terrifying. A figure emerged from the shadows then, cloaked in darkness so profound it seemed to absorb the very light around it. My heart pounded in my chest, and I ducked behind a tree. My father extended the black envelope, and the figure accepted it with a slow, deliberate movement. A low murmur passed between them, a language that was both foreign and familiar, like the whisper of wind through leaves. I strained to hear, but the words eluded me, slipping away like slippery fish from a net. That night, I lay awake in bed, questions whirring through my mind. What was in the envelope, and who or what was the shadowy figure that accepted it? These thoughts wrapped around me like a cocoon of unease, and as days turned into weeks, the questions only grew. The next month, when my father once again locked himself in his study, I was ready. I had to know the truth behind the black envelope. Waiting until the house was quiet and my mother had retired to her room, I tiptoed to the study door, tools in hand. The lock was old and rusty, and after a few tense minutes, I heard the satisfying click as the door swung open. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single lamp on the desk. Papers were strewn across the surface, and in the center lay the black envelope. My heart raced as I approached it, half expecting some unseen force to stop me. But nothing happened. With trembling fingers, I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. It was unmarked and sealed with black wax. I was about to open it when a noise from outside startled me. Hastily, I returned the envelope to its place and slipped out, closing the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of my father's footsteps as he once again ventured into the woods. The events of the night replayed in my mind like a scene from a film, each detail more vivid than the last. As the months passed, the atmosphere in the house changed. My father, once a figure of stability, became increasingly withdrawn. He spent more time in his study, emerging with shadows under his eyes and a tension that never seemed to dissipate. My mother noticed too, but said nothing, her silence more telling than words. It was as if we were all bound by some unspoken agreement to maintain the facade, even as the ground shifted beneath our feet. The truth of the situation struck with the force of a lightning bolt one stiflingly hot summer night. My father had left for his monthly meeting, the black envelope clutched in his hand. Unable to resist, I followed at a cautious distance. This time, I was determined to remain undetected, to see the exchange without interference. As I crept closer, my foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, letting out a gasp. The figures in the clearing turned towards me, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. My father's eyes met mine, and the look of despair on his face was like a punch to the gut. The shadowy figure, now more clearly visible, turned its attention to me. Its eyes glowed a deep, unsettling red, and a cold dread washed over me. Before I could react, the creature spoke, its voice a low rumble that echoed in my bones. "The child knows," it intoned, each word resonating with an ancient power. My father stood frozen, torn between his duty and his family. "What do you want from us?" I shouted, my voice breaking the stillness like a thrown stone breaking the surface of a pond. The figure regarded me with a gaze that seemed to penetrate my very soul. "A pact was made long ago," it replied. "An envelope for your family's safety, but the terms, they change." Its voice was a melody of menace and inevitability. I looked at my father, who seemed smaller, frailer than ever before. "What is this?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this?" He took a deep breath, and the words tumbled out, a confession wrapped in regret. "It was your grandfather's doing," he began, voice heavy with sorrow. "He made a deal to protect our family, to keep our land. But the price was eternal." The realization hit me like a physical blow. We were chained to this darkness by the decisions of the past, bound to appease a malevolent entity that thrived on our fear and submission. The world around me spun, and I struggled to make sense of it all. The shadowy figure remained steadfast, an eternal sentinel of our fate. My father's shoulders slumped, and he whispered, "There must be another way." The entity's laughter filled the clearing, a sound without warmth or joy. "There is no escape," it declared, "only the continuation of the pact, or its end." I stood there, feeling the weight of generations pressing down upon me. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting for my decision. I knew then that the cycle had to break, that the burden of this curse could not be allowed to pass to another. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward. "If the pact ends, what happens?" I asked, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my insides. The figure's eyes glinted with something like amusement. "You lose everything," it said simply, "but you will be free." I looked at my father, his face etched with lines of worry and love, and something inside me shifted. I couldn't bear the thought of this shadow hanging over us any longer. "Then let it end," I declared, heart pounding with the enormity of the decision. Silence reigned in the clearing, and for a moment the air was still. Then slowly, the figure inclined its head. "So be it," it intoned, and just like that, the weight of centuries began to lift. The figure dissolved into the shadows, leaving us alone beneath the whispering trees. My father sank to his knees, and I rushed to his side, enveloping him in a hug. The world seemed brighter somehow, the oppressive darkness receding. That night marked the beginning of a new chapter. Our home became a place of healing rather than secrets, and the oppressive air that had clung to it for so long began to disperse. My father, though haunted by the past, was free from the shackles of his ancestors' choices. My mother, too, found a new lightness in her step, her laughter no longer tinged with sorrow. Yet, even as we moved beyond the shadow of the past, a lingering fear remained. It whispered in the quiet moments, a reminder of what once was, of what could have been. I often found myself gazing into the woods, half expecting to see the figure watching, waiting, but it never appeared again, leaving behind only the echoes of its presence. We rebuilt our lives, piece by piece, forging a future unbound by ancient pacts. And while the memory of those nights lingered, I found solace in the knowledge that we had chosen freedom over fear, that we had broken the cycle that had held us captive. In the end, it wasn't the darkness that defined us, but the courage to face it, to confront the unknown and emerge on the other side, forever changed, but undeniably free. The Bowhill Forest was a place of whispered tales and unspoken secrets, stretching for miles of dense, shadowy woodlands. It was here that my family had chosen to settle, drawn by the allure of isolation and a chance to start anew. Our house, a sprawling relic of the past, lay nestled at the forest's edge, its weathered stone walls emerging from the earth, like the bones of some ancient beast. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where echoes of the past lingered in the corners of every room. Life in the countryside was a quiet symphony of cicadas and rustling leaves, far removed from the clamor of city life. Our days began with the soft hum of morning light filtering through thick curtains, and our nights were punctuated by the distant hoot of owls and the gentle whisper of wind through the trees. My parents, in their search for tranquility, appeared to have found their paradise. My sister Amelia and I, however, felt an undercurrent of something unspoken beneath the surface of this idyllic existence, a subtle dissonance that tainted the air we breathed. The first disturbance came on a day like any other. The sky was a perfect blue, the sun a golden beacon in the heavens. Amelia and I had been exploring the outskirts of the forest, chasing shadows and playing games that had no rules. As we wandered back toward the house, a strange sight caught our attention. A figure stood at the edge of the woods, barely visible amongst the trees. It was a fleeting glimpse, a silhouette that seemed to dissolve into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. We exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if what we had seen was real or a trick of the light. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I noticed an unusual tension in the air. My parents, usually so calm and composed, seemed on edge. Their voices were hushed over dinner, their eyes darting toward the windows as if expecting something, or someone, to emerge from the darkness. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, but the unease settled deep within me, a seed of doubt that refused to be uprooted. Days turned into weeks, and the presence of that shadowy figure lingered like a specter in my mind. I began to notice other peculiarities, subtle shifts in the fabric of our daily life. My father's late-night escapades into the basement, the soft murmur of voices that seemed to emanate from the walls, and the locked door at the end of the hallway that was always kept firmly shut. Amelia and I dared not speak of these things, but I could see the same questions mirrored in her eyes. One night, curiosity overcame my apprehension. While the house lay silent under the cloak of darkness, I crept from my bed and made my way down the creaking stairs. The air was thick with anticipation as I approached the basement door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm in my chest. The latch was cold beneath my fingers as I turned it, the door swinging open with a reluctant groan. The basement was a cavern of shadows, the contours of the room obscured by a veil of darkness. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, my breath caught in my throat. But something compelled me to descend, drawn by an invisible thread that wound tighter with each step. The air grew colder as I reached the bottom, the scent of damp stone and earth filling my nostrils. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak yellow light that barely penetrated the gloom. The room was cluttered with forgotten furniture, stacks of old newspapers, and crates filled with mysterious contents. In the corner, half hidden behind a tattered sheet, was a door I had never seen before. It was unremarkable, save for the heavy padlock that secured it, a silent guardian to whatever lay beyond. My fingers traced the outline of the lock, its cold surface a chilling reminder of the secrets kept hidden from us. As I stood there, A strange sensation washed over me, a prickling at the base of my skull, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. I turned, half expecting to see the shadow from the forest standing behind me. The basement was empty, but the sensation persisted, an omnipresent awareness that refused to fade. Returning to my room, I found Amelia awake, her eyes wide, with the same fear that now gripped me. We spoke in whispers, our voices barely audible over the pounding of our hearts. There was something in the house, something our parents were hiding, and it was up to us to uncover the truth. The days that followed were marked by a growing tension, a silent game of cat and mouse between us and the unseen presence that lurked in the shadows. We watched our parents closely, noting every odd glance, every hurried conversation that ceased when we entered the room. The locked door at the end of the hall became an obsession, its secrets a tantalizing mystery we were desperate to unravel. One afternoon, while our parents were out, Amelia and I seized the opportunity to explore. We approached the locked door with trepidation, our hearts a wild symphony of anticipation and fear. The door was solid, its surface worn smooth by years of contact. We tried the handle, half hoping it might give way, but it held firm. Frustration bubbled within us, a tide of impatience that threatened to overwhelm. As we turned away, defeated, a soft creak echoed through the hallway. The sound was faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable in the heavy silence. We froze, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. The creak came again, this time accompanied by a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from behind the door. We exchanged a look of mutual understanding, a silent agreement to retreat for now and plan our next move. Whatever was behind that door, it was alive, and it was aware of us. The escalation was subtle, a series of small incidents that, when pieced together, painted a picture of mounting dread. Our parents' behavior grew more erratic, their patience with us wearing thin. We found ourselves under constant watch, their eyes scrutinizing our every action. The freedom we had once enjoyed was slowly eroding, replaced by an invisible cage that closed in tighter with each passing day. Driven by desperation, Amelia and I devised a plan. We would wait for the cover of night, for the moment when the house lay still and silent, and we would uncover the truth hidden behind the locked door. Armed with a makeshift toolkit of hairpins and determination, we set our plan into motion. The night was oppressive, the stars hidden behind a shroud of clouds. We moved silently through the house, our footsteps a careful whisper against the hardwood floors. The door loomed before us, a sentry that barred our path to discovery. My hands trembled as I worked the lock, the hairpins bending and twisting under the strain. With a soft click, the lock yielded, the door swinging open with a reluctant moan. A narrow staircase descended into darkness, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and an underlying musk that set my teeth on edge. We hesitated, our courage faltering in the face of the unknown. But we had come too far to turn back. Steeling ourselves, we descended into the depths, the shadows closing in around us, like a living entity. At the bottom of the stairs, the corridor stretched before us, a claustrophobic passageway that seemed to extend into eternity. The tapping sound was louder here, a steady rhythm that pulled us onward. We moved cautiously, every creak of the floorboards a reminder of the fragility of our situation. The corridor ended in another door, this one unlocked and slightly ajar. We exchanged a final glance, nerves frayed and hearts pounding, and pushed it open. The room beyond was a stark contrast to the rest of the house. It was starkly lit, the walls lined with shelves filled with old books and strange artifacts. In the center of the room was a crude altar, and beyond it, shackled to the wall, was a figure that should not have existed. The resemblance was unmistakable. The figure was a mirror image of my father, gaunt and unkempt, his eyes wild with fury and despair. The sight was a jarring collision of reality and nightmare, a moment frozen in time that shattered the illusion of our lives. Before we could react, the door behind us slammed shut, the sound reverberating through the room like a death knell. Panic surged through me, my mind grappling with the impossibility of what I was witnessing. The figure on the wall, our true father, began to speak, his voice a broken whisper that echoed in the silence. He spoke of betrayal, of a brother who had taken his place, a stranger who had wormed his way into our lives and stolen everything he held dear. The tapping sound, he explained, was his desperate attempt to communicate with us, to warn us of the danger that lurked within our home. With a newfound resolve, Amelia and I worked to free him from his bonds, our hands moving with a frantic urgency. The air was charged with an unspoken fear, a knowledge that our time was running out. No sooner had we freed him than the impostor appeared, his face a mask of fury and desperation. In that moment, the house seemed to come alive, the walls closing in as the shadows deepened into an impenetrable void. The confrontation that followed was a blur of movement and sound, a cacophony of fear and defiance that reverberated through the very foundation of our home. In the end, it was the truth that set us free. The impostor, faced with the undeniable reality of his deceit, crumbled beneath the weight of his own lies. He fled into the night, leaving behind a trail of shattered illusions and unanswered questions. In the weeks that followed, the house slowly began to heal. My father, though scarred by his ordeal, gradually returned to us, his presence a comforting balm on our wounded hearts. But the shadows that had once loomed so large never entirely vanished. They lingered in the corners of our vision, a reminder of the fragility of our lives, the thin veil that separated us from the unknown. The forest, once a place of mystery and allure, now held a different kind of fascination. The trees whispered secrets in a language only they understood, their branches reaching skyward like bony fingers, grasping for the heavens. The figure in the woods, it seemed, had been a warning, a harbinger of the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface. Though the immediate danger had passed, the fear remained, a constant companion that walked with us through the corridors of our minds. We spoke little of what had transpired, choosing instead to focus on the present, on the life we had rebuilt from the ashes of deception. And yet, in the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the shadows danced across the walls, I felt the presence of the forest, its silent vigil, a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the light. It was a darkness that could never be fully banished, only understood and, in time, accepted. For in the heart of Bowhill, where the ancient trees stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, I had learned a truth that would guide me through the shadows of my own existence. That the greatest horrors are not those that come from without, but those that lie hidden within. And it is only through the light of understanding that we can hope to conquer them.